Axis ini kerana Axis semuanya rapat-rapat duduk di tepi. Start dari mana mereka menembak? Mika Opi berjaya mendapatkan VSF. Tidak dapatnya pertukaran sebenarnya.
Axis Red One mungkin chicken dinner mereka yang pertama akan on the way. Mama ini, hey noob. Kau tak noob sebenarnya sebab kau akan dapatkan winner chicken dinner yang pertama.
Sedangkan tadi mereka hanya berbeza 1 poin, sekarang ini dinaikkan sebanyak 21 poin dan Evolve bukannya bermain mereka tak tusun pun, mereka masih lagi mendapatkan sekurang-kurangnya 5 mata tadi, tetapi
kalau di depan tu ada enemy, kita orang komit. Kalau kita tak ada circle, kita orang komit juga untuk lawan. Siapa decision semua kepada IJL saya okey. Itu yang kita orang komit untuk lawan. Kalau sebab okey dia percaya firepower kita orang. So kalau langgar tu memang langgar sekali lah. Paling busuk pun seorang je kena. Yang satu tim tu semua rata. Kebanyakan semua tu menjadi lah. So advantage-nya ialah kalau kita nampak seorang dua tim dia jauh, kita boleh ambil point free lah. Lepas tu kita rasa teammate dia mesti takkan backup je sebab dia jauh kan. So kita orang anggap dia macam buat online je lah.
Sebenarnya saya masuk tim ni banyaklah benda yang saya boleh belajar, macam segi cara nak masuk zone, cara nak fight. So berbeza lah dengan tim-tim yang sebelum saya join. Rasa kita orang akan boleh kekalkan lah placement kita orang top 1. Sebab kita orang akan cuba dengan macam-macam skill lah untuk dapatkan first place. Tentang tim Farang, kita orang tak ada rasa takut apa lah, sebab kita orang bagi kita orang semua tim semua boleh makan, semua sama je.
Meninggalkan hanya satu sahaja player untuk Axis Red One dan mereka akan masuk ke depan. Adakah ini pengakhiran dekat susu dalam nyawa-nyawa terakhir? Adil Luke masuk begitu garang dan mungkin sekali winner chicken dinner untuk Farang Legend percaya dirampas daripada tangan pasukan Axis Red One.
Kami amat berpuas hati dengan result kita orang di Super Weekend yang pertama. Gameplay kita orang juga tidak terlalu agresif, tapi jika komponen itu kita orang perlukan, kita orang akan cuba knock one dan take over tempat itu. Kita orang tak sangka dapat perform macam tu, kerana kita orang lawan tu bukan tim yang biasa-biasa. Diorang juga dah banyak berpengalaman, tetapi semua itu semangat kita orang takkan patah dan kita orang akan mencuba untuk menjadi top contender untuk PMPL season 4 kali ini. Target kita orang untuk season kali ini hanya untuk mendapatkan champion dan slot ke C.
Untuk weekend, hari pertama, hari kedua tu kami main seperti biasa. So masuk pada hari yang ketiga tu, sebenarnya IGL kata nak main barbar, nak main langgar. So meta tu tak menjadi. Itu yang hari yang ketiga tu kami agak sedikit lost lah. Kami memang fokus untuk dapatkan slot PMGC. So kami memang cuba sebaik mungkin lah untuk kami punya target, which is point tu kami kalau boleh tak nak cap jauh sangat dengan number 1 and number 2. So kami harap kami dapat pergi ke PMGC.
Ditembak dan dengan berbeza sekian sebenarnya telah pun ditunjukkan. Sambil Mika 8 kill dapat itu Axis Red One game merusukkan apa down. Dua telah pun jatuh untuk ini satu pemain yang berlepaskan SMG berjaya pun tidak akan tukar dekat sini. Smoke sudah pun dibuka bertutup. Dia akan dapatkan Axis.
Hari yang pertama tu kita buat yang agresif lah, cari placement, kill. Macam hari kedua tu kita dah boleh santai lah. So kita orang main tanpa pressure lah. Kita orang cuba benda baru lah sebab placement pun dah sedap, boleh Super Weekend pun dah lepas masa tu.
Tempoh telah pun diketahui kantang susu ada 5 kill dalam poket beliau. Mampukah dia dapatkan chicken dinner ataupun tidak? Put dia akan bangun, dia akan push ke depan. Tembakan berbalas tembakan. Winner chicken dinner untuk pasukan Axis Red One.
Kami untuk weekend yang kedua ni adalah untuk kekalkan di nombor 1 dengan menjarakkan lagi poin antara kami dengan tim-tim lain. Look at this dude. Actually kita orang main cara slow lah. Bila circle to shift, kita orang akan jadi lebih agresif lah sebab kita orang fight untuk masuk zone.
Farang Legend, do or die untuk mereka.
Jatuh ke macam mana? Ada lu.
Kalau dia jatuh, dia akan bagi kill dekat 4 rifle yang itulah dia.
Oh.
Bye-bye. Weh, janganlah turun ramai-ramai weh. La ilaha illallah, itu perkara yang sangat-sangat bahaya. Bayangkan Pubg pun turun dan akhirnya mereka berjaya juga. Itulah dia pengakhiran game kita, penutup game yang sangat-sangat menarik.
1v2 dekat sini Snappy akan pegang. Zinbi Stewart naikkan Bang Mamba. Mika akan berlawan. Mika dapat satu lawan satu. Sekarang Snappy nyawa dia rendah dengan DP 28.
Saya tunggu timing yang betul lah untuk nak ambil take fight tu. So saya tengok dia tengah angkat revive member dia, so saya tembak dia.
Game yang mereka nanti-nantikan untuk melayakkan Liga Super Weekend, dan Zizok akan dapatkan kill beliau yang kelima dalam poket 3v1.
Bagi saya tak ada tim yang bagi masalah kecuali kalau tim tu tiba-tiba tukar diorang punya pattern lah. Sebab kita orang dah buat research and kita orang dah tahu apa pattern-pattern tim ni buat. So kita orang just ikut based on information and adaptation. So dapatlah chicken ni kan.
Mencari chicken dinner mereka di match yang keempat pada hari ini, dan Noob hanya menanti saja lawan kawasan zon biru, dan winner chicken dinner untuk tim SMG dengan jumlah kill sebanyak 10.
PUBG is a game of 101 ways of factors, you know. Maybe there's one day you have that 5% or maybe 10% of luck of the circle keep on shifting on you. So you may have a good game. I just tell them what needs to be happen inside the game, but I need to give credit to my players. They are all 4 incredible players in terms of decision making, in terms of what needs to be done inside the game, how to rotate, how to play against the enemy. It's all on them.
Mungkin situasi akan menjadi lebih mudah sebab 1 lawan 2 saja, tapi Fredo akan ditengah oleh Playzone. Pemburu akan nampak ke depan.
What I just tell them, I just give the general idea on what is happening inside the game, and from there on, they already know what needs to be done. So I need to give the credit to my players.
3 pemain select yang berbaki untuk pasukan No Boys. Farang Legend, mereka ada 9, dan adakah ketika ini mereka akan melakukan satu gerakan agresif ke hadapan? Mereka ada circle, mereka tak perlu pun untuk melakukan tindakan yang terlampau agresif ke hadapan.
Masuk weekend 2, kita orang try main secara agresif lah. Kita orang try fight tim lain tu. And kita orang buat strategi lain lah.
Rapat dengan circle yang seterusnya untuk pasukan Farang Legend. Adakah ini akan menjadi comeback untuk pasukan mereka? Sebab mereka boleh dikatakan King of Comeback ni. Diorang selalu macam tusun.
Dan pemain yang terakhir adalah
Kacang susu. Ini dia yang begitu mantap sekali dijaga oleh beliau, dan macam biasalah dihabiskan, ditamatkan dengan sorakan kegirangan dekat sini, sebab saya rasa dia tahu bahawa pasukan yang terakhir tu ada full squad, plus pun dia tak boleh nak masuk pun. Take over kawasan lereng ini, dan mungkin mereka adalah pasukan yang ada probability terbesar untuk mendapatkan winner chicken dinner.
Tu sebenarnya game 1 to 4 kita orang tak ada point sangat, point sikit. Jadi I told them to maksimumkan point the last game. Time tu saya cakap kalau rasa tak boleh masuk zone, anything in front you guys, sapu je.
Match tu memang match yang intense lah, sebab kita orang nak masuk zone memang post fight punya, semua zone post fight. So memang game tu game yang best lah untuk main, sebab game-game sebelumnya kalau nak chicken dapat zone, dah tunggu kat zone, lepas tu nanti chicken. Game ni tak ada different, ni kita orang kena fight untuk dapatkan zone.
Okay, dia memang tak takut siapa pun depan dia. Dia memang kering hati. Langgar seorang pun dia still berani lah. Macam split semua tu memang dia yang buat. Secure circle pun dia ambil awal. So dia memang berani lah.
Let's go! Let's go!
Okay, actually sebenarnya bukan saya buat call, saya as a support. Saya sebab kita orang tukar-tukar strategi dan Putra yang buatkan call untuk fight rumah tu. And then disupport oleh Dev apa semua. Dan memang persetujuan ramai lah. Kita orang push rumah tu sebab memang kita orang dapat info yang rumah tu tengah fight. And then kita orang menang lah fight tu.
Tidak duit-duit, chicken tidak berjaya tu diambil oleh pasukan Sam Large. Akhirnya menang tetap menang. Lagi salah tipis mana mereka langsung tidak akan kehilangan sesiapa. Ya, sekarang ini ada kedudukan yang terbaik. Salah seorang pemain telah terjatuh iaitu si Mato, tetapi chicken tidak akan ada untuk tim Secret bagi pusingan kita yang ketiga. Dan winner chicken tidak telah dimenangi oleh pasukan sebagai tim Secret. Lama Axis akan mula berjumpa dengan R2K.
Dengan satu M249 dan sudah nampak dekat situ kan, dan boleh dijatuhkan. Pasukan Axis Red One dihantar di tempat yang ke-12.
Ini adalah posisi yang sebenarnya akan memakan diri untuk Ivan Davis sendiri.
Even my players after the tournament, after they finish the tournament or somewhere around 10, 11 o'clock, after that they still playing the game. They still play scrims, midnight scrims and everything. So that is their daily basis. In the short term, basically, they really can play a long period of time playing this game. So they didn't get tired.
Game kita untuk weekdays, Wairi masih lagi merangkak-rangkak menunggu Cik untuk memegang diri beliau 5 penyingkiran untuk Ica di match kita yang terakhir sekarang ini.
Ica berpaskan tembakan, 9 penyingkiran.
Perasaan saya, biasa je. Hari tu takut, ni dah tak takut dah nak buat apa. Nak pergi depan ke, nak pergi push ke, nak lawan ke, dah. Bantai je.
Okay, prepare for the week 3. My teams actually, how I see my players is, they take some time to get used to the lobby. I mean, the super weekend lobby.
Apa yang kita orang akan buat, kita orang akan banyak lagi study rotation and gameplay yang diorang tunjuk, and kita orang akan try harder lah untuk dari segi mentality and dari segi firepower kita orang sebab banyak mistake yang kita orang dah buat.
So usually they have this kind of habits or pattern that I see in them. If it's a new thing, it will take some time. Once they are getting used to it, knowing what the enemy is gonna do, knowing how the enemy is gonna play, from there on they can just take the advantage of it and just play their game.
Weekday rankings kita, Farah akan berada di atas, Esports di nombor 2, Four Rivals di nombor yang ketiga.
Tim-tim yang ni mestinya nak tahu tim mana yang confirm secara official untuk tak dapat pergi ke Super Weekend yang ketiga. Itulah dia, Anti-Circle, NSP, YSX dan juga Team Bosku. Hanya berjarak 2 mata sahaja dan benchmark itu direndahkan sampai 32 mata sahaja. Sayang sekali kita katakan.
Selamat datang semula ke PUBG Mobile Pro League MYSG season yang keempat ini, dan ini adalah minggu terakhir untuk kita untuk Liga PMPL selanjutnya.
Kemungkinan mereka akan bertemu baik, tapi ada tim melawan Iboh sekarang ini. Tapi Iboh sedang bersinar terlebih dahulu. Tidak menjadi dekat situ.
Aku tak ada semua.
Ya, api-api di balik. Satu buat terbakar dekat situ. Dan Micro Uzi kepakai.
So, kalau kita crash Iboh, Yudo nak keluar pun susah sebab surrounding dia ada ramai orang. So, kita decide untuk lawan Iboh dulu, baru kita lawan Yudo Lions.
Mungkin ini formula yang mereka perlu lakukan, tapi itu Team Secret sememangnya mereka sedang farm. Pada waktu ini mereka nampak beberapa terlibat di bahagian kiri dan kanan mereka untuk pakai VXM juga. Jumlah yang tertinggi daripada segi elimination berkongsi dengan Team Secret sebanyak 5.
Sekarang ni lebih kepada timing. Siapa yang betul-betul dekat ujung sekali. Ini lagi paling lama untuk PMPL MYSD. Satu di atas, satu di bawah. Saya rasa dia terlebih awal guna tu. Matoy.
Down! VXM! Target VXM kita orang target sebanyak mungkin. Lepas ni 3 map ni kita orang akan target chicken, ataupun lagi 10 map yang akan datang pun esok dengan lusa chicken juga semua sampai habis.
Dia dapat Moki juga dekat sini, tapi Moki akan dijatuhkan semula oleh Pami yang mahu berlawan. Dan tembakan akan dilepaskan 26 bulan.
Masa Super Weekend 3, day 1, first game Erangel, kita orang ada buat mistake lah sebab tiba-tiba rotation kena roadblock dengan VSM. So dekat situ first game kita orang dah down. So next game dengan third game kita orang repair balik dan akhirnya dapat good result. Kalau diorang tahu winners kita, so kita boleh counter balik.
Cindy akan terus beri garapan dekat belakang untuk batu dekat kita, tembakan akan lepas
dalam kesulitan yang dihadapi oleh Team Secret.
Tak sempat untuk Fredo melepaskan tembakan pada waktu ini, tapi Aisyah dengan smoke yang dibalik. Oh, itu bantu aku dekat situ. Sarko dapat satu. Putra mencari Aisyah di belakang satu smoke. Dia akan nampak dia sebentar saja lagi. Tembakan yang lepaskan Aisyah dan akan keluar. Imo Boys dengan tinggal.
Begitu saja. SMG yang tadi mengalami kesukaran dengan EVOS.
Kill kelima juga akan diambil oleh Sam dan Gang pada waktu ini. Mereka akan gerak sebab mereka tidak ada circle yang terbaik untuk dua player mereka. Sedikit demi sedikit, tetapi Sam dan Gang dia boleh continue macam ni all the way. Dia boleh capai nombor 1 liga sebenarnya. Double chicken sudah. Dan game ini dia dah 11 kill. Tinggal satu orang saja.
Actually memang kita orang dah kira-kira buat kira-kira. Memang susah, agak mustahil lah untuk kejar nombor 1 tu. Tapi still kita orang akan cuba sedaya upaya untuk kumpulkan poin sebanyak yang boleh. Kita orang cuba mendapatkan momentum sebelum grand final. So kita orang just cuba and then just give everything we can sampailah kita orang berjaya.
Pasukan yang tidak gentar walaupun dua ini adalah pasukan yang pernah bermain global, tapi tidak takut langsung. Begitu juga Sam dan Gang kalau dari posisi pada waktu ini tinggal Sam rata maka
Sam dan Gang tidak ada circle, perlu masuk.
Okey, ada orang dekat sini. Lagi-lagi dengan smoke ini, tapi berapa prima dan
Tapi ada yang look, yang cukup berapa sedikit. Terakhir untuk mereka tembakan yang lepaskan rata. Jika tidak on the way, triple chicken untuk Sam dan Gang.
Itu aja Sam dan Gang, triple chicken in a row. Wow.
Sebelum ni kita orang agak struggle, memang struggle pun, tapi kita orang cuba improve dari hari ke hari dan keep training insyaAllah untuk jadi yang terbaik.
So sebab kita orang dapat 3 chicken dinner dalam satu hari tu, sebab memang kita orang sebelum start game kita orang memang ada target yang kita orang nak dapatkan 200 point untuk minggu tu. So kita orang akan cuba sedaya upaya untuk mendapatkan chicken dinner dengan semangat yang kita orang ada. And then kita orang berjaya mendapatkan 3 chicken dinner straight pada game ketiga, keempat dan kelima. Yes.
Sam 9 Gang pada hari ini saja mereka menambahkan 8 dekat depan dekat nombor 200 kan. Sebelum ni mereka hanya ada 109 ke berapa je.
Untuk Sam 9 Gang jangan terpedaya tau. Dia 77 tu untuk 15 game, 83 tu bukan 15 game tau. Itu untuk 5 game je.
Ya, itulah dia. Ya, forever peluang yang sangat tinggi untuk mereka. Hit jatuh oleh MP. Memang premium dibayar dengan emas. Kali ini mereka akan mendayar dengan cara Immos VIP dijatuhkan. Dua player yang sangat garang. Zen akan pergi ke depan untuk memberikan informasi, tapi informasi terlalu lama sampai.
I don't think everyone is consistent, honestly speaking. And as for my team, as always, they did the hard work. They always play this game night and day. And I believe they can become a champion. No matter what people say, they are not consistent whatsoever. I still believe in my players because I know them pretty well since I've been staying with them a lot.
Kalau kita lihatkan daripada circle yang berada dekat sini, tapi Sam dan Gang juga telah dengan 2 orang bergaduh terlebih dahulu malam-malamnya untuk Patoy.
Mereka akan cuba untuk menembus 4 kill sekarang ini untuk Sam dan Gang. Sama diberikan kepada Aman dan juga Drax, dan dia mungkin akan jumpa. Yap, dia akan jumpa winner chicken dinner.
Sedangkan gameplay tadi, sebenarnya kita orang sebenarnya memang tak tahu orang buat apa tadi. Tiba-tiba memang dapat idea, jom kita langgar untuk aku nak jadi rusher, nak kill lagi ni. Kita orang pun terus keluarkan meta baru, langgar je. Dia kita orang langgar je kat Rozok tu, mati-mati lah. Gitu.
Selamat datang semua ke PUBGMOBILE MOSG season yang keempat. Dan hari ini special sedikit. Kerana ini adalah hari terakhir untuk weekend. 8 tim saja berbaki, tapi banyak gila player pada waktu ini yang sudah pun masuk dalam kawasan air. Tembakan akan dilepaskan oleh Mika. Siapakah yang akan jatuh dulu akan menjadi persoalan. M249 tangan cuba dimasuk oleh Mika, cuba untuk dibaling.
Topi boleh nampak barang-barang. Yes, dia akan nampak dan dia akan ditembak. Berada Sam 9 Gang berjaya naik ke atas SMG dan juga Esports. So 3 harimau berbaris.
Sekarang ni tim yang pertama memecahkan 400 mata, 418 mata untuk satu mata yang besar jugalah untuk mereka kejar.
Tadi tu kita orang main PC lah, anggap tu ikut circle lah. Kalau tak ada luck circle tu, tu kita orang buat yang terbaik lah kalau ada circle tu. So kita hold biasa lah. Kita orang excited gila-gila lah. Kita orang memang nak GC lah, nak champion liga ni.
Jadi kita akan masuk map Wrangle.
Untuk Sam Gang, mereka confirm boleh kejar untuk kedudukan pertama dalam Super Weekend.
Berapa sedikit berjaya mendapatkan satu pemburu berjaya knock. Tapi Drax keluarkan light machine gun beliau dipakai lepas. Tapi Drax di knock down. Satu jatuh. Matoy menjadi knock down dekat situ. Dev mencari Matoy.
Jadi ini merupakan fair fight dan Man dan Kid memberikan informasi kepada dua player ini. Siapa yang akan menang?
Dia dapat! Dia dapat! Apa dia yang berlaku?
Untuk masa situation tu sebenarnya situation 1 versus 3. Dev dapat clutch 1 versus 3 tu. Dia mula-mula dapat first guy and then dapat kit dekat atas bukit tu and then 1v1 dengan ice shot. Masa 1v1 dengan ice shot tu dia ambil keputusan untuk baling pen tu untuk mengganggu bunyi lah, macam bila pen jatuh dia akan ada satu bunyi macam boleh kacau dia punya step punya sound and then dia cuba nak push tetapi bila dia baling tu ice shot keluar and then macam tu lah orang kata lucky shot tapi still we got a kill and winner chicken dinner.
Tapi kat sini berjaya jatuhkan satu orang Nika OP, satu lagi akan lompat Batman kat sini macam tak ada cukup peluru. Oh, tapi alamak malam. Depannya adalah Team Will. Piko bergerak ke depan sendiri. Kenapa target untuk ditembak? Dia akan approach tapi dia akan jatuh. Tempat ke-9 dengan 2 kill di sikit. Cuba berlari, dilihat di belakang batu. Tapi satu distraction play yang cantik lah. Tapi dua-dua dah keluar dah.
Daripada ketika ini, Jackson akan dijatuhkan bertubi-tubi Axis Esports.
Dia bakal letakkan dia berdiri tembak. Dia dapat. Tapi kena lari, kena masuk.
Untuk Team Secret, satu lagi berduratakan winner chicken dinner untuk Team Secret. Tetapi one game too late untuk mereka. Ini cukup untuk meletakkan mereka di tempat kedua mungkin tetapi bukan tempat pertama. Kita akan dedahkan terlebih dahulu sampai ke champion kita, Axis Red 1 untuk PMPL season keempat Malaysia Singapura.
Happy. Walaupun first time main game. Happy. Lepas tu terima kasih dekat fans. And then terima kasih dekat teammate saya lah. Kacang, Faris, Ika. Ni muka lah.
Joget-joget je. Hello.
Kita orang akan buat yang lebih baik lah untuk C sebab banyak lagi kena belajar. Saya pun first time jadi IGL. Ika pun first time masuk PMPL. So dia orang banyak lagi. Action!
Okay, bye-bye.
Rasa macam terkejut sebab squad baru buat kan. Line up pun bertukar daripada season lepas. And of course lah happy dapat secure slot C. So grand final kita orang tak ada pressure sangat. Just fokus dapat top 3.
Dari segi performance diorang dah western. Kalau yang mana yang dapat second dia dapat good game kan. Kita orang just belajar daripada mistake kita orang. So kita orang akan perbaiki untuk kita orang target champion lah sebab kita orang tak dapat piala season lepas.
Perasaan kita orang sekarang bersyukur sebab ni first appearance kita orang dekat PMPL main SG and kita orang dapat top 3. Kita orang sangat happy dan bersyukur tapi still masing-masing ada perasaan tak puas hati sebab kita orang boleh kejar gelaran champion tak jauh pun but kita orang tak dapat kan.
Grand final kita orang ada satu lagi player ke-6 Aziz Lex. So dalam masa 2 minggu rehat ni kita orang akan bawa dia masuk scrim and akan bagi dia main untuk grand final nanti. Saya harap dia orang boleh lepas ke PMGC sebab tu impian dia orang untuk main untuk dapat experience dekat global.
Actually sebenarnya selain DD banyak tolong dalam mental kita orang sebab kita orang perlukan seseorang untuk bagi kita orang semangat. So selain DD ni macam dia sebenarnya dia kawan rapat untuk Agus. So dia berniat baik untuk tolong kita orang untuk menaikkan semangat kita orang. Disebabkan dia pun tak ada buat apa-apa so dia just datang gaming house, dia tolong kita orang sambil-sambil tu lepas tu kita orang jadi bersemangat sikit lah macam tu. So dia bertolong, dia tolong tanpa minta balas macam tu lah.
Saya nak cakap we want Malaysia. Kalau boleh janganlah kita gaduh untuk sport sebab we are representing Malaysia. So harap Malaysia is geng-geng. No gaduh-gaduh untuk sport.
Okay, so untuk Malaysia team, kalau boleh korang jangan rotate jumpa kita orang sebab season lepas dekat SC banyak kali kita orang jumpa team Malaysia. So kalau boleh drop squad ke ataupun rotation ke, minta korang jumpa team lain dulu sebelum kita orang. Kita jumpa last circle.
Okay, walaupun kita orang first time bermain SC, but we always ready to fight. Siapa je yang kita orang jumpa. Belum kacau, belum mati.
Kalau korang ingat season lepas, kita orang dinamakan Malaysian Team Slayer. So careful lah, korang punya rotasi tu dalam poket kita orang je. Kita orang baca macam buku teks. Rotation korang tu, so careful je lah.
Okay, so kami challenge untuk Team Malaysia, pastikan korang dapatkan page pertama untuk lepas ke slot Grand Final C. Jangan memalukan Team Malaysia.
I will challenge them to who's going to be the best Malaysian team in C. Kita saksikan siapa akan lebih mantap, lebih garang dari C. So yeah.
Saya nak challenge Asis lah sebab dia paling barbar dekat PMPL MYSG. Challenge dia untuk langgar Infinity lah.
Harap kita boleh sama-sama dekat first page. So saya nak cabar korang, jom dengan kita orang.
Saya nak challenge Team Malaysia untuk berada di top 2. Kenapa top 2? Sebab top 1 tu kita orang. So saya nak satu lagi Team Malaysia yang berada di bawah kita orang. Boleh?
PMPL C Season 4,
PMPL C Championship Season 4,
PUBGMOBILE Pro League C Championship.
Are you in? Unite to fight! Yeah!
What an amazing stage! It's so great to see these cheering fans. And to all the fans viewing from home, it's great to see you again. I'll be your guide for this competition. Miss you! After 18 days of fierce competition, we have finally arrived in the Season 4 PMPL Southeast Asia Championship stage.
Let's take a look at our 20 finals teams from the Malaysia, Singapore, Indonesia, Thailand, and Vietnam country leagues that have advanced to the Season 4 PMPL SEA Championship. These teams qualified by being one of the top 3 teams from the PMPL Season 4 country finals, the top 2 teams from the Season 3 SEA Championship, or top 2 teams from the wild card. The Season 4 PMPL SEA Championship will be held from October 12th to November 7th, with a total of 18 match days. The exact same as the country leagues, with weekday matches on Tuesdays and Wednesdays, and super weekend matches from Friday to Sunday. All culminating in the final week on November 5th, 6th, and 7th. Join us as these teams from all over Southeast Asia compete for the $200,000 prize pool. Now, let's welcome our 20 teams to the championship stage. Before we start, we would like to thank PUBGMOBILE for hosting the Season 4 PMPL SEA Championship, and our official smartphone partner, Xiaomi, official media partners Esports Fight Club, and WeTV, as well as the co-organizer VSPN for bringing us this exciting tournament. Now, let's hand it off to the commentary booth and see some chicken dinners.
Thank you so much, Miss You. Not me, but you. There you go. Welcome back, ladies and gents, and welcome to the Southeast Asia Championship of the PMPL Season 4, which is brought to you by Tencent Games, Pubg Corporation, Lightspeed, and Quantum Studios. But before we introduce ourselves, we're gonna put the formalities aside. None of them, PUBGMOBILE, thank you so much, because without them, and also co-organized by VSPN, none of this gonna happen at all. But not forgetting our official smartphone partner Xiaomi. Well, challenge your boundaries with Redmi Note 10 series, always going for more. What's more, it's gonna be our official media partner Esports Fight Club, where you can get exclusive rewards. Just join in and sign up. You can get so many things. Just watch your live PMPL South Asia Season 4 here, and also our official media partner WeTV. It's gonna be always more and more things to watch, and every content you can think about is gonna be in there for any dramas, any series, any whatever it is. Just download it on your on App Store, on Google Play, or whatever you are on platform. It's gonna be there as well. And sorry, and we will be your hosts for today. Also your casters here. I'm gonna be Choo Gaming. This is gonna be Sir Cloud.
Wow, thank you so much for the introduction, and I can't wait to get things going, because this is going to be the first time ever that we see a C championship with a league format, so it's going to be really different.
We're gonna see a C.
I know, right?
So lame.
Well, it is the start of the day, right? So you have to bear with us, ladies and gentlemen, because expect more of this in the coming few hours, I guess.
Yeah, buckle up. And also, just for you guys too, we actually happily to be here with you guys, and I'm happy to see you physically, but the PMPL Season 4 itself is held in closed door and under very strict, I assure you, very strict safety protocols. We have to go through so many things just to be here, but we will not disappoint you. Hopefully you guys are staying indoors as well, and stay safe, because we're down to the last minute of everything else, and hopefully one day we can get everything offline events or on-site again, because we miss seeing you guys in person.
Yeah, I'm sure we're working towards that, so we'll get there someday.
Very close.
Yeah, very close, and I see the numbers across Southeast Asia. It's getting lesser and lesser. We're flattening the curve, so let's continue to do our part. Make sure you don't need to go out, chill, stay at home and enjoy the PMPL. And of course, this is our schedule throughout the PMPLC Championship.
Yep, the schedule where you don't need to be outside. Be sure to jot down all the dates below. It's going to be starting from today, which going to be the 12th of October, and we're going to have the week 1 day to tomorrow. Then we're going to jump 3 days of Super Weekend for 3 continuous weeks. Now we're down to 5th, 6th, and 7th of November for the finals. So it's not really that much of gap in between for these guys to prepare for the finals, but it's going to be a marathon of 3 weeks for all the 20 teams out there.
I know, right? So some countries, PMPL, they used to seeing this, right? Not having any gap towards the grand finals, but some countries, they had like a 1 week gap. So it depends on which country that you're watching before this. But now when it comes to the C Championship, it's a line that's going to be 4 weeks of non-stop action for all of us. So even for our teams, they only have like 4 days of break before they go on to the grand final. It's going to be super interesting. But here's our format here, ladies and gents.
Yeah, but a bit confusing for us at first, but when you read it through, you're going to get it right. 4 teams, which are going to be GD, DX, Infinity, and Team Secret qualified themselves already for the PMGC based on the accumulated points from Season 3 down to Season 4 for the top one of each of the regions. So another 4 teams, if I'm not mistaken, will be joining in for the PMGC afterwards.
Yeah, so 4 teams from the grand finals will move on to the PMGC, joining together with GD, GIDS, together with DX, Infinity, as well as Team Secret. So there will be 8 slots, in other words, coming from the C region. Yes, 8 slots moving on to the PMGC. Of course, there could be a unique format for PMGC, but we're not going to spoil that for now. Let's put our focus onto the C Championship. And here's, of course, I can say this, right?
You can say it.
Yeah, these are the Mola.
Here comes a 200 lion share, 200,000 of total prize pool for those actually just need some motivation. Here's what they're fighting for. But for the point systems, they're going to be the same O. For the chicken dinner, or the first placement will take away 15 points. We're going to reduce it a bit more on second place with 12 points. Third is going to be 10 points. Fourth, 8 points, and reduce 2 and just deduct all 2 points down to the 8 to 12 place. Will get themselves 1 point. But 13 to 16, nil, nothing, 0 for the elimination points. It will be the same, 1 elimination for 1 point.
Yeah, so this has been here since Season 2. I'm sure everyone's now very familiar with this. Even the teams also, they're very familiar with it. They've adapted. And talking about adaptation, because of adaptation, they have reached this stage of the tournament, and these are our participating teams.
Here comes the groups. I think the groups is actually the most important one because we've mentioned this before. We're gonna rediscuss it later. But here comes the group A, R, Q, VGM, VPE, and MSC. In Group A, Group B, we have Axis, EVOS, BN, and 2E or Eagle Esports. FaZe coming up from Group C, Onyx, Team Secret, and Young Galacticons.
And followed by Group D, we have DX or D Xavier, we have Gig Fam, we have APG Esports, Bigatron Red Aliens, Infinity in Group E together with GDGIDS, and we have NFT Esports together with 4 rivals. So these are the 5 groups, and we're going to play a round robin match throughout today, so everyone will have their opportunity to shine. But to you, Chichu, which is your group of death?
Oh, we mentioned this before, right? But so the teams that kind of been grouped up in the Infinity is going to be having a hard fight. Same goes for those coming up from Group D. So these 2 groups might be one of the toughest. But I have to say, of all the groups being divided upon, it's kind of balanced out a bit. But from C onwards, C, D, and E, that's going to be a tough 3 groups to fight against.
I have a feeling that Group D is somewhat the group of death because you got DX and then you have a Gig Fam who had a comeback story and all that. But let's see if that's going to happen later on. Now, today's matches, we're going to go into Erangel. After this is our first game, followed by Miramar, Miramar, and we end the day with Erangel. So there will not be any Sandhawk being played, not only today but also tomorrow. So for weekdays, it's going to be the same format as most of the PMPLs.
Well, it's going to be Erangel and Miramar the entire season of the South Asia this time. So these guys have to really buckle up a bit because it's going to be a lot of team fights between these 2 maps. And we do know that these are one of the most favorite maps for all the players out there. But what's more interesting, we have a bit of twisted, something interesting for you guys actually want to wait. And I cannot wait to see Vikendi again. No, hey, it's Vikendi. Hey, we miss you, bro.
It's Vikendi. It's been a while though.
It's
Not-
too much. It's too long.
Yeah, it's back at 8 October. It's already in the game though. So other than that, there's Runic Power, Survive Q Dawn, and there's Payload 2.0, and the ever famous mode, Infection mode. We wouldn't mind seeing this as a show match, right, Chichu?
No, definitely. We mentioned this before, like behind the scenes, and I do mention this to Cloud that if only we get to see the Infection mode as a show match between any KOLs or celebrities and the pro players, and they're screaming against not against the enemies of the other teams, but against the other zombies, a bit chasing them around the corner. But up to November 15, you guys can have a bit of unlock. A bit of interesting events and modes for you guys to have fun with your families and even friends.
Yeah, so lots of that happening in game. So in case you miss out on all that, do log on in game. And this is our predictions and
I do want to see about
Okay.
your thoughts first. Why did you pick Infinity in the first place?
okay, so they were super consistent from last season.
Hey, don't get my point in your talk as well.
Wait a second, what? Come on. We didn't discuss about that, right? But anyway, who can deny their consistency from last season? They were the champions of Southeast Asia for last season. And this season, they dominated the league in Thailand. They were also the champions in the finals in Thailand as well. And during the league, they had like a more than 100-ish point gap. The only team like to get 600 points in Thailand among the PMPL teams. So Infinity is, what's their limit now? It's Infinity.
No, that's pretty true. But the thing is, sometimes he get to jinx some of the teams that he's been rooting for. So Infinity, good luck with the jinx coming up from Sir Cloud. But I have to agree, based on their performance for the entire season 4 itself, not just the season 3. Yes, they were the champions. Are they still going to reigning over the championship again? Because based on their performance season 4 only, they are not slowing down at all. I'm talking about them being consistently performing in the entire league of how many weeks back then, and they're still at #1 spot. And even in the grand finals, that's kind of hard to maintain actually, to get the entire league of marathon and then sprint into the grand final, still maintain #1. Can they still maintain it when it comes to South Asia? Because it's totally a different game out here.
Yeah, can they? But we only have the stats currently that shows that what's their performance is, right? And they're the only team in Southeast Asia to gather all the major awards. Even the next closest one, I would say, is D Xavier. They got most of it, but they didn't get the Vietnam finals.
Yeah.
So other than that, they got it, including a ticket to PMGC. So Infinity, based on stats-wise, they are on top. It's going to be hard to deny them at this point. If anyone were to say that, oh no, Infinity is not going to make it, man, I like to hear it from that person.
Oh, you cannot deny when they are one of the best, and I have to say they might just be one of the best in the world if they can prove them in the South Asia as a start first. But we have to consider, yes, the Vietnamese and also the teams coming up from Thailand regions are really growing up super strong, very progressive. At the same time, their growth spurt is like, we cannot even catch up now. But when it comes to the Indonesian and Malaysian teams, do you have any specific thoughts about these two regions?
Well, Indonesian and Malaysian teams. So on Indonesia's side, there's been ups and downs for the teams, right? So it's a little bit inconsistent. Previous world champions like Bigatron Red Aliens, they were used to be the teams that people fear the most. But during the league, they didn't particularly do that well. They still qualified to the grand finals. In the grand finals, they kind of scraped through, like the third place. So it's not what we're used to seeing like Bigatron Red Aliens. We're used to seeing them just on top and like beating everyone, but they kind of scraped through into the C championship. So it's ups and downs. I think it's a new revolution or some evolution happening in Indonesia.
Same goes for Malaysia, but what I sense through all the teams and on every single region that we mentioned before, there's sort of they are the saying that the veterans are more experienced and henceforth they are more valuable asset towards a team. But this is where PUBG Mobile steps in, saying that that might not just be true, because most of the teams that are being pushed down these days are the teams that are quite veteran back in the first season of PNCO, way PMPL even existed back in the days. But the problem right now is, can they really implement the experience towards the upcoming match later on? Because what we're looking right now, they are pretty much kind of cocooning themselves in their own experience, still in the mindset of back then, not the present, not the now. So they need to move forward. They need to, adapt to it. So what we're looking at, if we compare back then, now, and the present, which we're looking at the region of Vietnam. Okay, I won't mention the Thailand. The Thais are pretty much since then until now, they're still, growing at a very, very fast rate. But when it comes to the Vietnam region, they are very different. When you look back in the days, they are not as aggressive as they are today, and they are more confident based on their strategy and how they rotated throughout the entire map.
Yeah, I totally agree with that. I think the region that changed the most is Vietnam, and one of the things that they've shown throughout their PMPL is that in most other regions, we see like in Sandhawk, for example, it's starting to be a healing game. But in Vietnam, despite they're known as the passive gameplay, but they still play their normal ways of playing aggressive. They still play differently, which is this time they play more aggressively, and they've shown that in their Sandhawk games and also in their regular other maps as well. So I think the country that changed the most is definitely Vietnam. Like what you mentioned as well, Thailand has always been that good. Like Thailand is like that region that's like, if it's not broken, you don't fix it.
It's not even broken to start with,
Yeah.
so there's nothing to be fixed about. But the thing about, I have to mention about the Malaysian and also the Indonesian teams, they need to work on something, and something seems to be a bit off from my perspective. I want to say it out loud, but I have to say it anyway because I feel like it's a bit of a downgrade if you compare it to the previous seasons. Yep, I'm really glad the fact that they're removing Sandhawk for this South Asia Championship, because that's where the healing games used to be in Vikendi in those days, and Sandhawk is supposed to be one of the maps where everybody just get aggressive, get more tailing points every single match. But these days, the Sandhawk is not how it used to be. And the fact that Erangel and Miramar, there's no way you can play the healing game in these two maps, because like it or not, well, Erangel is always the classical map, and Miramar is such an open, vast map that nobody can actually hide way too long. And like it or not, you have to get the terrain right and always get the highest point, because it will be the biggest advantage for the team itself.
Yeah, not to mention that the zone damage as well is it's just nice, right? Like you can be in there but not for too long, and you cannot play the healing game, so it's excellent. Like what you say, I kind of like if Sandhawk maybe they buff up it's somehow buffed up on the zone damage. I think they'll be just nice just to avoid people playing that healing, because come on, let's admit it, as viewers we'd like to see more action, right?
And that's kind of true, because when we compare Sandhawk, I really dislike Sandhawk being played very, very passively and conservatively, like just playing healing games all over the place. And it's not as, basically just so everybody picks up healing and mat kits and everything else for the utilities later on just to play it at the back line instead of going towards the front line. This is where every single mechanics learned by all these players who will be performed in this particular day, starting from today here on. But the thing is, if you're playing a healing game, there's nothing mechanics about it. Just basically pressing the same button all over again. Just, keep on bandaging your hand, making sure that your head doesn't bleed out while bandaging your hand. I don't know how it works in real life, but it doesn't work like that, okay? But when it comes to Miramar and Erangel, it's a totally different story. Like we mentioned, the zone itself is balanced out. The map itself is huge. The land is so many places to work on for these players. Plus, they need to rotate. When it comes to the first day and the first week, it's really important for the teams to make a statement for the other teams out there, because if they can dominate certain territories, they can dominate the entire league and the entire season for the South Asia Championship here.
Yeah, but of course, good thing is that's where we did discuss about this, that Sandhawk is not going to be played during the weekdays. Yeah. So it's going to be interesting that we're going to see only 2 maps, and it's going to be interesting as well for the teams, because it allows them to learn faster, because you only have 2 maps to learn. Like how other teams move, how they adapt, and so on.
And also, there's no more auto aiming or aim assist at this time, so it's going to be really tough for the players to aim. We've seen this before. When there's aim assist back then, some shots that's really in the furthest distance possible is being brought out by the players. But when you switch off this aim assist, the players prefer to be in the middle to short distance or CQC, more towards the close quarter combats than the long distance shots, because it's kind of hard to land those shots when you are actually in such a, you know, pretty much with M416 in a very long distance. No matter how many scopes you have, unless if you get yourself a sniper rifle or AWM, that might just work.
Yeah, it's just like long distance relationship, you know. Sometimes it's a bit difficult.
Yep,
Yeah.
there you go.
so-
He's gonna. Here we go again.
No,
There we go again, guys.
I'm just putting a real life example. I'm just saying, right? I mean, it's relatable, right? Right.
No,
Right.
not really
No?
for my for
Oh,
my
okay.
case, no.
Yeah,
So
okay,
I
yeah.
just hit this guy's DMs, guys, because you guys can search SirCloud in any social media platform. He really needs extra than friend zone. Yeah,
Oh,
something extra than friend zone. He really needs it.
Yeah, someone's going to give me the blue zone then. So, yeah, and I'll be booted out into the lobby, unfortunately. You're out now. Yeah.
The door is that way, by the way.
The door's been sealed up, though, by the way.
Okay, we do know we are talking quite a lot, but we're waiting for the green light for the games to happen, and commencing for the Key of Legacy will be the one that's actually getting themselves the momentum in the very first day. Who will hold the keys to the new Legacy of South Asia Championship? Because we are looking at a different revolution of PUBG Mobile these days, that nobody is actually sure enough to get themselves that #1 spot. It's anybody's game for now.
Yeah, it's going to be anybody's game, so we're going to see the game shortly, I guess.
Is this a game? Is this a game? So this is the game. So we kind of missed a flight path just now in case we haven't got any clue about the net circle as well, but this is going to be the mystery for you guys to figure it out. Just comment in this comment section below. Do tell us, where do you think the flight path is, or even was? And now, where would the circle be? Because right now we're looking at Bigatron Reed Allen, so succeed really into his phones. If you look at the cameras, players cam, and they are moving in a duo, and they lost Luxy in the first place. So the other twin has been booted back to the lobby.
Yeah, it's interesting to see that Yuhai is not starting just yet.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, so if we did remember in the PMPL Indonesia, Yuhai only played day 1 or 2, I don't remember, but definitely not on day 3. So now that for game #1 today, he's not starting it, I guess they just wanted the momentum going. So maybe when the right time comes, we'll see Yuhai play.
Well, like we mentioned, the first day is always one of the most important day for the entire tournament, because that's where you mark your territories. On the side of just now, we saw APG Esports coming out from Cambodia. They are the teams that coming out from the PMCL wild card. They got themselves a first place, and RRQ Ryu coming out from Indonesia. So everybody seems to me are not clashing that much when it comes to getting their drop spot first. But the usual PUBG Mobile is going to be you dropping from the air, and then just get and upgrade your loot and build it up from the teams and just move. That's how PUBG Mobile works. It's always about the survivability.
Exactly. So we did see we did see that some teams actually lost some team members early on. So Bigatron Red Island is one of them. I can't wait to see who are the other teams. They're curious to find out. And it is the first match, the first map, right? So sometimes like they're still trying to fight for drop spots. That's still possible as well. So for example, like Axis Red 1 as well as Infinity, both of them favor military base. That was the last, at least, that we know of. And I think there were a lot of scrims that happened between them, but most of them were closed-door scrims. So we don't really get that much information. But the last that we know of was military base is going to be a hotspot. Not too sure what's the current status, but we'll find out later on. EVOS Reborn, we have to welcome them back into the Pro League.
True, and I'm loving the funkiness of the music, because, you know, maybe it's like still leisure time for these guys, so the music's still playing in the background, so it's like, you know, just take your time to loot it, buddy. But back to it, the bridge camping, we have BN coming up from Vietnam, BN United waiting for the victim to cross over, but I don't think there's anybody anytime soon, so BN are one of the teams that's dropping on the Sunovska military base, and based off this circle only, there's a possibility we might end up a circle on the around Gatka region or Pochinki, or even might be the other side. So we have to wait and see later on where the circle will actually be shown to us. While we're all waiting, we're gonna look all the other teams that are still rotating. Some of them already looted quite a lot, fancy themselves a level 2 gears for Axis. Red 1, and we're looking at RQ Ryu might have to pick up the challenge against D Xavier, but I don't think D Xavier wants to take up the challenge just yet. They're just passing by.
Yep, not just yet, not just yet. But RQ Ryu, they just want to put up some dominance, assert some dominance. But okay, so here's the graphic here. Yangon Galacticos, V Gaming from Vietnam, and Bigtron Red Aliens, each one lost 1. But the interesting part is that Onyx, they got 1 point, so Yangon Galacticos 1 point, V Gaming 1 point. So probably fought against each other, and then when they lost the fight, or when they drew the fight, they just leave wherever they fought.
Yeah, possibly just gonna, I don't know, try to snatch away a couple of drought spots there. But mind you, here comes VPE and VGM. So the V's gonna fight each other. Vampire fighting against VGM. There you go, Tom trying to connect the dots, but there's one member of the Vampire Esports being left behind here, Flukef. He's going to be okay with the buggy going on. He got only 1 mech kit though. That's not a good sign, and I think he needs to work on something because they still have members of VGM coming up from behind, telling him really closely and not letting him off the hook just yet. So Chua, is he really going for the elimination or not? Oh, he's making a big U-turn. He's saying that it might not just be worth it. It's way too early into the phase 1 just yet.
Yeah, it's still early though. Now we just moved into phase number 2, and I guess this is the area of Pachinki, if I'm not mistaken. Yeah, it's Pachinki. So we can see it's 1,000. Okay, so it's on the right side now. The circle, most of them are already in it, and there are not many teams. Actually, no teams on the right side of the circle.
Oh, that's a good sign for those coming out from that side, which is none. All the bad news coming out from the western side. DX Lamborghini taking on 1. They're getting themselves 1 elimination points here. 1 more person out. Where are the rest of the teams? Nobody's giving any extra hands, and they got themselves 3 elimination points. And it's going to be a good day for them, and trying to park themselves here a bit more is going to be them and them only. Nobody's actually getting that compound out of their hands just yet.
It's going to be a mansion being taken down by DX at this moment, so D Xavier. D Xavier in Vietnam, they were the league champions. They got 2nd place in the grand
Yeah, I
finals.
like that pizza gun skin just now. It's pretty cool.
Oh yeah, it made me hungry as well. But
Okay, do they actually make pizza skin over that gun? No.
I haven't seen one of that, but that's a good idea though.
Yeah, definitely. Imagine like that makes us even more hungry. But back towards the game we go. FaZe Clan going in a parallel way with Team Secret now. They're very close by around Yasnaya, both going towards maybe around Milta or Shelter area. But will they clash? That's the bigger question. They might just be, because Jumper is not known to be standing down at all. There you go. He jumps down, trying to take a fight against Kopai. Isn't there quite a distance between these 2 teams? But we do have Kit landing down as well. He docked himself, but Kit, will they jump back towards their own buggies or not? Now FaZe, thinking about it quite long, Kopai. Oh, they're just going to build it.
Yeah, because I don't think it's an advantage to Team Secret. Yeah, they're playing by the ledge, but it's more of a defensive position than an offensive position. So considering that that FaZe Clan had a compound, it's not a good idea for them to actually try onto FaZe Clan. Plus, it is the 2nd circle. There's a possibility that the circle would move away from them. And when they talk about the no one is actually taking the right side of the circle, Axis Red 1 with their long rotations, this is a common thing for them to do.
But the thing is, we're looking at possibly Lipovka will be one war commencing very soon, because Team Secret and Axis might just bump into each other based on their direction of moving their vehicles just now. Now Voki just taking a fueling moment, while Vampire Esports just now, they trying to fight against VGM, but they parked themselves right at the outer circle. Now this never can be wrong whether you play inner or outer circle. It has been a debate for over a century, but it's never wrong. Whatever needs to be surviving for the teams, whatever you can do to survive, it's always right.
Yeah, just like what EVOS Reborn, right? So they are reborn back into the Pro League. They missed out on the PMPL Indonesia because they did not get enough points in Season 3. But because they got 2nd place in the C Finals in Season 3, they got a direct ticket into the C today. So they had a good break, a good long break, not needing to play the PMPL Indonesia. So it's going to be interesting to see how they actually start off their game again today.
That's kind of true. The thing is, it might be good and bad about taking too much long of a break. You know, you need that motivation, the drive going on, and that's the perks of having continuous fight like Voki going against the teams. Yeah. And Axis, they thought they are alone, but not anymore. We have two teams coming by. It's going to be FaZe dropping by as well. Eagles, Esports, Namchin finish off straight away. Voki not even having a breather. FaZe Clan, will they drop by as a third party? Axis, they're just going to go and build this one. Heinu is in a really tough position. He needs to really go for this engagement, but can he just zigzag himself away? That's really a close call, but Kacang Susu getting on FaZe. They bomb into MR5, get back a trade 1-1 to teams. The team's actually really losing this time. It's going to be the FaZe Clan.
Yeah, at the same time, we saw that the elimination feed went on as well. So Team Secret, they managed to get one elimination point. I believe it was Jumper securing one elimination point, and the circle moves to the right side. Axis Red One together with FaZe Clan, they are both in Lipovka. So Gig Fam with their usual rotation from the northern side, from Jogopu to the northern side down to the other side. So it's their usual stuff that we can see them doing coming in a little bit later into the circle. I believe they may go towards the right side as well.
But the thing I saw just now, Team Secret made a big U-turn. They actually can drop by Lipovka, but they want to secure about the positioning first, so they make a big U-turn back towards on the northern side. Those come out from the southern is going to be Vampire Esports, so they're playing it very safe. Same goes for Bigtron Ray Aliens. Now they want to gatekeep this one just on the outskirts, but can they hold it enough? Because I think there's more than just one team. We don't see the circle that much. We don't see the map that much. But hopefully there's enough information for all the players to know who are they fighting against. Example here, MSC. Count from the team itself. Chonburi, the fourth in the country finals of the Thai Season 4 here. Might have to go against two teams at a time. The wild card is there as well. Team Secret, they got themselves one elimination point, like you mentioned before. It's going to be Jumpers for that one elimination point. But it's all about timing now. The first one to shoot out will exploit their position, and that will be another third party coming up in between.
Yeah, plus everyone's starting to get close with each other, right? So you have to be careful of if you take one down or if you rush, you have to be careful of your backs. So just like, for example, like what we can see on screen here, EVOS Reborn together with RRQ Rio, they're very close by, they're so close with each other that something like that can happen. And talking about EVOS Reborn, so here's a fun fact here. So that coach, Sinyu, he has this favorite tagline that I find really, really interesting. He always says, whenever he ends his sentence, he'll give his pep talk, and he ends his sentence, he always say, don't forget to pray. Don't forget to pray.
Yeah, that's what they've been doing for RRQ right now. They are praying not to be pinned down because one of them just jumped out their vehicle. Voldemort needs to be saved, but I'm not sure what is happening. He's been dragged by his own mate just now for RRQ Ryu. That's not a good sign. They really need to be praying more here because they are quite out in the open. We have Onyx firing against. There's so many Indonesian teams at the same spot, just on the outskirts of mention. We have EVOS Reborn planting themselves where RRQ Ryu is right across them. Bigatron Ray Aliens is there as well. Zuxti, the other half of the twin, is now in the need of help. Well, they already lost Luxi quite early in the game. They need to save another twin there, or they might just have to sacrifice him. Now, in the ditch for EVOS Reborn, a couple of fires being shot here. MSC taking a fight against D Savior.
Yep, and this is MS Chonburi here. Together with the elimination P, we can see that iShots managed to get a long-range knockdown, I believe, somewhere else. And Team Secret just putting pressure onto DX. DX still making that rotation, trying to find their next checkpoint, but they're not too sure where to land themselves just yet. Onyx will be knocked down by Ryzen. I believe that's another long-range shot, but Matoy is going to prep up the nade. It's going to toss out to the other side. Will it land on the Jasper? Jasper is closest to trouble at Jasper with 10% health left. Matoy going to press out another nade, and here we have it, but it will not land on the Jasper.
really good game sense coming out from the Chonburi. Now Jasper will build this one out on trying to go for Matoy instead, giving off the pressure, try to trade things off. But if they're not careful, there's more than only 2 teams here. There's one more team behind them, and none of them are trying to participate just yet. Matoy being clipped quite a lot behind. Plays and finish off most of the Onyx players here while they are rotating. At the same time, they're being pressured by those actually gatekeeping in front. For Team Secret, they have to fight this through. They have to cut across. Team coming up from the Chonburi, MS Chonburi Pond. That was really close. While Bigatron being pressured quite hard coming up from Onyx. Look at that tap coming up from Mini 14. But he needs to move. The blue is shrinking even furthermore.
Oh yeah, they're not in the circle just yet, but the nade coming in from, oh my goodness, will it land onto Zaxi? No, okay, that's a smoke, I believe. But then again, the zone has arrived. Zone is going to say hello. Sambe is going to finish him out. And Bigatron Red Aliens. Oh my goodness. The former world champions, the first one to be out.
Nobody is comfortable at this rate. MSC now back to VGM versus FaZe. Jasper taking down on Matoy. VGM getting down on FaZe Clan. FaZe Clan, no matter where they go, there's always somebody shooting against them. Chonburi, Jasper trying to circle it out. They're trying to corner the rest of Team Secret. Well, they have to sacrifice one or more and maybe Pop finish the job. There you go. Another team eliminated just now is going to be FaZe alongside with Team Secret at 14.
Wow, so 3 big teams already out, and now Onyx being the next one out at 13th place. 4 elimination points for them though, but the firepower is not stopping yet. Now we have EVOS Reborn, Microboy shooting onto the other side. Microboy still alive now. The nade will be tossed out by KF onto KF as well. KF will dodge those nades, but they need to fight against RRQ. Real into the zone, 20 more seconds to go.
Yeah, time's ticking. The real enemy is the time, and the MVP is always going to be the blue. Look at the nades being connected so far. Right in the face just now. Need to build it out. RRQ needs to find a way, a loophole where the formation can cut across EVOS Reborn here. And Lysak is bleeding out behind them. Now repair from RRQ Ryu trying to look at one member. As long as they can take one more knockdown, would be more than enough for EVOS Reborn to push across them. But the blue is shrinking in. They don't have much time. And more just going to take the vehicle and just build everything else. And whoever in the vehicle right now will have a tough time to run against EVOS Reborn. In the meantime, they need to go against the blue if they're staying this way too long. There goes EVOS Reborn wiping out the whole team down.
And EVOS Reborn now, they still maintain 2 team members, but they need to find a way into the zone. Everyone's starting to get close to each other. Now we're down to the 5th circle. And at the same time, we can see that Axis Red One will be out. 11 place, 1 elimination point for them. Gig Fam representing Malaysia, still with a full squad. And they are in a somewhat comfortable position.
2 elimination points so far. Very comfortable at this rate, but all they need to do is just holding on much longer. Vampire Esports, one of the teams that has been moving quite a lot since the first phase of the game. Now they might just have to take the fight against these and ram in, knocking on Heaven's door. Straight down, Rabies being just ran over. That's quite brutal, ending up like that. Lamborghini trying to hold his fort here, but can he manage it solo, alone in the house? Lamborghini, he can walk around those walls all right.
Well, frankly speaking, Frankie needs to go out and help him. But can he actually do it? Because he don't know where the positioning of his opponents are. Vampire Esports, they're trying to take over this location, but the nade coming in from Stone. Oh, wait a second, that nade. Wait, there was a self-nade there. What? What just happened, Stone? Did you just turn into Stone and then move?
I think the name speaks itself at that moment. Pretty much at it. But Eagle Esports, I'm surprised they're not participating in this at all. This is one of the moments that they can be the third party, but they're not taking it towards their advantage. They've been sitting this very quiet. Well, they have the advantage of the higher grounds. Well, we're looking at only 8 teams left in such a short amount of time. Vampire still fighting their way to cut across. They managed to get on the trade between the Xavier just now, but not a trade at all. It's a clean elimination points come out for them, but quite a huge hurt coming out from the economy side, so they need to reassess themselves, but they Molotov finish off Stone straight away. Oh no, this is just going downhill for them.
but one molly to take 2 down. And Gig Fam from Malaysia, they are still in this. And at the same time, we can see that Stress will be taken out. So it's now down to, there's still 4 more team members from 2E. The Eagles are still in this, but DX is not yet fully out at 8th place. 2 elimination points for them.
Is going down quite fast. Now Grenade eliminated down on the Vampire side. So Vampire having their claws on towards all the victims, but can they make it up for the higher grounds? Because the Blues got hurt this time. MSC, the Chonburi pops again. He's taking down one of the Angkos players. APG Esports struggles to keep the boat afloat, while Eagle Esports, they've been too quiet on top of the hill, now down to climbing down their horses here. Vampire's Ravenclaw shredded almost his vest, but he's crawling himself towards the center of a circle. Not many teams inside. We have BN at the edge of it as well, playing alongside the hill. And now only 6 teams left. Make it 5.
Yeah, make that 5 because EVOS Reborn is out at 6th place, 2 elimination points for them. And BN United, they still have a full squad as well. But where will Namchin go? Namchin will need to defend his location now. BN will need to make that move. BN is still on the lower ground. One has been knocked down. Whitecat is now down. Whitecat will need to be picked up. But who will go on to Whitecat? They don't need to go for the aggressive move, but BN will need to find a way. Right in front of them, the Eagles are waiting.
I think BN just now really can get a good move, but they are a bit second too late because Whitecat being knocked down kind of stopped them from moving forward. So they kind of have to reverse their vehicle for a bit late when it comes to rotation. If only they moved that same position where they were at 2 seconds before, it would be a different story. Now Eagles quite out in the open. The Chonburi is firing against Eagles in the middle of an open field. Well, we have still Gig Fam on the other side, 4 members still, and they might just have this advantage. Same goes for BN having the boatman on that side as well.
Oh, Zunos now will start to make that move. They still have vehicles on their side. And now we can see that BN, they still have a full squad. Gigman had a full squad as well. QB with the ghillie suit, with the long range coming in. They still have a lot of space for them to play. But let's see where the next circle will end up in. BN is down in the circle, but the circle looks like it will favor onto MS Chonburi.
Now back towards the circle we go. For now, they're holding it, but can they hold it long enough? Gig Fam showing all their fangs. The Gigs always a fam, and now the Gigs are pushing forward slowly. They're getting themselves a couple of elimination points, but can they march forward? Do they have enough smoke? Pop making a huge work from the back line. Pop keep popping everywhere, and he's making sure he get more points than they anticipated. BN on the other hand, they got 4 men just now down to 3. Make it maybe 2 if the circle gonna shrink any further. Now 10 seconds to go.
Yeah, 10 more seconds, and BN, they don't have the circle. The Eagles are out. 5th place, 6 elimination points for them. Silence out with the long range shot coming in onto the other side. Managed to explode a vehicle, but Flugcap gets to knock down with the long range coming in from Flugcap. Damn rude will take that one for himself. Flugcap will be out. That means the Vampires will be out at 4th place, 7 elimination points for them.
Oh, Gig Fam got themselves that circle. MSC, the Chonburis got themselves that circle as well. They are moving sideways here. Well, Gig Fam having the higher grounds, MSC or MS Chonburi need to figure things out. How to get where they were at for Gig Fam. It's kind of hard for them to land a vision at this point of view. While Gig Fam can get them quite a huge field to see whatever they need to see. So it's down to 2 teams. MSC down to 3 men. Managed to keep Pop alive for now. Well, it's going to be 4v3. Gig Fam seems to me having a huge advantage, but one mistake, one slip, is going to be the end for the whole team.
Oh, but just look at that Juju snipes this first QB. They're going to go in for the flanks. If they can make it, they could probably take down 2, at least from MS Chonburi. And they're going to reach there, and just the spray coming in now, and going to get 1 down. No, that's nice. Will be the first one to go down, but MS Chonburi, 1 will be taken out as well. That's 1 more for the side of MS Chonburi. He's still alive, but he can still pick up his teammate. But again, his teammate's now down to 40% health. There's still 1 more from MS Chonburi from behind. The long range spray coming in from Gig Fam. Will it land? Yes, it will, but it will not be enough to take him down just yet. But yes, he will go down.
Oh, now QB and the rest of Gig Fam need to move forward. The first chicken dinner for today. The Malaysian teams playing very smart, ingenious positioning, I have to say. And they got themselves sealed off with 7 elimination points. Gig Fam got themselves that chicken, but Chonburi, look at elimination points is not that small volume as well. We sum it up almost the same, but a bit extra point for the MSC. The MS Chonburi meant to secure 1 point difference between these two teams.
Their account in the C Championship for the league for this season.
Quite strong, very strong.
Very, very strong indeed. What a good rotation as well, coming in from the northern side and coming in a bit later, and it paid off for them.
Volume as well. We sum it up almost the same, but a bit extra point for the MSC. The MS Chonburi meant to secure 1 point difference between these two teams.
Their account
Containers
in the
for the
C
players. We get to see the players
for the
move
league
just now.
for this
See the
season.
players camp, but there's going to be
very,
the
very strong
players that
indeed. What a good
really
rotation as well, coming in
contribute
from the northern
almost
side
every single
and,
thing in
coming
the
in a
fight
bit
just now.
later, and it
Snipes,
paid off for them.
second volume as well. We sum it up almost the same, but a bit extra point for the MSC. The MS Chonburi meant to secure 1 point difference between these two teams. Containers for the players. The last minute players just now. See the players camp, but there's going to be the players that really contribute almost every single thing in the fight just now. Snipes, second volume as well. We sum it up almost the same, but a bit extra point for the MS.
Open up where MS Chonburi was at, and then from then onwards his teammates follow up.
Match got themselves the chicken in a Southeast Asia Championship, and I hope they got the momentum, keep on rolling it till the end of the day, because sometimes the problem with some teams, if you notice, they are pretty motivated or being driven out for whatever they are chasing for in the first week, and then they kind of slowing down it a bit in the middle of the league itself. So hopefully they keep themselves up there, but that's the hardest part, isn't it? To be consistent all the way.
Yeah, consistency is always the toughest thing to do, but at least the objective for the weekday is to be in the top 16. And if we look at all the country PMPLs, historically, if you get a chicken dinner, your chances of actually moving into the Super Weekend is actually, no one has actually failed before, as long as they got the chicken dinner. That's based on historically. So maybe, I'm not saying that GigFam is safe yet, but it's a good start for GigFam, and this should give them the motivation to do better.
That's definitely true. Same goes for the teams like Chonburi themselves, got quite a hectic amount of elimination points, almost the same as GigFam. So they got themselves quite a good confidence to work with in the start of the day number 1 of the PMPL South Asia Championship. But that was a wrangle. We're going to go for Mirama next. But what's more important, that was quite an uncommon circle, isn't it? We don't see a lot of Lipovka circle, but it didn't end up on top of Lipovka, just on the outskirts of it. I think it's around Shelter and Lipovka in between there at the junction of the road, where it's kind of hard to predict there in the first place. That's why it's kind of troublesome for the players and the teams to actually get there in the first place. If you're late, then you really have to bow down quite early. The thing is always safest to play alongside the circle.
Yeah, so play alongside the circle is not that bad as well. Yeah, sometimes we'll argue like, okay, should we play in the middle of the circle? Should we play by the side? Actually, there's no right and wrong to that answer. It's just that what your flavor, what are you comfortable with? And GigFam, they're the type that are comfortable playing by the side of the circle. They rotate a bit later. It paid off for them because they're doing what they're comfortable with.
Yeah, since they're regionals, championship, I've seen how Gig Fam plays is always making sure that they are moving towards a direction where they don't have to worry what's on the backside. So they always play alongside the circle, but really at the edge of it. So they know nobody's coming up from behind, and the teams that they have to watch out for, it's going to be on their right, left, or even at the one in front. So that's it. They don't have to have extra worries or extra burden. Unnecessary stuff don't need to be done, like scouting over that's actually coming up from behind. The thing about when you're playing in the center of a circle, yes, you can hold on to the circle as long as you need to, but the problem is problems coming up from every single angles possible, right, left, center, everywhere. So you have to watch out for every single angle there is. So that's going to be a lot of unnecessary scouting, a lot of time being wasted, but here comes our MVP himself.
Damn rude. Also the MVP, the FMVP for PMPL NYSG this season. The old guard of Gig Fam, I call him, because he's been with Gig Fam since season 1 until now. And the only one left really are the team members that I know, like 4-2, they have moved on to other places. But just look at this, 3 elimination points for him, longest elimination distance 101, 35% team contribution, and 638 damage, of course maximum survival time. The progression of Damroot since season 1 until now, and him being loyal to Gig Fam, has paid off so much.
I have to say he's one of the most important assets on Gig Fam itself. And the fact is, I've been talking to him like last week, we talked quite a lot, and he's a very, very nice person, a very shy person, and very polite, but he's not that polite in the game, isn't it? And down to the position and the match ranking just now, Chonburi's MS, Chonburi got himself 8 elimination points, but still not that far off from between Gig Fam, who just got himself 7 elimination points, but the placement points still them at number 1 spot here. While the rest of our teams, we have a Vampire just now, they tried to rotate being finished off straight away. Same goes for BN, caught in between. They were one of the teams having 4 men till the very last minute, but they wiped out quite early because they are quite stuck in between 3 or 4 teams in the last minute.
Yeah, so well, it was a bit tough for them as well because they didn't have the circle, right? And fun fact as well, if you look at MS Chonburi's logo, if you remember Team H2O from season 1, it's almost the same.
Yeah,
you kind of
like
think
sharks.
about that. Yeah,
You can never go wrong with sharks. You know, you look so intimidating.
Oh, really? I should
not
come with
you.
a shark suit next time. Oh, no, it doesn't work.
No,
Okay.
it doesn't work
Never
on
mind.
you. But sharks doesn't have any hair, so it might you can pull it off.
Okay.
Okay, back to
An idea for the finals, I'm just saying. But nevertheless, here we go. Head to head.
Between Dam, usually their friends call him Dam, but we're gonna say Damrude here if you guys want to, and Jasper. So Jasper just now got quite clipped with the grenade being tossed at him, but when it comes to damage output, it's almost similar between these 2 players. Very formidable players at a distance. We mentioned this before. Once the aim assist has been turned off, it's very hard for us to see something like 200 meters and above.
Yeah, it is. So how things have changed, right, throughout like just the last season until now. And looking at the overall elimination and damage, right, it's actually kind of not bad. Like it's quite balanced. So you have 9 for Vampire Esports, and it goes down by 1 to MS Chonburi with 8, and then followed by Gig Fam with 7. So you're like the 9, 8, 7, 6 with the Eagles.
Oh, we have 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1. So you have the whole package, right? You don't have like the 2 towers or something like that.
Oh, well, we do see a couple of towers here and there, but maybe a bit of average on the side of 4 to 6 elimination points. But sad first game for FaZe Clan here. They didn't work out quite right. Maybe they're just trying to study, but I'm not sure. But it's not working out right for FaZe Clan, getting themselves 0 points in the first game and not even damage output. They're being chased down quite a lot by some of the teams. But here comes the top 3 players for only the first match of today.
And we have Damroot followed by Namship with the most eliminations, and most knockout is Lamborghini with 4 elimination points. And I like how Namship poses. It's like, it's not your typical esports pose, right?
I wish it points towards downwards, like you're going down, bro.
Oh,
you're
like-
going down.
Like,
Yeah.
That's a good pose idea. Like, yeah.
But this one's like, I'm looking at you, I'm swagging, you know? No more boring esports pose.
Yeah, I know, right? Come on, Damroot. Come on, Lamborghini. Take time to find a new pose. Like, we learn from Namshit. It's cool.
Yeah, it's pretty cool. Hopefully it just points down a bit. But looking at the first match, they set the bars for the other players for the second match. Later will commence, but we're going to jump to another group that haven't been played before. And while the B group will be resting on the second match, it's going to be ACDE. So finally, the entrance coming out, the debut coming out for the Infinity. Can they withstand one of the titans? They're going to jump into the next match, which is going to be Mirama.
Yeah, it's going to be super interesting, right? So, I mean, it's the Infinity, the team that's...
And beyond.
And beyond, exactly. From last season to now, they have wiped every possible top title in their way. Champions everywhere, PMG slot, you name it, they got it.
But are they slowing their tempo or not? So some teams prefer to play quite slow and low profile for a bit in the first week, just to do a bit of a study based on the drop spot, based on the rotations of the other teams, and how to counter them and find their weakness points that they can actually figure out in just within few days or first few days of the first week. I don't say they shouldn't be messing with way too much, because we only have 2 days of weekdays and 3 days of the super weekend. So, well, like it or not, we have to know what's more, because we have our interviewer gonna pick out the brain, what they've been working and thinking on for the winners team just now. Take it away. I think it's gonna be Miss Tasha, the belated birthday girl with the Geek Fam.
Thank you so much to our legendary casters, Chuchu as well as Cloud. With me, I have APG's Captain Zero with me right now, fresh out of the first match from PMPL SEA just now. So, Zero, how are you feeling right now? This is your first match of the night. How has it been?
We feel like there's a lot of good teams that are playing this PMPL, so we will adapt to their strategy and make sure that we will perform good.
Okay, so just now was your first match, and then, you know, so because it's actually the first match, so no one really knows where everyone's dropping at. So what was the mindset you guys hopped into the first game with? Like, is it just kind of like drop everywhere and just see how it goes, or did you guys already have a strategy in mind?
We have a strategy in mind, but we are not playing it yet, and we just testing and see where it will go.
Okay, so what did you guys think of the first match just now?
It's very very hard to play because, you know, there are a very good team that are playing. So yeah.
Okay, so let's talk a little bit about your rotation just now. You guys did not do your strategy just yet. So where exactly did you land, and did you like your rotation?
We land near the prison area with a mansion, and we after we looted, we go to mansion and stay there, and the circle keep on close on us, and we stayed there.
I see. Okay, but the circle kept on going toward the east side. What did you think of such a weird circle so early?
I think it's competitive PUBG. We cannot predict where the circle goes, so you have to cross the finger and hope that the circle will will close on us.
All right, so right now, final question for you. What do you think their team has to improve on?
Our team will have to improve on communication and rotation a bit.
All right, thank you so much, Zero, for your awesome interview, and I'm looking forward to see you guys doing well again later. So for now, we're gonna go to the next segment, so I'll see you guys soon. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
All right, so right now we're gonna head on over to the recaps for the tonight's match, for actually our first match for tonight, which is actually a very interesting match to me, because usually for first games it's hard to predict what teams will be dropping where, and especially because we actually missed where exactly the flight path was. But if you look at the circle over here, where Geek Fam actually dropped was actually right smack dab over there, and they moved toward the left side, which is one thing that's really interesting about Geek Fam. Like if you were watching them over in the PMPL Malaysia, Singapore, the country league, what's really interesting about them, because like, you know, early side on top in terms of like their super weekdays, they didn't do so well, but out of nowhere though, on the weekend they just came out of nowhere, just grabbed first place. So what a lot of people are talking about Geek Fam is their rotations. If you saw how they came through from the side of Rozak there, they made it to the right smack in the middle of the circle near Nyaya Poliana, and then they moved outside to the right. And if you guys were watching just now as well, they were actually, despite their efforts to play near the sides of the circle, they were actually always so close by to where the circle was. I'm not too sure whether it was coincidence, whether they were really sure of the pathing, or whether they were really lucky in terms of predicting the circle. But I really liked that they were really smart about it. And because of their really interesting rotation coming from the top side, they didn't have to worry about any other team coming, attacking them from behind. They were very comfortable. And if you guys notice, a lot of the fights were coming out toward the south side of the area. So come over there, look at that. Because the right side of them was just all straight up water, and toward the north, there's not going to be a lot of teams coming from there. So they knew where they wanted to go, where they were heading to, and how they looted as well was very fast. I think, honestly, when I think about it again, their rotation is actually, I wouldn't say their rotation was fast. It was pretty long, but I wouldn't say it was the longest that we've ever seen so far. And throughout that whole match, I rarely see them pick up early fights. Like, I mean, you saw what for Team Secret, when you saw for FaZe Clan, for Xavier, they took really early fights and they ended up, you know, paying a price for it. It would be their teammates or they're losing their resources. For Geek Fam, they did not worry too much about picking up fights. I think the approach they're going for right now, I think a lot of teams are either trying to go for this or not, I'm not too sure, is that they're trying to play it safe. They're trying to make sure that they can survive till the end and get that early chicken dinner, because when you get that early chicken dinner means that they can already put themselves ahead of the other team. So right now, see where they are. They just waited at the side of the circle. They didn't have to fight too much. Most of the fights were happening toward the west and the south side. Over to the side of the over where FaZe Clan was why they got knocked out early as well, was because they had those early fights and they couldn't handle these fights. So where Geek Fam was, they were very comfortable, they were very safe. They basically already calculated, like I would say that if this was a game of 4D chess, they would be like 5 steps ahead, and it was very interesting. So if you look at where Team Secret was, I felt like for Team Secret was very sad, because they started off really strong. They had 4 kills, but because of their fight with MS Chonburi, I believe, they were actually wiped out early because of that. They had a lot of kills, but the thing is, I think they just ran out of resources. They just couldn't handle that fight, and because of that, they paid the ultimate price. They got knocked out quite early, and you know, that's just not great for them. So for now, look at that, how everyone was pushing in. There was a lot of gatekeeping. The blue zone was still the third wheel of everything, the third party here. And a lot of teams were finding it really hard to push up into the circle because of the gatekeeping that was happening. The gatekeeping also costed them themselves. The gatekeepers were being gate-kept by the enemy team as well. We saw that happen to Vampire, we saw that happen to VG, we saw that happen to Evos, RRQ, same thing as well. And what's really interesting about RRQ is that they were actually the champions of last season, and they were knocked out super early. I mean, to be fair, if you think about it, when you're talking about these big teams getting knocked out early, especially in the first match, I wouldn't say that it won't matter. It does, but it does show that they're still not too sure, or not really trying to figure out how they want to go through this. So if you look at here, how it goes toward the final fight, I found it really interesting. Damroot though, high damage, 3 kills. That means like half the total amount of the team kills belonged to him. And I really liked seeing that as well, because it just really showed how, I wouldn't say brave, but how ballsy he was and how he did it. I really like seeing how he did that. He does a lot of great sprays, not afraid to push for his team, and kept his whole team healthy toward the end. MS Chonburi couldn't do anything against him, especially since MS Chonburi did take a lot of early fights as well. So because of that, it just went straight up to Geek Fam. Now, the question now is, I really, as a Malaysian, of course, I'm gonna be big biased here. I would really like to see Geek Fam just take it toward the end. But but seeing the other teams as well, I think after match number 2, it's gonna be really interesting because everyone will have already had their strategies in place. But for now, guys, that is the recap, or rather the analysis of the first match of the night. So for now, guys, I'm gonna pass it back to our legendary casters, Choo Choo and Sir Cloud, for match 2 over in Miramar.
Later birthday girl.
I know, right? The belated birthday girl. Thank you so much, Tash Bunny, for actually taking on that interview for us, and what an interesting interview that was.
we got scammed just now. That was Anchor or APG Esports coming out for the PMCO first place for the wildcards. Zero himself the IGL.
Yeah, I know, right? And they are the only team from Myanmar as well, so they're flying a Myanmar flag here on the Southeast Asia stage. So. Such pride is there, right, to actually being here. It's now you're making me doubt myself. Okay, yes, Cambodia. I'm sorry. Yes, it's Cambodia. Yangon Galacticos Myanmar. Okay, I got it mixed up. I'm so sorry, ladies and gentlemen. So yeah,
fine.
I mean
normal.
It's the only team from Cambodia as well. So you're proud to represent your country at this stage.
And just now they mentioned about them dropping in prison, and they were quite in the center of a circle. But based on Geek Fam rotation just now, this is where I agree with how Tasha kind of relate to it. The thing about Geek Fam, if all of you actually notice, they never put themselves in such a situation they will be pressured upon. They always make sure they got the safety side of things first before going for engagement. They're making sure, if you look at how they were right in the smack middle of the center of a circle just now, they pushed outside towards the western side to play at the edge of a circle. They always play it safe first. It's not worth it, no matter how elimination points you can get, but if you will be one of the teams that bowing down quite early on, that's not going to be worth it at all. Even though you got trading a couple of extra elimination points, but if you compare it with 15 points of chicken dinner by doing the safest thing you can do in the game, it's going to be worthwhile.
Oh yeah, absolutely, definitely. If you can get to the final few circles, why not, right? Like, you don't need like 20 elimination points, that sort of thing. Yeah, you get that, it's a bonus, but
unless if you can get like 60 elimination points, it's a different story.
But then again, the objective, we must remember, is to be on the top 16, and that's about it.
If you get 60 elimination points, pretty much you get yourself that chicken dinner. There's no other team to fight against.
Yeah, it's like, yeah, I'm done with, let's just close off the game, right? Something like that. But talking about closing off the game, now, next we have the Infinity. It's going to show themselves, it's going to make their debut. Are they going to be the ones to close off the game?
Don't worry, B group will be resting for a bit for now. They can actually take this advantage to study for a bit. Those coming out from A, C, D, and E playing in Miramar and learn about their drop spots and how they rotate later on. But the thing is, sometimes, just now, I think the players are not performing at their highest levels of skills yet because the circle was really uncomfortable for most of the teams.
Yeah, I mean, it was a tough circle. Any circle that goes like towards the edge, right? Whether it's like to the left, to the right, to the top, to the bottom, it's hard. Like a Lipovka circle, it forces a lot of people to decide, but not for Americans.
Hey, Merit people having it quite harder than the usual people.
Oh,
okay,
really?
Yeah, that's quite true. But
you can compare.
Jokes aside, speaking of which, nothing is easy in the competitive side of this story because that's where everything will be tested for the players. Like we heard about the interviews come out from Zero, the IGL of APG Esports just now. He knows that nothing is easy coming out for the South Asia Championship. You have to predict when it comes to the finals, especially the finals and the grand finals itself, the higher level of a tier games that you're playing, the competition is getting harder. Nothing is getting easier at all. And they thought they achieved the highest point of everything else. They are at the apex of it. Things are getting harder up there. The air is thinner for you to breathe. And when it comes to South Asia Championship, the circle will get a bit more wilder than it usually will be at.
Yeah, and like what you mentioned, right? Despite them getting the circle, a lot of times they dropped onto prison, right, early on. But even though you got majority of the circle, but you fail to defend it, then you're still back to square one. So it doesn't mean that you get the circle. Yeah, you get the circle, you get an easier path. But this is the Southeast Asia that we're talking about. These are arguably some of the best teams in the world that we're talking about as well. And if you cannot defend, despite you getting the circle, if you can't defend it, then it will still be given to someone who don't have the circle, but they can still take away from you.
I think where the discussion about if you get the circle or not, it's best to be discussed when it was like 5th, 6th, 7th, and 8th phase. That's where you want to be at the center of the circle. When it's the first few phases of the match itself, nobody wants to be at the center of it because why? You know that the fact that so many teams are moving towards your direction, you have to actually not move that much anywhere. And if you want to get out from the center, you have to get out straight from the start of the game itself, the first phase, because you do know that it will limit the places for your team to rotate later on to get any upgrades of loot. And the moment that you kind of swap places or rotate quite late on just to get on the outer edge of it, that's where all the other teams already occupy all the territories surrounding your team. So the moment they got themselves in the center of the circle in the first phase, it's not really a good news at all for some of the teams.
So you don't want the circle when during the early phases. If you're a player, you don't want that.
Definitely true.
Right. So you rather play like Gig Bam, whereby you
especially in this season, because you do know the position points. Yes, it's quite a lot for 15, but it's not that much, to get eliminated quite early on. Like, how do I say this? Like it or not, you have to balance it out with your elimination points. You will not get it enough, even if you got the chicken dinner. We've seen so many teams that kind of getting themselves a good rotation, a good position points, some pretty consistent rotation points, chicken dinner, multiple chicken dinners, but quite passive, but didn't make it up for the top 5, not even top 5. So they cannot play safe, but you can in the first few phases of the match itself.
So it's up to 4, you would reckon, that play safe?
Possibly up to 5. 5th circle. Yeah.
Right. You stretch it to 5.
Yeah, because usually when a 4th circle upwards or 5th, 6th circle, they still have like around 8 to 7 teams left. So that's where you rack up the elimination points. That's where you get the elimination points, because if you get out quite early on, you might end up in 11th spot or 12th spot, where the position points itself will hurt a lot when it comes to the overall rankings later on.
And I guess that's what some of the teams did earlier on, like Access Red 1, for example. We saw them getting into the circle. I wouldn't say too late, but they are quite fast into the circle. Like by the time the second circle, they are in the middle of it, somewhere about there, and they got eliminated fairly early on as well. So it wasn't a very fruitful rotation for them. So I guess that's an example there.
It's all about timing.
It's all about timing. Yeah.
The thing is, the problem when you have the same vibe with the other teams, the same game sense with other teams, you might move at the same time as they do, and you might bump into each other quite early. So that's where they get eliminated most of the team. That's what happened to BN United, where they had 4 men before. They are one of the teams that had 4 men. Same goes for Gig Fam, but Gig Fam, they know where to play it aggressive and where to stay low. So that's where it's really important. The call shots come out from the IGL, either to engage or not. It's not that every single fight you have to fight it. Is it worth it for you to actually fight that engagement in the first place? You have to think about that. Will the whole team go down by your shots of calling it in and making the whole team going down quite early on? It's going to be on the IGL.
Yeah, and if you can think about it, they didn't really get the circle. Like the 6th circle, it moved to MS Chonburi.
Yeah.
But MS Chonburi failed to capitalize on having that circle advantage. Gig Fam, they were a little bit more active. They went for the flank, a slow and quiet flank without the circle. So they were a bit more active towards that final few moments as well. So I guess that's what that you need to keep your feet on the ground all the time. Like you cannot like, oh, okay, we have the circle, and then we start to play. passively.
Definitely true. That's where they have to be aggressive. They have to go for the elimination points when it comes to the phase 6, 7 and 8 circle, where everybody is just being pressured by the blue, chasing off by the blue, and usually they forget what's around them. They might just look at what's in front, but they forgot about the left and right. That's where GeekFam shines most. They got the place, they got the position themselves, quite a vintage point at a point. They got themselves a wide vision to see everything that's coming in and out. At the same time, making sure nobody's coming up crawling behind. At the same time, making sure that their flanks are being covered by two men, two of their two members, to give all the information that they need if there's any pressure coming up from that spot. And they do know that the fact there's so many teams in front of them and nothing coming up from their flank side or behind. They just sit it quietly and just shoot whoever that tries to move and get into their position. That's it.
Yeah, so they played smartly. They know that their left and right is all clear, and that's where they took that advantage of like, okay, let's open up the flanks first before anyone does anything else, or before their opponent actually moves and get that information. So their opponent like MS Chonburi, they were still doubtful of their movement. Maybe they don't have that information as well. They're not ready with their sides.
I don't think that they are doubtful, but they were kind of stuck in between two teams. They have to be careful about what's in front, which was GeekFam, and then they were trying to climb up the small hill, which already a trouble to begin with. At the same time, they having FaZe Clan at the back line as well, and so many teams coming up from behind just to cut across them, so they're kind of stuck in between. They had that circle before, but I don't know, is it just really luck? Well, you have to agree the fact that luck really plays a big role as well when it comes to the last few circles. So if you're not favored by like how GeekFam was, there's possibility that GeekFam won't make it out as well. Might be them in Chonburi's shoes if the circle kind of shifted to a Chonburi side.
Yeah, maybe as well. I mean, we can't deny that there's an element of luck as well. Yeah, in this game. So, but that's the thing about being a league, right? So you can be lucky maybe like a few rounds, but
if you're really skillful, you can make it out for every single round.
Yeah, exactly. So for the pro players, in their mindset is that they cannot hope for the circle. They cannot hope for the circle. If they get the circle, it's great, but they need to know that if they don't have the circle, what they're going to do next. They always need to be prepared for that.
Yep, it's never easy to be the pro player, and the worst part is they have so many things to think about. I'm glad that we just have to say it out loud. We don't have to think that much except for what their tactics is next when it comes to Miramar. I do know we talk way too much. We cannot wait to start the game as well, as much as eager as you all do watching at home, but don't forget to watch the entire league, because we might just have a few surprises for you here and then, because it's not just our tournament, it's yours as well. So next one, we finally have the debut of the Infinity. So how would it portray out when we have the teams that both of us having the predictions out for the casters or talents predictions, the Infinity? I do want to see where the drop spot is when it comes to Miramar. We do know some of the team drop spots already, but will they stick to their guns when it comes to not changing drop spot? Will some of the other teams will try to challenge the other team's drop spot? That's the bigger question, because some of the teams really are courageous enough to just ram it in, you know?
Yeah, but I mean, if you know that Infinity is there, would you want to take your chances, right?
I mean, like, you can make a big statement if you can take them down.
True enough. Yeah, definitely. The team that wipes out Infinity, like, head on, like, not from those long range or third party, right? Like, head on, I go on to you, I take you out, and it's the Infinity. Wow, imagine the level of boost and motivation that that team would get.
That's like borderline boost or boost, okay? But you know what? The thing is, we do want to see if the Infinity as fierce as they were and they will be in the future, or will they actually expose their weaknesses in the match later on, because nobody's perfect out. We do know there must be sort of weaknesses for some of the teams that quite, you know, some of them are quite apparent when it comes to like rotation, communication. It's always communication for the teams, but is it enough for them to just have solid communication and nothing else? That's the thing.
Definitely, you need to move.
Waiting for us to move forward with the game as well, by the way.
Yeah, and of course the players as well. Like, you need to, you can't just talk like, hey, go there, and you're like, Yeah, you don't move. Well,
That's where communication works. That's the thing. If the communications are on point, you don't even have to say anything. It's like you can telepathically get what your IGL's thinking. You know, that game sense.
Yeah, and I guess that's where Bigotron and Red Aliens, like we talked about, like
They got wiped
they're
out quite
twins,
early
right?
though. This is the first team to be
I know,
out.
right? Yeah, it's quite surprising though. I think let's talk about them for a bit. Like, I think it will surprise a lot of fans. Like, why were they the first team to go out? Yeah, but let's see what they're gonna do in game number 2. So we're gonna start game number 2 soon in Miramar. So hopefully it's not too soon for them.
Do they miss Microboy?
Good question. Well, Esports V1 did do better than Bigotron Red Aliens.
That's the thing. Is it wrong for them to let go Macroboy just now? Seems to me he's a real asset for the team for Esports Reborn because they are performing quite brilliantly, even though they're not up there just yet. But here comes the teams playing. Yay, we're getting this. B is resting for a bit. That's a bit of a short time for us to see, to actually memorize every single team playing this time. But the Group B will be resting off Miramar, but there's going to be additional to Group E this time.
You have to just admire the graphics.
Oh, I love it.
Like, imagine like back in the offline tournament days, like the players would stack up with each other. And this is just like that, but in the virtual world.
Yeah, but in the real world, I've seen it before in Jakarta back then. They actually made the same thing, almost similar, where the players are stacked up on another container.
Right.
If only it's going to be one day like this, the offline, hopefully. So you guys stay indoors before we make that happen.
I know, right? Let's do our part here, ladies and gentlemen. Hopefully we'll see an offline tournament with such prowess in our lives, in front of our eyes. But talking about what's going to happen in front of our eyes, it's going to be game number 2. And this is in Miramar.
Yeah, boy.
Here we go.
Let's hit it. And we're finally looking at the flight path, hopefully. Even the first circle, we're not missing anything this time. Question is, where the flight path would be is one story. Will it be contradicting the circle? Will it be a hard circle? Will it be Impala circle? That would be very feisty to watch.
Oh yeah, I guess we can agree on one thing is that we love Impala circles. So it's going to be something that we want to see. Now, Yangon Galacticos, looks like the flight path is going to be from the southern side to the northern side, and Yangon Galacticos sending 1 sec onto the southern island, a solo looter here. So it's going to be super interesting. I wonder how big are they going to open up their territory.
Oh, YG, Yangon Galacticos, one of the other teams that's coming up from wildcard from Myanmar, coming up. The only team from Myanmar, actually.
Yeah.
Yep. And APG, we saw the interview just now, but they are sharing spaces with Bigotron Red Aliens. Now, can this be a good sign or a bad sign for Bigotron Red Aliens? They kind of having, I think, the first person to go down just on the previous match was Luxy. So I'm not sure if he's playing or not because there's only 3 members coming out for Bigotron, and Yuha is not playing as well, I think, as Liquid is in the fray. So they are using Liquid this round as well. So we haven't seen the debut of Bigotron Yuha in any match yet. So might be the same thing happened in the last match. That kind of explains, but we have no clue who brought down Bigotron first in the first match just now.
Yeah, we don't know that. So, well, as long as they still have all their team members so far, that's kind of good. So the first circle is going to be centered around Chumasera, your town, I believe.
It's a tricky one, especially those... Okay, this is where you want to be, not really in the center, but quite close to it, because the terrain coming up from Chumasera is multi-levels, and it's a lot of... you know, mountains and a lot of pits and ditch everywhere here and there. To climb up on top of the mountain, if you're late, that's going to be a huge problem for these guys.
Yeah. Oh. Do you know why Bigotron needs Liquid?
Why?
Because it's the desert.
Wow. But they are aliens. Do aliens even drink?
They could shower.
Why do they need to shower? Do they even sweat? Do aliens even sweat? Yeah, you don't have a clue about that. So
yeah, you got me there. Okay, you got me there.
I don't even think that they are actually in the need of liquid at all. Do you know how many aliens, sighted in around desert?
A lot?
There's quite a lot of
Yeah,
number.
you gotta think about it,
Yeah,
yeah.
I know. I don't even know if they really exist. But in this case, the red aliens don't even need water to live on. You know, we don't even know what they need to live.
You're saying as if you have interacted with an alien.
Wow. Oh, well, the red aliens, possibly.
Oh yeah, then they definitely need water. Whether it's to shower, to drink, or just to, I don't know.
Just some liquid.
Just liquid. They just need liquid.
Yeah.
Yeah, and that's why he's playing.
So many forms of liquid in this life.
Alright.
Yeah, but we see none in Miramar so far, except for Impala, of course,
And
which we didn't get.
Oasis.
Yeah, we haven't. There's only one time in Oasis Circle, so I don't think it's gonna happen that much. But I do hope a challenging circle when it comes to the South Asia Championship, especially in the grand finals. The circle is so unpredictable these days. It's getting wilder, but sometimes it's just very kind, generous kind of circle. It's not that bad either, because that kind of a catalyst for the players to actually start to fight early on, you know, when they're having quite a generous circle. But when it's a troublesome circle where it's quite uncommon, the players are a bit not confident when it comes to rotations.
Yeah, so I mean that's a challenge, right? That's what separates the champions then and the well, the rest, right? So they need to be adaptable, just like how GigFam is adapting so far. So far, so good. Game number 1, and we've seen them, of course, in PMPL and YSG as well. They've adapted to multiple situations, so far, so good for them. But here's another team that needs to adapt. So the debut of 4 rivals. Now, what's unique about 4 rivals here? It's what?
There are 4 people.
Yeah, exactly. So there are only 4. Exactly. There's only 4 players, right? So I did ask the manager.
Hey, the others have 4 people as well. While Young
Who else?
Electricals actually have only 4 players. Some of them, like VGM, having 4 players only. There's also Eagle Esports, so it's not something too unique
Okay.
for 4 rivals. But yes, they do have 4 men in their lineup.
So if they add another player, do they call themselves 5 rivals now?
That's very tricky.
Oh man,
That's the hardest question in my entire life.
They'll need to answer that for us by next season. I heard that there's going to be a surprise transfer.
Maybe they can answer that if we get in an interview with them, if they get themselves a chicken.
Oh yeah, why not, right? But I had a chat with Joker yesterday, the manager for 4 rivals. So he did hint that there's probably going to be 2 transfers by next season.
Is it okay for us to talk this live? Because this might be a bit fidgety for the players. Like, am I being swapped?
No, I mean just.
So it might be 6 rivals then, not just 5.
Wow, so
Yeah,
now
there you
you're going down that route, right? But they could use an extra man. I mean, if you can't
It's
think about
always
it.
good to have extra.
Yeah, because it's a league. Anything can happen. Someone could fall sick. I mean, you
Hopefully
don't know.
none.
Yeah, hopefully not. But I mean, we're humans at the end of the day, so.
Sometimes the thing about having extra players in the lineup or the roster itself is, you know, they have the advantage to have different dynamic for certain maps. Like for example, yes, we're playing
true.
just a Wrangle Miramar, but there are some certain maps that need a bit of a different dynamic of the team, how they rotate, how they communicate, even how to do the scouting for the players. So if they can swap in between, in and out, it's kind of hard to find a flaw of a team if they have so many different dynamics and strategy to play with.
Yeah, I agree with that. So some players, they have their specialty in certain maps. Right? So like if we remember Dr. Badru. Well, Badru, we call him Dr. Badru, right? So Badru, he's only deployed in Sanhok because he's the healing specialist.
I don't know, Mosanhok for you, bad news for him though.
Not too bad. Well, yeah, but that's an example, right? Like he doesn't play any other map except for that. And that's an example, really. He's a specialist in Sanhok.
Oh, well, previously, Bigatron was a specialist in Vikendi. Now we don't have it in competition.
True.
So, seeing is for Sanhok, there's actually the specialist of healing games. It's not going to have any specialty in these 2 maps for now. Okay, I know this is a bit of trivia and out of the blue, but if one day PUBG Mobile decide to give us a new map, you know, even those who actually you guys are watching this, just comment in the comment section below. Do tell us what the map you want it to name as.
The name?
Yeah.
Wow.
What do you want it called as for the new map?
I want it, okay, because Contra has Contra, Chuchu has Chumacera. I want something for myself, right?
So something in the clouds.
Yeah, like, I don't know, Cloud Macera or something? I don't know.
It sounds like a disease.
Wait, what? Come on, it sounds cool, right? Come on, ladies and
It
gentlemen. In the
does sound-
comments, put it in the comments if you think it's cool.
What the heck? It sounds like a disease, Cloud. It doesn't work like that.
What?
It sounds like a chlamydia. You know what chlamydia is? It's a disease. It
What-
sounds no.
Okay, so chlamydia is a disease. It's a type of a disease.
It is a disease. What do you mean? So okay.
Okay.
Different names. Different names.
Oh, okay,
Different name.
right. So,
With the map, the name of the map. Chimasera is the name of the town.
Okay,
It's in
right.
Miramar. So if you can name a map, what would you name it?
I will name it as. I can't really think of it right now.
And so imagine these guys actually. Oh, but wait, there goes the spray. Nothing hits and nothing connects because we're thinking of a name of a map. So
Yeah.
we have to
Give
give
me
a lot
some
of we have to give a lot of credit for the game developer and also PUBG Mobile themselves to even think about Erangel as an Erangel. It's not easy to figure out a map's name.
Yeah, I know, right? And like Miramar is a Miramar. I'm sure there's stories behind it.
Definitely.
Like maybe there's personal stories with the game developer, but that'll be super interesting. Okay, we have the whole season. We'll come back to you on that. Yeah, come back to you on that. Yeah.
Can't
Let's
wait.
talk about that later.
Hopefully we don't hear something about disease anymore. But the circle next one is going to be at the junction of Monte Nuevo. Now this is a tricky one because every single teams just now who walked by towards Chimasera, who was going through towards that direction, have to make a big U-turn and just land themselves in Monte Nuevo, they didn't even expect it to be there or hard shift toward the northwest of the map itself. So it's going to be a hard one for them. RQ Ryu against Onyx.
What just happened? So here we have it. It's going to be our first round of this game, and the Nate takes down Skyole, and he'll be taken out, and one by one goes down. Oh my goodness, what just happened? Nutmego goes down as well. Mod will move in, but Mod together with his teammate, can they actually fight them off? Now it's going to be Jeff's 1v2. Can they actually do it? On his right side, he takes down one. Jeff takes one. Jeff, the last man standing, and Jeff is the hero, and he takes out RRQ Ryu. They are out. No points at all for this round.
Decimated entirely, wiped clean with one man left. Jeff, he is the MVP for the team. Secured himself 4 elimination points. That's huge coming out from Onyx.
And he lost nothing. Just look at that. He still can revive all for the team members. Just the man of the moment. My goodness, from Thailand. And Chuchi, we did talk about like Thailand like being one of the feared countries. Right? This is like a preview that we're talking about.
Oh, we were talking about Erangel before, but this is Miramar. This is maybe where they shine most for the Thai teams because they love an open field. They love the fact they can see everything, and they love to take a lot of fights. Now, they are not the team that really love to play very passively, so this is where they shine most, where the terrains are for them to play with. The thing about Onyx Esports, I'm not sure, but they got themselves very lucky just now, the fact they rammed in and the grenade hits right on the sweet spot just now. Even though they got themselves in the country final in the 3rd place, but they got more than they can offer in the South Asia Championship.
My goodness. Imagine they just took down RRQ Ryu, the winners for the Indonesian League. Man, I can't wait to see what's going to happen when Infinity comes online. But now we've got the long range shot from MS Chonburi onto Bigatron Red Aliens, and now Zaxi is being forced out onto the blue zone.
Oh, this is not great. He's being chucked down quite a lot. It's going to hurt him for now because even though it's the first few circles, but based on the blue zone itself and his HP is quite low, hopefully he got enough for him to survive, for the utilities to heal himself. But Bigatron Radiance, we haven't seen them this pressured before, but they always do this. They not performing in the first week is kind of normal because they usually will push it in the very last minute. So the liquid, that's very the need of a survival of the team that you mentioned before for the Red Aliens are hoping to be safe, but it's going to be Pop again. Kind of the MVP for the team. I have to say Chonburi really need Pop in every single match.
And they are starting to pop in, so they're going to take out Liquid. Liquid is going to be the first one to go out from Bigatron Red Aliens.
So they don't really need Liquid now?
Yeah, it doesn't seem like aliens need Liquid at the end of the day.
Sad to say that, but back to VPE Vampire. Fluketh always the first one to shoot something, but sometimes it just doesn't connect. Gig Fam, they want to not play very aggressive as usual, playing it very safe, but are they safe enough? Because they're quite stuck in the middle of all the turmoils that's surrounding them. Two teams back and forth, I think, are surrounding them on different sides. Well, Vampire have Damroot, the MVP for the teams previously. QB getting on Frankie. The Xaviers, they're taking two fights on different angles here. Gig Fam, isn't this a bit too greedy coming up for them?
Oh, yeah, it could be though. Considering that Snipes is now down, Frankie will be taken out by Miracle, it seems. So they're starting to trade off within each other, but QB is all alone. He's going to toss out a utility on the other side. It will not land onto any team member from DX. DX will toss out their own nade and will land on the QB. QB is now critical, and Lamborghini will take him down.
And there goes the sports car, start to move. Lamborghini, they don't want to finish off QB straight away because they are being extra careful about it. Now, we have to remember the fact that Damroot kind of stuck with another team in front. So he kind of picked himself way too much. Overpicking will cause the whole team to go down easily. Like I mentioned before, I think Gig Fam, they're trying to rotate away out of here. Vampire has their eyes on this fight at the same time and trying to be the third party, but it's a bit too far. On the side of Xavier, they will not back down at all, but at the same time, they're playing it very cautiously. They're not being too greedy by overpicking themselves way too much, exposing themselves out in the open, but I don't see Damroot getting out from this ditch at all.
Yeah, it's going to be hard for him. But good news is that whatever happens to him, there's still Miracle around. So hopefully Miracle can pull off a miracle. Snipes is still around as well. So Gig Fam has still 3 team members active. While we look at DX, DX also has 3. So it's still, after all that, you kind of think about it, it's still 3v3.
But thing is, the 3v3 will be overcrowded later on because I have a feeling a few teams will pass by. I think that's a Faith Clan at the corner of the map itself. I'm not sure they just pass him out. Will they park themselves to be part of this as well? They might just want to join in the fray now. Snipes got himself 4 walls to take covers for a bit, but I don't think the same goes for Damroot. He's bleeding out slowly, but surely some bullets will hit him in the end of the day. Now, Bigatron Red Aliens, they lost a couple of members straight early on. I'm not sure what happened to them, but they don't have their mojo yet for now for Bigatron Red Aliens. So they're really losing quite a lot in the first few phases of the match.
Maybe it's time for Yuhai to play?
Possibly.
Maybe. But let's see what's going to happen in the next round. I'm sure they know what they're doing. I'm sure the coach, Jangs, knows what he's doing. So let's just wait and see. But now let's move forward to Infinity. So it looks like they're going to start off here going up against NFT Esports from Indonesia.
How they separate themselves around Ladrillera. Now, Gig Fam is not down with Xavier. Back to us, this team fight. This has been going on way too long. Now, FaZe on the other side. We have also Vampire on the other side. But these two teams still going in it for the longest time. There goes the Molotov. Going in. Damn, didn't see this one coming. Lamborghini from behind. That's a smart move coming out from Lamborghini. But where are the rest of Gig Fam? The last one man already. Damroot need to build this one now and being revived, but it's kind of too far off from the rest of the other teammates.
Yeah, I mean, Damroot was alone at the forefront while Miracle also has Snipes behind. I don't think they can see Damroot, so they can't really support him, so I'm not too sure what they're thinking of. But Damroot, I don't think he'll be picked up. But Porsche will be knocked down by Pubs in another location. Now the circle is right on the outside of Chumacera. Most of the teams are somewhat outside the circle, so they still need to make the move. Infinity is now coming in with a long-range shot onto the other side where Younger Galacticos is at. Younger Galacticos, AK will be knocked down. Looks like they're in trouble though, and they're going up against GDGID. My goodness, it's going to be a 1v4 scenario. Can they actually do it? No, just too much for him to handle.
At the same time, this is slightly a good news for YG, but they're kind of stuck in the rut right now. Too sticky for them to get out from here. So many eyes being hovering around. Infinity start to move. It's going to be Newsy trying to finish off straight away. Bigatron Red Aliens have to fight head-to-head against Vampires who start to move. They thought they are the only ones who's fighting against this team, but it's going to be more than just one team around the corner. Fluketh finish off straight away. Now down to Ryzen alone to put up the call to clutch this one out for the team. But we do have another team coming up from behind. It's going to be APG. And they are running from a different team, which is going to be VGM on the other side as well.
Oh, Yangon Galacticos, they were pressured by the Infinity and now they're out at 15th place. 1 elimination point for them. At least they get to secure 1 point. But Bigatron Red Aliens, if they're out, it's going to be 1 point in 2 games for them.
It's always really hard to play this map if you're at the lower ground. So it's always best to be in the mountains or even get the highest place possible. On the side of Bigatron Red Aliens, it's really hard to get out from there. Now we have Chomburi TG13 sniping it down, maybe try to find FaZe, but FaZe have the higher ground, so they have no problem running around and abusing the terrain for their side. VGM getting one of the team, maybe having a hard time to fight against them. Well, FaZe is making sure they're keeping the pressure on Chomburi, who got themselves second place last time. But like it or not, MSC have to cut across FaZe to get to where they want. They have to.
And Bigatron Red Aliens, they are tanking out the zone at this moment. But the Vampires, they're out. 14th place, 1 elimination point for them. FaZe Clan, they have the circle, they have the high ground, a good location for them. But let's move over to Dark now with the long ratio coming in. Bigatron Red Aliens, 3 elimination points for them, but it's a 13th place finish.
Again, one of the bottom teams down there, but at least a better performance than the last one. They got themselves almost 0 points, but they got a couple of elimination points. But here comes another team eliminated with 0 elimination points. It's going to be hitting them quite hard when it comes to the overall ranking. APG just now. The APG Esports coming from Angkor or Cambodia have to bow down quite early in Miramar. Now back to MSC. Look at how they playing very, very patient. They are preserving themselves, going around a longer rotation, making sure that they got themselves safe first. But for the side of Gig Fam, it's totally different from the first game. They are stuck between 2 teams.
Yeah, Gig Fam, well, the good news is that they are still alive. They haven't been pressed by DX. DX now focus on the rotation. They are moving away from Gig Fam. Gig Fam, they don't have the zone. They are on the lower ground, so they need to move. Now, DX, they have the advantage over Gig Fam.
Ooh, that clips quite a lot. Rabies didn't see that aggressiveness coming up from Gig Fam, even though they were down to 2 members only. Now Rabies straying, laying flat on the ground, but it's going to be Team Secret coming up from behind, stabbing them. Gig Fam, I'm surprised how long they survived after being cornered at Project for such a long time.
Well, I'm worried it's not long enough because we're still at 11 teams, and yes, it's 11 place for Gig Fam, 1 elimination point for them. DX got the prime position over them, but now we move over to another team, Onyx. They're still playing by the outside of the circle. They've been pressured, and there's only 1 team member left for Onyx. Man, it's not going to look good for him. How is he going to get in?
No, I am not worried about Onyx, just Onyx right now. Look at the other teams coming up from the top mountains there. We have FaZe, we have Infinity hovering around that vision on Full Rivals and Onyx, who none of these teams can actually get themselves squeezing into top of the mountain if they're not moving right now. They don't have minutes or seconds anymore. They have to move ASAP because the blue is going to hurt this time. It's going to be the 5th phase of the blue zone. And Infinity and also FaZe Clan place themselves the vantage point, the most advantages in this map this entire time. They are getting themselves quite a huge number of elimination points since the start, and they're not going to slow down at all.
Yeah, they don't look like they're slowing down. That's the thing about them. But let's see what's going to happen. Now we're moving on to the 6th phase of the circle. This is where everyone is so close with each other, and who gets that high ground advantage has a good chance of getting that chicken dinner. But now we can see that Pamburu will be down by Kid. The 2 Malaysian teams going ahead at each other, and they are both not in the circle yet.
Sneaky peeky coming out from Full Rivals, caught by Jumper straight away. It's not giving them any slacks at all for Jumper. Now Team Secret, they have to be extra careful. This is the thing we talked about before. When you play at the edge of a circle, you have to worry only one direction. But now the plays are shrinking in. There's so many teams right in front. VGM is there as well. 4 Rivals on the other side. There's also FaZe and also the Infinity on top of that mountain. How can the other teams actually at the bottom of a mountain to able to squeeze themselves right on top of it? How?
Yeah, it's super hard. Just look at the terrain here. I mean, how are they going to go through a lot of teams really close by each other and they'll be taken down by some of those vantage points? But now Team Secret, the only way is them for pop out the smoke, find a way and just get in. Play by the ledges, play by those hillsides, and hopefully they can find an opening into the circle.
Oh, for now, it's good news for those actually at the bottom of the hill, because while FaZe Clan is a bit busy occupying themselves with Infinity and MSC. Now, if these three teams, two over-occupy themselves with a fight between themselves, now those coming up from the bottom have a chance to actually squeeze themselves in the last minute. Now, Infinity in the other end, they are taking one man for one different angle. And look at how they pressured FaZe to actually climb down, because the circle might not be on their side, but FaZe, the moment they climb down, they'll be fire upon those actually at the bottom of the hill, at the foot of the hill, because they want to stay in the center of the circle, but sometimes rotating way too early will cause the whole team to go down.
And just look like how Infinity, they actually managed to pressure FaZe Clan to get out of that hill and move down. And just look at the elimination point as well. They aren't going crazy at this moment. Rabbids, the last man standing for DX, is still alive here. Infinity taking out Rift from 4 rivals. Rabbids will be taken out by Kid. And at the same time, DX is out 7th place, 6 elimination points for them.
Now 4 rivals, another Malaysian team with 3 members, 1 knocked down for now by Team Secret, another Malaysian team. Position of Mark Toy tried to hovering around his crosshair to making sure nobody can actually squeeze on top of that mountain. Infinity 1 knocked down there by Team Secret. Nice view coming up from Mark Toy. He caught every single person moving on top of his crosshair, making sure they cannot even move. But where will the circle fare next one? Because the circle that is being favored for the next team will win this chicken dinner, because it's down to only who's being favored by the circle. Corpy taking on 4 rivals. 4 rivals taking on Infinity. It's going to be a 3-way war here.
Oh, yes, it's going to be that. And now Rip trying to get a revenge on the Infinity. And Infinity, they are out. 5th place, 4 elimination points for them. And it's 4 rivals actually taking Infinity out.
2 Malaysian team, 4 rivals and Team Secret. Coming up from the ties, MSC very consistent. It's going to be a Malaysian team versus FaZe and the ties here. Chomburi again, making himself squeezing in the top 3, maybe if FaZe being out, or will the other teams going out first? It's 2v3, v3, v3. No teams having themselves 4-man members here. FaZe, they've been very sorry, I can't even word right now, but they've been hogging this campaign for quite some time. They want the center of a circle. But in the process, they lost 2 men, while Team Secret taking on MSC, who tried to do the same thing as FaZe previously. But can they make out into the blue, like out from the blue, you know, at the same time not getting eliminated? The timing has to be perfect.
Yeah, and talking about timing is not something that they have, because now the zone will shrink in. Good news for FaZe Clan, they have the compound, but bad news is that they only have 2 team members. Imagine if FaZe Clan have all 4, they probably can get that chicken dinner. But now 4 rivals is going to start to move in from the left side. Doesn't seem that FaZe Clan knows that 4 rivals is going to creep in onto them.
It's not just that, we have MSC behind them as well, so they have to be extra careful. Nice grenade, almost knocked down. The KO almost down on 1 member of Team Secret. Well, Mark Toy just gonna back off a bit with alongside Aisha, who almost got knocked down. But FaZe, 2 men or not, who cares? But here comes 4 rivals arrived. MSC coming up from behind. Team Secret, will they take this to their advantage as well?
Looks like the fortress of FaZe Clan has now been taken over. Corpy will be taken over by Nappy. And 4 rivals coming in from behind. But Team Secret is going to be at the same ledge as 4 rivals as well. Now we got a 4-screen split here for us to see all the action here, ladies and gentlemen. FaZe Clan still has the compound, but they only have 2 team members. How are they going to hang on to this? MSC is in the same building as well. They take on the high ground, and now MSC putting pressure on the Team Secret. Team Secret still haven't found a way into the compound.
Last member of FaZe hoping to help Corpy. No way he can actually help his friend up. It's going to be him being sacrificed there. The rest of the team MSC start to shoot on Team Secret. Team Secret try to just making sure pincer themselves into the compound, but it's just so tough and so hard. Seeing this for 4 rivals having 3 men. My goodness, the grenade was on point.
Oh yeah, and we're not done yet here. Looks like they're going to go in for the aggressive move. Team Secret is now in trouble. Mantoy, however, just look at this life. Just 1 tick of health left for Mantoy. And Mantoy is still somewhat alive here. And now the spray coming in from the top. Jasper now trying to fend off against 4 rivals just below the FaZe Clan. And still alive until now.
And now this is where it gets really tricky. 4 rivals just sent out April, while the other two will be playing, hopefully, the gambling game, I call it. Just hoping for the circle to favor them in the last minute. And Messi took in the fortress. FaZe, MR5, the last member. This is going to be the top 3 teams, while Secret bowing down 4th. Well, they're really close. They don't have a lot of men. But MSC, will they finally smell the chicken of 4 rivals having the same number of men can hold on to their last breath? Ooh. Hoping to get that chicken dinner. Look at FaZe. MR5 cannot even move a muscle.
Oh yes, but Jasper will pick up will pick up all his teammates. So there's going to be good news for MS Chamburi. They're now back onto 3 team members. So it's going to be a 3v3v1 scenario. MR5, I'm not sure how long he can hang on to that. But it does look like he can hang on a little bit more longer because he is inside the building on the 2nd floor, while MSC Chonburi, they are all on the top floor. Now for 4 rivals, they are on the outside, but MS Chonburi, they're going to go for an aggressive move.
Oh, they have to crawl themselves, but there you go. Appy, the moment he picked himself, April, the natural breath outside. April taking trading, 1 to 2 trade, but look at Pop. He makes the job well done. But Pop's really low right now. Oh, jumps on Jasper. Oh, now it's down to FaZe. He's praying. He's praying for the circle to be a best.
What? Whoa! My God! My God, how did that happen? How did he secure that chicken dinner? This is just game number 2. What did we just see here? How did he actually do it? MR5, the hero for FaZe Clan. Juju, what just happened?
The grenade just now, I'm not sure. That's hilarious. I'm sorry. MSC, I bet they're just being wiped off the smiles off their faces because that last nade by MR5 was the perfect timing. He got closed off by the blue in the corner of the building, cannot jump out because he knows so many people out there. But that nade is right on point.
I know.
He got himself that chicken. My goodness me, that was holy
Just look at him. Just look at them. They're like, what just happened? Did we get chicken?
Did they even realize they got themselves that chicken just now?
Yeah, just look at the reaction. They're like looking at each other and like, did we just chicken? Did we?
I think maybe.
Yeah, like the teammates are like looking at yeah, I think so. This is
that's just gotta be one of the top highlights for this week. Or even the entire tournament here.
It's possible. And we're just game number 2 here, Chuchu. This is insane.
It's crazy.
It's crazy. Okay. So, MR5, the man of the hour. How did you actually do that? I want to see his player perspective on that.
I definitely want to see that as well because he knows the fact that 4 rivals are fighting against MSC just now. Chamburi again, they just one sniff away from chicken dinner, but this time denied with 1 man. 1 man only. MR5 has been holding his breath the entire time. 1 against the world. He clutched for the entire team to get that chicken dinner. That just mesmerizing.
Mesmerizing. I mean, these players, they just... they always don't fail to entertain us, right?
Okay, at least we get to see the highlights now about what happened in the last few minutes, okay? But for Onyx, they have been going on really aggressive. But this is the thing where we mentioned before. A bit aggressive in the early phase of the match sometimes is not really a good thing.
True. Yeah, this is what actually happened. Like Gig Fam against DX. Like at the end of the day, they failed. So that's not good news for Gig Fam.
Oh, I don't think Gig Fam really want to go aggressive. They were trying to transition themselves into the center, like at the edge of the circle. But during the process, they didn't anticipate so many teams having their eyes on them. Same goes for the team they're trying to climb up to where the other teams, like the VGM, they got on top of that terrain before. Same goes for FaZe. FaZe, they didn't have to lose so many men just now if they were to try to climb down quite early. Because you look how so many teams having a crosshair right on top of FaZe, Infinity as well. I'm not sure how Infinity lost that fight because they got quite a good compound to work with, a good place, a good terrain to take covers from. But they're just a bit too greedy for elimination points, I have to say.
Or maybe you can say we have to give it up to 4 rivals for actually finding a way to actually take down Infinity. And after that, they went on to get that third place, which is pretty decent, right? I can say that. And But I'm waiting for that moment just to see again what actually happened with MR5. Like, I just want to see that.
He was praying quite a lot. We were saying that he's praying. He was praying for the nades to actually land on top of everybody else. But he didn't sit that quietly before. He got the whole team to work with. He's down to 2 men at this point with Korpai. He had to sacrifice Korpai, I think. He was outside while he's inside. The other teams are not giving that much attention to his MR5 because they cannot learn any vision on him at all. And on the side of Team Secret, they're trying to fight 4 rivals, stabbing them from the back. 4 rivals, I'm loving the fact that they are very ingenious. They're taking it very patiently, taking a longer rotation to actually go on the other side of the map.
Yep.
They know that they cannot fight against all these teams if they charge ahead up front.
Yep, it is about timing, like what you always say, right? So, okay, here it is.
we got to see this.
Okay, so it's a low toss. He wasn't even looking, and but a bang, and that's it. So
he wasn't even looking.
So it's a no-look chicken dinner, and that's why the reaction of the team was like, wait, what? Your nade landed? What?
He didn't even see the enemies, and he was like, I'm just gonna randomly toss this grenade, and it will just get our chicken dinner right on top of that core. And I'm like, oh my god, how did he land it with that kind of projectile? And didn't even look where the position of his rivals are, and that's just ended the game entirely. And imagine again, MS Chonburi, 2nd place, a huge amount of elimination points. I have to give a lot of salute for them. But the thing is, no chicken dinner yet. So close yet so far.
But no chicken, no problem. I'm pretty sure that they're on the top right now.
But it's very satisfying to get that chicken logo on, on the overall rankings chart.
Yeah, especially when you just did it with a no-look nade, right? Yeah, top that this season. That is the benchmark now for one of the best plays. So top that right now. All the teams that we're looking at that, and we're like, okay, if I want my highlight, if I want it to be like at the mouths of all the casters around all the regional casters as well, it's like, you need to top that. It's not gonna be easy.
The funny part is that I think aside of FaZe Clan, they have nuclear, they just want chicken in as well. The way they look is like, what just happened, man? I don't know. What just really happened? Did we just win that game? How?
Yeah.
The way they were so confused when we look at the players camp just now, and they're like literally scratching it. They didn't get a lot of elimination points,
yeah.
But it still helped them in overall rankings. But you have to say, MS Chonburi, the team that should be looked out for because they have been consistent, very consistent past 2 games.
Man, they could have been their chicken dinner.
Twice.
Yeah. Twice, and they were on 2nd place. But this came a little bit more closer because it was like what, at least a 2v1, something like that.
That's the worst part. It was a 2v1. It was a 2v1, and then it got knocked down by 1 grenade, and it's done. 2 of them stack on top of that grenade. That's the worst part, actually.
That is the real definition of 1 nade to rule them all.
Well, that's too much. That's just too much. But the thing is, 4 rivals, they got themselves a top 3. Team Secret at 4th place. Now, Team Secret almost had it, but it's just so hard for them to get themselves into that building just now. It's just too hard. And surprising enough, MR5 didn't try to do anything to stop them from climbing in. But he just sits there. And that's what surprises me. None of this team want to put that as their priority to be inside of that building. Because if they do, they might be, sharing the same fate as MR5, might just live a bit longer, maybe.
Or toss a nade and get a chicken dinner, no look.
No, it's not just tossing a nade, it's random grenade.
Yeah.
Just so random.
Random, no look, you name it, right?
Yeah, just like, I'm just gonna randomly push this over because I'm too bored here and just gonna...
Yeah.
Oh, I got chicken. Yeah, okay, cool.
Yeah, I want to do something. Yeah, let me just toss a nade out there, and yeah, whatever happens, happens. I'm sure it doesn't expect that to land. Let's be real.
We saw how the faces looked just now, but I'm like, we were confused as well. FaZe core point for the MVP, snatch it away from the rest of MS Chonburi. But you know what? they deserve to be here. But it's supposed to be MR5, eh?
Yeah. Okay, my personal MVP has to be MR5. I mean, come on, like 3 elimination points and all that. But of course, there's a calculation towards getting the MVP. So fair enough to Compry. 1 elimination point, 633, and 25 team contribution.
The guy deserves it. He's been out there tanking every single bullet that been hitting MR5. He's the one who's been shielding them for him.
Oh, okay. So that's how we kind of give credit to.
Yeah. But it cannot top off that grenade though.
I know, right?
Yes, the damage of the grenade is not enough to top over 633 damages now.
No,
that's 2 persons damage. Come on.
Okay, so Corpai did more work, technically, based on the stats, right? But okay, let's look at the match ranking. So MSC, no doubt, they got 10 elimination points as compared to FaZe Clan 4. If you total them up, yeah, they are on top. So you got to give them credit for being consistent for 2 rounds now.
Oh yes, they're very, very consistent. I have to say, this is one of the teams that's really making it out for the first day here and secure themselves a huge amount of points in overall rankings based on the first and second match only. Okay, only 2 matches is more than enough. But look at the other teams. We are having FaZe Clan finally climbing up the spot because the last game wasn't didn't actually fare too well for them. We have 4 rivals this time climbing up as well. Team Secret doing well, but Infinity on the other hand, they dropped themselves at 5th spot here, even though they got themselves 4th. Was it 5th as well to be out?
Yeah, I think it was somewhere around 5th. Maybe.
But the circle kind of very decisive for the players. It's really hard to predict because at first it was Montenuevo, then back to Chimastero, so it's kind of hard to call that out.
True. But what's not hard to call that out is our head-to-head here against Pop as well as Jasper. So it's going to be 5 against 2 at 880 against 665. Longest elimination distance goes to Jasper, 115 and 29. And 41% team contribution towards Pop. And here we have it. What matters the most is how many eliminations they got. So it's going to be like 10 for MS Chambuki.
That's a huge number of damage. I'll put the highest down there. The only team that hitting the 2K marks. Well, FaZe is almost close, but I have a bad feeling for FaZe. I'm feeling the sadness on FaZe side. Look how their damage output are being stolen away by every single team around them. And they got themselves 4 elimination points only. Same goes for the Infinity. They've been taken away all the elimination points by the other teams that's climbing up the hill. So the fact that I think we have to give a lot of credit for MSC because MS Chonburi has been doing a lot of work since the start of the game. They have not even a second to stop moving at all.
True. They had to face a lot, right? And they had to face FaZe Clan.
Wow, puns.
I know, right? I'm trying.
That's a lot of total healing, by the way. New record, there you go.
Wow. Okay.
I'm loving they put in a new record on this chart.
I know, right? So technically it's like round number 2, so we have a lot of new records. So that will go down as we go along this season. But it's going to be 10,010. Such a nice number though. Reminds me of binary code. Total healing here for this round. It's going to be 70 total knockouts. 312 throws used. I think this is pretty high though. 312 is pretty high.
It might be one of the highest the entire week because usually we see it's like average is 240, 50-ish. But this heading to its 300 over mark, so this is quite high. But we will be looking at 400, I'm not sure. But the airdrops, nobody cares about the airdrops anyway. 6 solo headshot without aim assist. That's quite a number there. Well, 24 asking forgiveness. You have to give credit for the longest elimination distance, 326 by Infinity Logan. That's without the aim assist.
Yeah, and he still can hit that far, right? So it's super. I mean,
even with aim assist before this, it's not really. It's kind of hard to hit those numbers.
Oh yeah, it is. It's hard. So the fact that Logan and it's their first game, right? So they kind of just warmed up and
warm up with top 5.
Yeah, if that's their warm up, right?
Oh, imagine the next game.
Yeah, imagine it. But we have to give credit to like some of the teams that just started this round. So 4 Rivals, one of them. Their warm up got them to 3rd place. So that's pretty cool.
So the teams, the E group, just stepping into the PMPL Asia League. having quite a number of top 5 there.
Oh, yeah?
So the teams that playing the previous game is not going to perform quite well in this one. So who will perform for the next one? Who will be playing for the next group? I think it's going to be A, B, C, E. So B going to perform quite well in match number 2. We don't know, but here comes the weekday rankings, just day number 1. But look at the points.
Yeah, we have first place, of course, no surprises here. MS Chonburi, 42 points. We have Gig Parent number 2 with 24 points. Number 3, Face Clan, 19 points. Can we just add on extra points just because of the highlight play? Just for that. And number 4, of course, we have the Vampires at 19 points as well. Number 5, 4 Rivals, 18 points. Team Secret at number 6 with 17 points. And we have BN United, 15 points at 7th place. 8th place goes to the Eagles with 12 points. And 11 points for DX as well as another team from Vietnam.
Yeah, then the only Malaysian team right now at 90 spot is Axis Red 1, while NFT, a lot of Indonesian teams on second page here. We're surprised. 1 point only for NFT Esports coming out at the 20th place. APG at 18, the only Cambodian team coming up at 18th place. Bigatron Ray Alien surprisingly at 17th spot. YG Young Galacticos, another wildcard team at 16th place. We have RQ Ryu at 15, 14 EVOS Reborn, GD at 13, Onyx at 12, Infinity at 11. But some teams only played once. So you have to put that in mind. Some teams not having the run for twice in a row now. So we're going to jump into the third game later on. So maybe there will be a lot of changing after 4 rounds for today. So it's going to be a huge swapping in between the teams later on.
Yeah, that's possible. So, I mean, it's just round number 2, right? But when it's just round number 2, we got such a big highlight play.
Oh,
yeah, we're going to remember that for a while.
That's why I love C Championship so much. There's so many unexplainable, not reasonable plays coming out sometimes that it's gonna blow your mind. This is just the first day, the second game, the first game even. It's like we're jumping to the third game later on. It's going to be Erangel. So Erangel is always going to be a lot of fights everywhere, especially if a very generous circle. But if it's going to be really uncommon circle, just like previous game, it's going to be Lipovka. Previously, it was Lipovka. We haven't seen that kind of circle ever before. I think that was my first Lipovka circle.
Not much, definitely.
But it's so hard to see the southern side of a circle these days, right? Sonovska. It's just too hard.
I want to see that next.
Is it? Do you want the flight path or do you want a circle?
I want a circle. I want to see a military base circle. Let's make it even more like a Severny flight path.
So demanding. Okay.
Oh come on, come on. I mean, let's top it, right? Like we saw FaceTime putting up such an insane play, and let's top it with like an insane circle next. Come on, let's bring it on, bring it all up.
Too demanding. But the bigger question is, Bigatron Aliens are the swimming players next? Do they still need liquid? They have a lot of rivers and everything.
Yeah, there's probably a lot more liquid in the next map. So
he said it, not me. Okay, I love all the players. Don't mind me that, but he said it, not me.
Okay, but to be fair, 2 rounds it hasn't worked out for. I'm not saying liquid.
Yeah.
It hasn't worked out for Bigatron Red Aliens in general. So maybe it's time for a breath of fresh air.
Well, we have to wait and see him.
Yeah.
The air is fresh enough for them because we're back to the Erangel with a lot of trees later on. But the teams that they should watch out for so far, we've seen them performing just in between 2 games. I have to say, Amas Chonburi will be the #1 team they should look out for, especially Pop. Pops is their key player, always the one taking. You know, the thing about Jasper and Pops in MS Chonburi, I'm sorry Jasper, I have nothing against you, but I have a feeling Jasper is the bait for the team. Like, he's the ragdoll for the team, like, hey, shoot me guys, I'm here. Pops will be the one sniping from afar, making sure every single person move will be shot down. But I have to say, Jasper, feeling you, bro. I feel sorry for you because he always will be the first one to be knocked down or even, you know, have to take all the bullets onto him. But for the other teams that we talked about, Vampire Esports is one of the most productive team as well.
Yeah, they've been sucking a lot of blood everywhere.
God. Do I have to sit on this desk? Like, or do I have to share this desk for some time now?
Yes,
are we going there?
We still have at least 3 more games. So.
We still have 3 more.
to Danny?
Just to living up to people's expectation based on their names. Wow.
I know, right?
So,
I mean, like you.
you're so
think about it.
judgy.
No, it's like FaZe Clan. They phased us with that name. Yeah, I'm just gonna say it again.
Oh, that one, you cannot top that down. That's definitely one of the best names too for the highlight. Even the player's perspective did not actually, I don't know, did he actually calculated the angles, everything? Does he actually have an Einstein mind for MR5 based on the projectile of that grenade just now? Can you see the numbers popping out of his head? Possibly true.
Well, he had a lot of time to think, like, what is it like? But let's not think anymore, ladies and gentlemen. Let's have a chat with one of the players here. So we're moving on to our next segment, which is the interview. Taj Bunny, take it away.
Hello guys, and welcome to the interview section with me. I have Team Secret Analyst Y2K. It's nice to talk to you again. The last time we spoke was actually not too long ago, actually, during the live draw. So today we have seen two interesting matches, and just now's match number 2 was arguably the most interesting for me. But first of all, before we hop into that, how are you feeling about Team Secret's performance right now?
The first match was pretty subpar, but second match we were able to get our momentum back, so which is kind of good for us, and that's the most important thing for us right now. Yep.
Okay, so coming back to that, right? I mean, in match 1 and match 2, do you guys already have a strategy in mind, or are you guys just kind of like just reconnaissance right now?
It's more of like we played our gameplay. Because right from Malaysian playstyle, we play the PMPL and YSG. It's more like not leading the way all the way. But right now we'll be adapting towards Jumper's playstyle. So that is our strategy for PMPL championship. Yeah.
So why Jumper?
Because he has a distinctive rotation that is out of the box compared to other playstyle amongst the C players, the C teams. Yeah.
Right. So just now when we looked at the match, right, we saw that Team Secret had like 3 players still up, but then Pops just decimated you guys with the grenade and that spray. So what do you think was the mistake there, and what can you do to rectify it?
I think one of our mistakes since PMPL and YSG was that we have a pretty weak combat situation. We always lose in fights. So I think most likely will be our communication, but we've been working on that since after PMPL and YSG. So this is how we're gonna do it. We're just gonna keep doing what we do best, and hopefully it will fix itself by time. Yep.
Alright, Y2K, thank you so much for spending time with this interview. I wish you guys luck for your next upcoming matches. So for now, guys, let's have a look at the recap, and let's talk a bit about match number 2 just now. Just so interesting. Bye, Y2K.
Thank you, Tash. Thank you. Bye-bye.
Okay, so match number 2. I have a lot to talk about that, especially the ending. I don't even know. I remember I got up just for 2 seconds. I came back and it was all over, and I was just like, excuse me, what happened here? So let's have a look at the circle first, though. The circle went toward the south side, going toward the side of Beldomar, Chumacera, Montenuevo, all that jazz. And where FaZe Clan dropped was actually inside the circle. So they shot it over at Mercado, and they moved toward the side of toward the middle side of the circle, north side of Chumacera, actually, when I think about it again. And what's interesting about FaZe Clan was that, in my opinion, I felt like they had a very hard match. I think from the beginning they were caught out by so many different teams. They were just sandwiched so many times. They lost 2 players, and for them to survive that long with just 2 players is actually an achievement in itself, I have to say. So as the circle went through, you can see there toward Picado side, they moved inside toward La Drillera, and they just managed to stand there. And the thing about FaZe Clan was that they managed to find prime real estate in the area. They managed to find a compound, and despite only having 2 players, they were able to hold on to it. Outside of the compound was MS Chonburi, there was Team Secret, there was, I believe, I cannot remember the other 2. Oh yeah, 4 rivals as well. And for them to just hold on to that with just 2 players is honestly incredible. But let's talk a little bit about, so that was their rotation right now. We saw they didn't really have to travel too far, they didn't have to rotate too far. far because where they dropped was already pretty much close. I think I wouldn't call it luck. I think their circle prediction was actually pretty good. And if you saw earlier toward where everyone was fighting, if you saw the bottom side of the circle, everyone was just rushing through toward the bottom side. See that? And from the west side, that was only Team Secret, which is why it got so easy for them to get inside of there. But the problem was the terrain. The terrain circle was honestly, I think, such a killer for a lot of teams because if you don't have, the thing about Miramar is that yes, I think some people talk about Miramar, you can't just rush into the circle, you want to play toward the sides. But the thing about Miramar is that because when you don't manage to get the high area, the high ground early or the prime estate early, you miss out. So that's like a gamble in itself, I believe. So if you look at here where the teams are, you can see there FaZe was already right smack dab there. If you look at the area, it was just straight up terrain with only that area where FaZe was in. That was the only area that had a building. And the thing about having a building means you have cover, you have a lot of area to move, and you're able to survey and get information very safely compared to the other team. So this is the final fight just now. If you can see there, if you remember correctly, I think the first team to actually just crash into FaZe's area and try to get inside was MS Chonburi, but they weren't able to do that. But the thing is, MS Chonburi managed to get on top of the building. They didn't manage to get inside. And if I'm not wrong, I saw MS Chonburi managed to pick up one player from FaZe, and there was only MR5 left, which is honestly so surprising because if I were MR5, I would think, okay, this is the end. I guess that's it for me. But clearly, they weren't ready for that. So the thing is, I thought that Team Secret or 4 Rivals had it in the bag, but from the things that played out right because of the high advantage FaZe Clan has as well as Chonburi, they were able to play very aggressive against these two teams. They didn't let these teams push up, they didn't let these teams even peak, because the thing about having high ground advantage is that if you even peak wrong from the low ground advantage, your head will be popping like a balloon, popping harder than a cherry tomato. Okay, I'm sorry, that was a really bad comparison. So the thing is, when you saw the ending just now, as Chuchu and Cloud said, it was a just a random throw of a grenade. I think it was more of like him trying to figure out where these players are and thinking they would react to that grenade. He didn't expect to get a kill there, but he did. Honestly, props to him for that, because that was honestly one of the most hilarious plays I have ever seen so far in PMPL. And you know what? I hope we see more of that. So for now, guys, that is the recap for match 2, Miramar. But for now, we're going to take a quick break, and later come back. We're going to head on to match number 3 over at Narangal. We'll see you guys in a bit. Bye-bye, everyone.
Berbanding musim lepas, YSL tidak dapat melayakkan diri ke PMPL. Tapi Alhamdulillah musim ni kita orang nak berjaya, dan kalau boleh kita orang nak dapatkan slot invited untuk PMPL season depan.
Target saya dalam season ni mungkin akan nak buat performance yang lagi bagus berbanding dengan season lepas, sebab season lepas punya performance agak tak puas hati lah bagi saya.
For this season, we're actually planning on trying to winning the league, but looking back previous season, we somehow managed to get the top 3 in the grand finals. We are only lacking in the league in terms of placement, so yeah, we were hoping to win the PMPL season 4 league.
Season ni jadi pro player, saya sebenarnya tak ada apa goal lah. Selain saya nak support PUBG Mobile, saya nak support Tencent dalam diorang membuat satu aktiviti atau event which is tournament.
Pada season lepas kita orang gagal untuk menjuarai liga pada season 3
bermaksud mereka perlu bermain kembali daripada PMNC. Jadi untuk season kali ini, perkara yang paling penting adalah of course untuk maintain slot dan
kita orang akan fokus ke Grand Final dan mendapatkan slot ke C Final.
Kita orang ada tukar dari segi strategi, depends pada trend sekarang iaitu melanggar lebih baik. Orang cakap high risk high reward lah senang cerita.
Banyak benda dah tukar, rotation, tim-tim lain semua tukar. Memang mula-mula banyak mati lah sebab tak biasa lagi kan. Lepas tu lama-lama okey lah.
Season lepas punya performance agak tak puas hati lah bagi saya. Season ni kita orang mungkin akan target untuk ke C, ke next level sebab bosan kan main Malaysia punya liga je kan. So nak ada juga experience untuk compete dengan tim luar.
Assalamualaikum, salam sejahtera dan selamat datang ke dalam PUBG Mobile Pro League MYSG. Hari kuisan diberikan lepas boleh ini pendatang akan berikan terkalan mereka ke granat seperti diletakkan terlebih dahulu.
Sebelum ni kita orang tidak layak ke PMPL and then kita orang start balik daripada awal iaitu PMNC. Selepas kita orang dapat balik slot PMPL tu, kita orang ada azam baru iaitu kita orang akan all out berikan yang terbaik untuk PMPL kali ini.
Tapi NSP malangnya dia dah hilang trade yang baik. Tapi Strive dah pergi ke depan. Alamak.
Untuk dalam tim R2K sebenarnya permulaan yang baik untuk mengimprovekan tim ni untuk season ni dan season depan juga sebab season ni adalah season pertama untuk Aizen iaitu player baru kita. Season baru juga untuk NSP kembali daripada cuti disebabkan SPM.
Macam season lepas saya kena jadi seorang student dengan seorang pro player. Tapi season ni saya seorang pro player je. So saya boleh fokus lebih dekat pro player lah.
Kita orang nak buat satu, orang cakap apa, surprise lah untuk season kali ni. So bagi orang terkejut, boys champion grand final. Macam tu.
Basically, the addition as Solos to the team is because surprisingly, he is actually good in the game. Solos is like, I would say, the alpha gamer. He is the type of gamer where if he puts some time to it, he can get very good at the game, like effortlessly. He will always be among of the top players because he's a gamer.
Bagi saya, semua pasukan macam sama je, masing-masing ada kelebihan dia dan kekurangan dia. Bagi saya, kita orang pun baru first time, banyak lagi kita orang kena belajar.
In terms of rotation and gameplay, depends on the new team's drop spots. So there will be only minor changes, everything else should be the same.
Untuk this season, banding dengan season lepas, kebanyakan tim sudah main barbar tau. So kita orang kalau main passive pun, peluang untuk menang tu mungkin tipis jugalah. So kita orang pun akan ikut tie sekarang untuk main barbar.
Pada weekday yang pertama, hari yang kedua, saya masih ingat lagi pusingan yang keempat pada waktu itu di mana Bravo berjaya untuk melontarkan nade dan seterusnya meratakan pasukan Farang Legend secara langsung. Dan itu merupakan satu perkara yang sangat-sangat manis sebab waktu itu memang betul-betul mereka tidak ada zone.
On that day, kita orang dapat momentum yang macam energi lah untuk hari itu.
Mereka telah pun berpecah, ada yang pergi ke bahagian kanan dan ada yang pergi ke bahagian kiri. Tapi malangnya, hanya Bravo saja yang mampu untuk survive dalam situasi tersebut. Dan sebenarnya dia hampir untuk clutch pasukan Geek Fam yang pada waktu itu ada 4 orang player. Dia berjaya untuk menjatuhkan satu, hampir-hampir menjatuhkan yang kedua, tetapi ialah disebabkan oleh bullet yang tidak mencukupi, menyebabkan pasukan Seminan Gang hanya mampu untuk berpuas hati di tempat yang kedua. Tapi itu adalah satu momen yang sangat-sangat memorable lah untuk minggu yang pertama bagi pasukan Seminan Gang.
Dan hopefully kita orang cuba untuk bawakan momentum tu sampai ke grand final.
Masa diorang last game tu saya on the way dari Kelang. Bila saya balik je, diorang menjerit. Wow, chicken. Cuma apa yang buatkan diorang ni mungkin motivasi lah. Diorang rasa macam diorang tak nak kecewakan saya. That's why diorang bagi saya at least lah satu chicken, good placement point. Tapi diorang still tak have a good momentum. Cuma saya yakin dan pasti diorang cuba yang terbaik.
NSP, YSX, Geek Fam dan juga Anti-Circle yang berada di bottom 4 selepas hari yang pertama.
Season ni memang tak dapat dinafikan tim yang paling perform adalah tim Axis Red One. Dengan kemasukan Voke nampak perubahan yang amat besar. Diorang sekarang tangga yang kedua dalam point PMGC.
Mereka ada kekuatan iaitu mereka ada satu kepala dan yang lain semua itu adalah seolah-olah follower. Jadi itu memudahkan mereka untuk membuat apa-apa strategi yang mereka rencanakan.
For this season, there are actually good new teams like Farang Legend and Yudo Alliance. But overall, the top 3 teams that we are actually looking at is actually 4 rivals, Geek Fam, team secret because they are the ones on top of us in the PMGC race.
Season ni yang paling perform dan juga konsisten adalah team Aziz Red One sebab tengok diorang betul-betul konsisten tau. Kalau diorang ada tusun satu game pun, next round tu diorang akan comeback dengan kill yang banyak.
Tim yang agak orang cakap mengejutkan lah Liga kali ni saya rasa tim Farang Lejun lah. So bila diorang masuk je, diorang lepas je PMPL, memang diorang tunjuk yang diorang ni bukan sekadar underdog tapi diorang boleh perform dengan lebih bagus.
Mungkin ini kali pertama mereka bermain di PMPL MYZ season yang keempat. Pasukan lain kekurangan data untuk gameplay ataupun corak permainan pasukan mereka membuatkan mereka ada lebih banyak kebebasan untuk melakukan apa yang mereka inginkan sebagai pendatang baru.
Pasukan yang tidak berjaya untuk melahirkan diri adalah NSP, YSX, Anti-Circle dan juga Yudu Alliance.
Saya dah usahakan YSX Esports ni hampir 2 tahun and Alhamdulillah ini adalah kerja keras semua tim termasuk tim X yang sedang bertanding dalam peringkat PMPL Season 4 Malaysia Singapura ni. Untuk apakah semangat yang bawa mereka ke sini adalah hasil perjuangan dan latihan mereka selama 2 tahun.
Seperti yang semua tahu, memang fans untuk Sam9 Gang ni memang sangat-sangat besar dalam Malaysia. Walaupun mungkin mereka gagal untuk menunjukkan prestasi yang baik di minggu-minggu awal, tetapi dengan sokongan yang mereka berikan untuk menjadikan Sam9 Gang lebih baik ataupun lebih hebat daripada apa yang pernah mereka ada sebelum ini. Dan yang paling penting, Allah yang satu.
Obviously, based on the first week performance, it is very disappointing because we know that we could do way much better. I mean, looking back at the previous season's performance, coming to this season, I think the players, there's no confidence in them as much as there were compared to the previous season. So I think the main problem or the main factor that actually affect the first week performance is actually the players' confidence.
Jujurnya Sam9 sekarang a bit struggle without the coach. So kita orang cuba benda-benda baru. Kita orang cuba roster tukar. Ada time saya tak main, ada time Drex tak main. Memang semua akan ditukar lah.
Dan mereka ada 4 orang player grenade dibalikkan di saatnya macam bola lah grenade kau. Satu di knock. Secara lurus saja SMG akan dijatuhkan satu player Dignity. Wow. Dan Jenny juga akan tinggalkan Bridge. Bridge bergerak dengan kabel bang kedua. Kuat menembak, kuat dapat satu.
This season, the gameplay overall is way different than the previous one. The main factor would be because of the circle shifting. Another one, a lot of teams actually now prefer in getting spots in the circle. Teams like Axis and Farang Legend, they have this mindset where if they win this one point in front of them, they can win the game.
Untuk season ni kita orang tak ada banyak sangat strategi yang kita orang ubah dan kita orang cuba untuk memantapkan chemistry antara player dan hopefully kita orang dapat berjaya pada peringkat yang tinggi lah.
Weekend pertama memang performance sangat-sangat tidak baik. 3.7 saja poin diorang purata. And 15 game diorang kumpul 56 mata. Itu satu performance yang sangat buruk pada saya lah untuk Homeboys. Since diorang semua player berkebolehan. Tapi tak apa. Saya yakin dan pasti di minggu kedua pun diorang nampak improve and saya yakin minggu ketiga diorang akan bagi full blast lah.
Wales, RSG, Sam9, Wolf dan juga Homeboys di tempat yang terakhir dengan 8 mata saja. Satu hari yang tidak begitu baik untuk Homeboys terutamanya pada hari ini.
Dia masang grenade, dia dapat 3 orang dengan SB. SB dia begitu. Boyka mungkin dapat satu lagi interview. Satu di knockdown.
YSX Esports adalah pertama kali berjaya menampilkan diri ke PMPL season 4 ni. Kita orang punya experience adalah bagi kita orang pengalaman baru kita orang lah. Sebelum ni kita orang main macam tournament kecil je. Ni first time kita orang PMPL. Cabaran dia memang sangat susah sebab enemy semua keras-keras berbanding dengan tournament sebelum ni. Semua boleh dikatakan 9/10 semua aiming doang mesti kena.
Dengan adanya Bravo, Putra dan juga Dep, gameplay boleh menjadi lebih agresif. Man Parang dan juga Dex dalam satu permainan yang sama membuatkan mereka boleh bermain dengan lebih kemas dan lebih berotak. Itu antara strategi lah yang boleh Sam9 Gang tunjukkan dengan adanya 5 orang pemain pada season kali ini.
Wow. Memang pengejaran yang begitu menakjubkan daripada Axis. Tempat kedua sekarang dengan 117. Sam9 akan naik sampai ke tempat ke-13 dengan 51 mata.
PMPL ni adalah sangat berbeza bagi kita orang. Enemy dia bukan calang-calang punya enemy lah. majoritinya boleh main lah. So kalau macam itu, kita orang kena usaha dengan lebih keras untuk kekalkan kita orang punya momentum.
Disebabkan season kali ini banyak perkara yang perlu untuk diperkemaskan kembali, target yang saya letakkan untuk pemain-pemain Sam9 Gang untuk mereka belajar dan mereka eksperimen apa benda yang mereka perlukan supaya di Grand Final dan mereka mampu untuk mendapatkan kejuaraan seterusnya slot ke SEA Championship.
Kita orang nak buat satu kejutan dalam scene PMPL bagi season 4 ni, bagi satu kejutan yang Homeboys boleh jadi champion Grand Final. Lepas tu kita orang nak ke next level, pergi ke SEA.
Circle pattern sekarang dia lain sikit. Pattern circle sekarang dia berbeza berbanding 1-2 season yang lepas. So diorang perlukan pattern yang baru, playstyle baru, meta baru. So kedua-dua tim tak boleh bermain secara macam dulu lagi. Lambat tak boleh. Kita kena cepat. Loot, kill and win.
Super Weekend ini pun satu benda yang menakjubkan. Axis berada di atas, kemudian diikuti SMG, kemudian Farang top 3.
Pertukaran chicken dinner yang berlaku berkali-kali menyebabkan kebanyakan mata yang sepatutnya ada pada tim nombor 1 diberikan pada tim-tim yang di bawah.
Untuk Hagu, saya sebenarnya dah kenal dia lama. Pada 2018 sampai sekarang memang terasa kehilangan sebab merupakan coach kita orang yang beri kita orang moral support untuk kita orang berjaya.
I would like to apologize to the family members of Agus. I am very sorry that I am kind of late in trying to fight the COVID with him. Personally, knowing him as a teammate, as a friend, he's a fierce person, but he's not mean. He is very disciplined person, but at the same time, he won't bring people down.
Dia memang sangat-sangat hardworking, dia memang sangat-sangat committed untuk memastikan bahawa pemain-pemain ini bersatu padu dan juga bermain sebagai satu pasukan, bermain sebagai satu unit. Itu adalah kelebihan yang Arwah ada.
This year punya raya, dia datang ke rumah saya untuk makan-makan pada raya pertama. So tu adalah momen terakhir saya dengan Agus. Masa tu memang kita orang borak lama, kita orang selalu borak pasal in-game and real life punya situation.
Agus tu salah seorang coach yang kita paling respect sebab kita tahu dia banyak bagi kita ilmu. Dia tak kena coach tau. Dia selain coach untuk tim dia bagi ilmu dia dekat orang ramai juga. So kehilangan dia memang bagi impact jugalah dekat semua pro player.
Macam korang tahu, Arwah Agus bukan sebahagian daripada tim kita orang, tapi kita orang rasa kehilangan seorang yang penting dalam bidang e-sport. Pemergian dia, kita orang semua terasa sedih sebab dia orang kuat dalam bidang e-sport ni kan. So marilah kita beramai-ramai doakan Al-Fatihah atas arwah tersebut.
And cuma saya nak pesan satu je lah dekat komuniti Mana yang belum pernah pergi vaksin lagi, belum ambil first dose tu, ambil lah. At least kita boleh kurangkan sikit efek kalau kena COVID kalau dah ambil vaksin. So pergi vaksin lah, itu lebih baik.
Saya sebenarnya even tak ada kaitan pun dengan Agus, tapi saya still rasa macam satu impak yang besar. Rasa sedih. Saya dulu tak hati main PUBG. So apa-apa ilmu yang Agus kongsikan apa semua saya belajar je. So saya rasa macam benda tu berharga lah bagi saya. So bilanya seorang orang cakap guru kan dah tiada lagi dalam ni untuk mengajar kita. So rasa kehilangan tu terasa lah bagi saya.
Kita orang decide untuk tukar nama Haha di depan sebab kita orang cuba untuk membawa semangat yang dia bawa.
Di mana Arwah Agus memang dah menjaga mereka sejak daripada season yang pertama. Jadinya bukan mudah untuk mereka move on secara langsung. Dan saya rasa itu sebenarnya membantu jugalah kepada mereka bermain ataupun kekal bersemangat walaupun dalam keadaan kesedihan.
Sebab dia selalu sebelum ni memang even apa pun berlaku dia nak tengok teammate dia berjaya lah.
Say hello. Budak baik.
Berbanding musim lepas, YSL tidak dapat melayakkan diri ke PMPL. Tapi Alhamdulillah musim ni kita orang nak berjaya dan kalau boleh kita orang nak dapatkan slot invited untuk PMPL season depan.
Target saya dalam season ni mungkin akan nak buat performance yang lagi bagus berbanding dengan season lepas sebab season lepas punya performance agak tak puas hati lah bagi saya.
For this season, we actually planning on trying to winning the league, but looking back previous season, we somehow managed to get the top 3 in the grand finals. We are only lacking in the league in terms of placement. So yeah, we were hoping to win the PMPL season 4 league.
Season ni jadi pro player saya sebenarnya tak ada apa goal lah. Selain saya nak support PUBG Mobile, saya nak support Tencent dalam diorang membuat satu aktiviti atau event which is tournament.
Pada season lepas kita orang gagal untuk menjuarai liga pada season 3.
Bermaksud mereka perlu bermain kembali daripada PMNC. Jadi untuk season kali ini, perkara yang paling penting adalah of course untuk maintain slot dan
kita orang akan fokus ke grand final dan mendapatkan slot ke C final.
Kita orang ada tukar dari segi strategi, depends pada trend sekarang iaitu melanggar lebih baik. Orang cakap high risk high reward lah senang cerita.
Banyak benda dah tukar, rotation, tim-tim lain semua tukar. Memang mula-mula banyak mati lah sebab tak biasa lagi kan. Lepas tu lama-lama okey lah.
Season lepas punya performance agak tak puas hati lah bagi saya. Season ni kita orang mungkin akan target untuk ke C, ke next level sebab bosan kan main Malaysia punya liga je kan. So nak ada juga experience untuk compete dengan tim luar.
Assalamualaikum, salam sejahtera dan selamat datang ke dalam PUBG Mobile Pro League MYSG. Hari kuisan yang hendak berikan termasuk boleh ini berdasarkan akan berikan terpelon mereka kegeran seperti diletakkan terlebih dahulu.
Sebelum ni kita orang tidak layak ke PMPL and then kita orang start balik daripada awal iaitu PMNC. Selepas kita orang dapat balik slot PMPL tu, kita orang ada azam baru iaitu kita orang akan all out berikan yang terbaik untuk PMPL kali ini.
Tapi NSP malangnya dia dah hilang trade yang baik tapi strike dia pergi ke depan walaupun
Untuk dalam tim R2K sebenarnya permulaan yang baik untuk mengimprovekan tim ni untuk season ni dan season depan juga sebab season ni adalah season pertama untuk Aizen iaitu player baru kita. Season baru juga untuk NSP kembali daripada cuti disebabkan SPM.
Macam season lepas saya kena jadi seorang student dengan seorang pro player, tapi season ni saya seorang pro player je, so saya boleh fokus lebih dekat pro player lah.
Kita orang nak buat satu, orang cakap apa, surprise lah untuk season kali ni. So bagi orang terkejut, boys champion grand final macam tu.
Basically, the addition as Solos to the team is because surprisingly, he is actually good in the game. Solos is like, I would say, the alpha gamer. He is the type of gamer where if he puts some time to it, he can get very good at the game, like effortlessly. He will always be among of the top players because he's a gamer.
Bagi saya, semua pasukan macam sama je, masing-masing ada kelebihan dia dan kekurangan dia. Bagi saya, kita orang pun baru first time, banyak lagi kita orang kena belajar.
In terms of rotation and gameplay, depends on the new team's drop spots. So there will be only minor changes, that everything else should be the same.
Untuk this season, banding dengan season lepas, kebanyakan tim sudah main barbar tau. So kita orang kalau main pasif pun, peluang untuk menang tu mungkin tipis jugalah. So kita orang pun akan ikut tie sekarang untuk main barbar.
Pada weekday yang pertama, hari yang kedua, saya masih ingat lagi pusingan yang keempat pada waktu itu di mana Bravo berjaya untuk melontarkan nade dan seterusnya meratakan pasukan Farang Legends secara langsung. Dan itu merupakan satu perkara yang sangat-sangat manis sebab waktu itu memang betul-betul mereka tidak ada zone.
On that day kita orang dapat momentum yang macam energi lah untuk hari itu.
Mereka telah pun berpecah, ada yang pergi ke bahagian kanan dan ada yang pergi ke bahagian kiri, tapi malangnya hanya Bravo saja yang mampu untuk survive dalam situasi tersebut. Dan sebenarnya dia hampir untuk clutch pasukan Big Fam yang pada waktu itu ada 4 orang player. Dia berjaya untuk menjatuhkan satu, hampir-hampir menjatuhkan yang kedua, tetapi ialah disebabkan oleh bullet yang tidak mencukupi, menyebabkan pasukan 9 Gang hanya mampu untuk berpuas hati di tempat yang kedua. Tapi itu adalah satu momen yang sangat-sangat memorable lah untuk minggu yang pertama bagi pasukan 9 Gang.
Dan hopefully kita orang cuba untuk bawakan momentum tu sampai ke grand final.
Masa diorang last game tu saya on the way dari Kelang. Bila saya balik je, diorang menjerit. Wow, chicken! Cuma apa yang buatkan diorang ni mungkin motivasi lah. Diorang rasa macam diorang tak nak kecewakan saya. That's why diorang bagi saya at least lah satu chicken, good placement point. Tapi diorang still tak have a good momentum. Cuma saya yakin dan pasti diorang cuba yang terbaik lah.
NSP, YSX, Geekfam dan juga Anti-Circle yang berada di bottom 4 selepas hari yang pertama.
Season ni memang tak dapat dinafikan tim yang paling perform adalah tim Axis Red One. Dengan kemasukan 4K nampak perubahan yang amat besar. Diorang sekarang tangga yang kedua dalam point PMGC.
Mereka ada kekuatan iaitu mereka ada satu kepala dan yang lain semua tu adalah seolah-olah follower. Jadi itu memudahkan mereka untuk membuat apa-apa strategi yang mereka rencanakan.
For this season, there are actually good new teams like Farang Legend and Yudo Alliance. But overall, the top 3 teams that we are actually looking at is actually 4 rivals, Geekfam and Team Secret, because they are the ones on top of us in the PMGC race.
Season ni yang paling perform dan juga konsisten adalah Team Axis Red One. Sebab tengok diorang betul-betul konsisten tau. Kalau diorang ada tusun satu game pun, next round tu diorang akan comeback dengan kill yang banyak.
Tim yang agak orang cakap mengejutkan lah Liga kali ni saya rasa tim Farang Legend lah. So bila diorang masuk je, diorang lepas je PMPL, memang diorang tunjuk yang diorang ni bukan sekadar underdog tapi diorang boleh perform dengan lebih bagus.
Mungkin ini kali pertama mereka bermain di PMPL MYZ season yang keempat. Pasukan lain kekurangan data untuk gameplay ataupun corak permainan pasukan mereka membuatkan mereka ada lebih banyak kebebasan untuk melakukan apa yang mereka inginkan sebagai pendatang baru.
Pasukan yang tidak berjaya untuk melahirkan diri adalah NSP, YSX, Anti-Circle dan juga Yudo Alliance.
Saya dah usahakan YSX Esports ni hampir 2 tahun and Alhamdulillah ini adalah kerja keras semua tim termasuk tim X yang sedang bertanding dalam peringkat PMPL Season 4 Malaysia Singapura ni. Untuk apakah semangat yang bawa mereka ke sini adalah hasil perjuangan dan latihan mereka selama 2 tahun.
Seperti yang semua tahu, memang fans untuk Sam9 Gang ni memang sangat-sangat besar dalam Malaysia. Walaupun mungkin mereka gagal untuk menunjukkan prestasi yang baik di minggu-minggu awal, tetapi dengan sokongan yang mereka berikan untuk menjadikan Sam9 Gang lebih baik ataupun lebih hebat daripada apa yang pernah mereka ada sebelum ini. Dan yang paling penting, Allah yang satu.
Obviously, based on the first week performance, it is very disappointing because we know that we could do way much better. I mean, looking back at the previous season's performance, coming to this season, I think the players, there's no confidence in them as much as there were compared to the previous season. So I think the main problem or the main factor that actually affect the first week performance is actually the players' confidence.
Jujurnya Sam9 sekarang a bit struggle without the coach. So kita orang cuba benda-benda baru. Kita orang cuba roster tukar. Ada time saya tak main, ada time Drex tak main. Memang semua akan ditukar lah.
Dan mereka ada 4 orang player grenade balik kali saja macam bunga grenade kau satu di knock. Secara lurus saja SMG akan dijatuhkan satu player Dignity. Dan Jenny juga akan tinggalkan Riz bergerak dengan kabel bang ketuk kuat menembak kuat dapat satu.
This season, the gameplay overall is way different than the previous one. The main factor would be because of the circle shifting. Another one, a lot of teams actually now prefer in getting spots in the circle. Teams like Axis and Farang Legend, they have this mindset where if they win this 1 point in front of them, they can win the game.
Untuk season ni kita orang tak ada banyak sangat strategi yang kita orang ubah dan kita orang cuba untuk memantapkan chemistry antara player dan hopefully kita orang dapat berjaya pada peringkat yang tinggi lah.
Peringkat pertama memang performance sangat-sangat tidak baik. 3.7 saja point diorang purata. And 15 game diorang kumpul 56 mata. Itu satu performance yang sangat buruk pada saya lah untuk Homeboys. Since diorang semua player berkebolehan. Tapi tak apa. Saya yakin dan pasti di minggu kedua pun diorang nampak improve and saya yakin minggu ketiga diorang akan bagi full blast lah.
Wales, RSG, Sam9, Wolf dan juga Homeboys di tempat yang terakhir dengan 8 mata saja. Satu hari yang tidak begitu baik untuk Homeboys terutamanya pada hari ini.
Dia masang grenade. Dia dapat 3 orang dengan B. FB dia menengok. Boyka mungkin dapat satu lagi interview. Satu di knockdown.
YC Esports adalah pertama kali berjaya menampilkan diri ke PMPL season 4 ni. Kita orang punya experience adalah bagi kita orang pengalaman baru kita orang lah. Sebelum ni kita main macam tournament-tournament kecil je. Ni first time kita orang PMPL. Cabaran dia memang sangat susah sebab enemy semua keras-keras berbanding dengan tournament sebelum ni. Semua boleh dikatakan 9/10 semua aiming doang mesti kena.
Dengan adanya Bravo, Putra dan juga Dep, gameplay boleh menjadi lebih agresif. Manparan dan juga Dex dalam satu permainan yang sama membuatkan mereka boleh bermain dengan lebih kemas dan lebih berotak. Itu antara strategi lah yang boleh Sam9 Gang tunjukkan dengan adanya 5 orang pemain pada season kali ini.
Wow. Memang pengejaran yang begitu menakjubkan daripada Axis. Tempat kedua sekarang dengan 117. Sam9 akan naik sampai ke tempat ke-13 dengan 51 mata.
PMPL ni adalah sangat berbeza bagi kita orang. Enemy dia bukan calang-calangnya enemy lah. Majoritinya boleh main lah. So kalau macam itu, kita orang kena usaha dengan lebih keras untuk kekalkan kita orang punya momentum.
Disebabkan season kali ini banyak perkara yang perlu untuk diperkemaskan kembali, target yang saya letakkan untuk pemain-pemain Sam9 Gang untuk mereka belajar dan mereka eksperimen apa benda yang mereka perlukan supaya di grand final dan mereka mampu untuk mendapatkan kejuaraan seterusnya slot ke C Championship.
Kita orang nak buat satu kejutan dalam scene PMPL baik season 4 ni, bagi satu kejutan yang Homeboys boleh jadi champion grand final. Lepas tu kita orang nak ke next level, pergi ke C.
Circle pattern sekarang dia lain sikit. Pattern circle sekarang dia berbeza berbanding 1-2 season yang lepas. So diorang perlukan pattern yang baru, playstyle baru, meta baru. So kedua-dua tim tak boleh bermain secara macam dulu lagi. Lambat tak boleh. Kita kena cepat. Loot, kill and win.
Super Weekend ini pun satu benda yang menakjubkan. Axis berada di atas, kemudian diikuti SMG, kemudian Farang top 3.
Pertukaran chicken dinner yang berlaku berkali-kali menyebabkan kebanyakan mata yang sepatutnya ada pada tim nombor 1 diberikan pada tim-tim yang di bawah.
Untuk Hagu, saya sebenarnya dah kenal dia lama. Pada 2018 sampai sekarang memang terasa kehilangan sebab merupakan coach kita orang yang beri kita orang moral support untuk kita orang berjaya.
I would like to apologize to the family members of Agus. I am very sorry that I am kind of late in trying to fight the COVID with him. Personally, knowing him as a teammate, as a friend, he's a fierce person, but he's not mean. He is very disciplined person, but at the same time, he won't bring people down.
Dia memang sangat-sangat hardworking, dia memang sangat-sangat committed untuk memastikan bahawa pemain-pemain ini bersatu padu dan juga bermain sebagai satu pasukan, bermain sebagai satu unit. Itu adalah kelebihan yang arwah ada.
This year punya raya, dia datang ke rumah saya untuk makan-makan pada raya pertama. So tu adalah momen terakhir saya dengan Agus. Masa tu memang kita orang borak lama, kita orang selalu borak pasal in game and real life punya situation.
Agus tu salah seorang coach yang kita paling respect sebab kita tahu dia banyak bagi kita ilmu. Dia tak kedekut tau. Dia selain coach untuk tim dia bagi ilmu dia dekat orang ramai juga. So kehilangan dia memang bagi impact jugalah dekat semua pro player.
Macam korang tahu, arwah Agus bukan sebahagian daripada tim kita orang, tapi kita orang rasa kehilangan seorang yang penting dalam bidang e-sport. Pemergian dia, kita orang semua terasa sedih sebab dia orang kuat dalam bidang e-sport ni kan. So marilah kita beramai-ramai doakan Al-Fatihah atas arwah tersebut.
And cuma saya nak pesan satu je lah dekat komuniti Mana yang belum pernah pergi vaksin lagi, belum ambil first dose tu, ambil lah. At least kita boleh kurangkan sikit efek kalau kena COVID kalau dah ambil vaksin. So pergi vaksin lah, itu lebih baik.
Saya sebenarnya even tak ada kaitan pun dengan Agus, tapi saya still rasa macam satu impak yang besar. Rasa sedih. Saya dulu tak hati main PUBG. So apa-apa ilmu yang Agus kongsikan apa semua saya belajar je. So saya rasa macam benda tu berharga lah bagi saya. So bilanya seorang orang cakap guru kan dah tiada lagi dalamnya untuk mengajar kita. So rasa kehilangan tu terasa lah bagi saya.
Kita orang decide untuk tukar nama Haha di depan sebab kita orang cuba untuk membawa semangat yang dia bawa.
Di mana Arwah Agus memang dah menjaga mereka sejak daripada season yang pertama. Jadinya bukan mudah untuk mereka move on secara langsung. Dan saya rasa itu sebenarnya membantu jugalah kepada mereka bermain ataupun kekal bersemangat walaupun dalam keadaan kesedihan.
Sebab dia selalu sebelum ni memang even apa pun berlaku dia nak tengok teammate dia berjaya.
Say hello. Budak baik.
Saya nak cakap W1 Malaysia, kalau boleh janganlah kita gaduh untuk sport sebab we are representing Malaysia. So harap Malaysia and Malaysia is gang-gang. No gaduh-gaduh untuk sport.
Okay, so untuk Malaysia team, kalau boleh korang jangan rotate jumpa kita orang sebab season lepas dekat SEA banyak kali kita orang jumpa team Malaysia. So kalau boleh drop squad ke ataupun rotation ke, minta korang jumpa team lain dulu sebelum kita orang. Kita jumpa last second.
Okay, walaupun kita orang first time bermain SEA, but we always ready to fight. Siapa je yang kita orang jumpa. Lu kacau, lu mati.
Kalau korang ingat season lepas, kita orang dinamakan Malaysian Team Slayer. So careful lah, korang punya rotasi tu dalam poket kita orang je. Kita orang baca macam buku teks, rotation korang tu, so careful je lah.
Okay, so kami challenge untuk Team Malaysia, pastikan korang dapatkan page pertama untuk lepas ke slot Grand Final SEA. Jangan memalukan Team Malaysia.
I will challenge them to who's going to be the best Malaysian team in SEA. Kita saksikan siapa akan lebih mantap, lebih garang dari SEA. So yeah.
Saya nak challenge ASIS lah sebab dia paling barbar dekat PMPL MYSG. Challenge dia untuk langgar Infinity lah.
Harap kita boleh sama-sama dekat first page. So saya nak cabar korang, jom dengan kita orang.
Saya nak challenge Team Malaysia untuk berada di top 2. Kenapa top 2? Sebab top 1 tu kita orang. So saya nak satu lagi Team Malaysia yang berada di bawah kita orang. Boleh?
Berbanding musim lepas, YSL tidak dapat melayakkan diri ke PMPL. Tapi Alhamdulillah musim ni kita orang nak berjaya dan kalau boleh kita orang nak dapatkan slot invited untuk PMPL season depan.
Target saya dalam season ni mungkin akan nak buat performance yang lagi bagus berbanding dengan season lepas, sebab season lepas punya performance agak tak puas hati lah bagi saya.
For this season, we're actually planning on trying to winning the league, but looking back previous season, we somehow managed to get the top 3 in the grand finals. We are only lacking in the league in terms of placement, so yeah, we're hoping to win the PMPL season 4 league.
Season ni jadi pro player saya sebenarnya tak ada apa goal lah. Selain saya nak support PUBG Mobile, saya nak support Tencent dalam diorang membuat satu aktiviti atau event which is tournament.
Pada season lepas kita orang gagal untuk menjuarai liga pada season 3.
Bermaksud mereka perlu bermain kembali daripada PMNC. Jadi untuk season kali ini, perkara yang paling penting adalah of course untuk maintain slot dan
kita orang akan fokus ke grand final dan mendapatkan slot ke C final.
Kita orang ada tukar dari segi strategi, depends pada trend sekarang iaitu melanggar lebih baik. Orang cakap high risk high reward lah senang cerita.
Banyak benda dah tukar, rotation, tim-tim lain semua tukar. Memang mula-mula banyak mati lah sebab tak biasa lagi kan. Lepas tu lama-lama okey lah.
Season lepas punya performance agak tak puas hati lah bagi saya. Season ni kita orang mungkin akan target untuk ke C, ke next level sebab bosan kan main Malaysia punya liga je kan. So nak ada juga experience untuk compete dengan tim luar.
Assalamualaikum, salam sejahtera dan selamat datang ke dalam PUBG Mobile Pro League MYSG. Hari kuisan hari ini diberi kali lepas tu boleh ini pernah makan berikan terapkan mereka kenderaan seperti diletakkan terlebih dahulu.
Sebelum ni kita orang tidak layak ke PMPL and then kita orang start balik daripada awal iaitu PMNC. Selepas kita orang dapat balik slot PMPL tu, kita orang ada azam baru iaitu kita orang akan all out berikan yang terbaik untuk PMPL kali ini.
Tapi NSP malangnya dia dah hilang trade yang baik tapi strike dia pergi ke depan. Alamak.
Untuk dalam tim R2K sebenarnya permulaan yang baik untuk mengimprovekan tim ni untuk season ni dan season depan juga sebab season ni adalah season pertama untuk Aizen iaitu player baru kita. Season baru juga untuk NSP kembali daripada cuti disebabkan SPM.
Macam season lepas saya kena jadi seorang student dengan seorang pro player, tapi season ni saya seorang pro player je, so saya boleh fokus lebih dekat pro player lah.
Kita orang nak buat satu, orang cakap apa, surprise lah untuk season kali ni. So bagi orang terkejut, boys champion grand final. Macam tu.
Basically, the addition as Solos to the team is because surprisingly, he is actually good in the game. Solos is like, I would say, the alpha gamer. He is the type of gamer where if he puts some time into it, he can get very good at the game, like effortlessly. He will always be among of the top players because he's a gamer.
Bagi saya, semua pasukan macam sama je, masing-masing ada kelebihan dia dan kekurangan dia. Bagi saya, kita orang pun baru first time, banyak lagi kita orang kena belajar.
In terms of rotation and gameplay, depends on the new team's drop spots. So there will be only minor changes. Everything else should be the same.
Untuk this season, banding dengan season lepas, kebanyakan tim sudah main barbar tau. So kita orang kalau main passive pun, peluang untuk menang tu mungkin tipis jugalah. So kita orang pun akan ikut tie sekarang untuk main barbar.
Pada weekday yang pertama, hari yang kedua, saya masih ingat lagi pusingan yang keempat pada waktu itu di mana Bravo berjaya untuk melontarkan nade dan seterusnya meratakan pasukan Farang Legend secara langsung. Dan itu merupakan satu perkara yang sangat-sangat manis sebab waktu itu memang betul-betul mereka tidak ada zone.
On that day, kita orang dapat momentum yang macam energi lah untuk hari itu.
Mereka telah pun berpecah, ada yang pergi ke bahagian kanan dan ada yang pergi ke bahagian kiri. Tapi malangnya, hanya Bravo saja yang mampu untuk survive dalam situasi tersebut. Dan sebenarnya dia hampir untuk clutch pasukan Geek Fam yang pada waktu itu ada 4 orang player. Dia berjaya untuk menjatuhkan satu, hampir-hampir menjatuhkan yang kedua, tetapi ialah disebabkan oleh bullet yang tidak mencukupi, menyebabkan pasukan Seminan Gang hanya mampu untuk berpuas hati di tempat yang kedua. Tapi itu adalah satu momen yang sangat-sangat memorable lah untuk minggu yang pertama bagi pasukan Seminan Gang.
Dan hopefully kita orang cuba untuk bawakan momentum tu sampai ke grand final.
Masa diorang last game tu saya on the way dari Kelang. Bila saya balik je, diorang menjerit. Wow, chicken! Cuma apa yang buatkan diorang ni mungkin motivasi lah. Diorang rasa macam diorang tak nak kecewakan saya. That's why diorang bagi saya at least lah satu chicken, good placement point. Tapi diorang still tak have a good momentum. Cuma saya yakin dan pasti diorang cuba yang terbaik.
NSP, YSX, Geek Fam dan juga Anti-Circle yang berada di bottom 4 selepas hari yang pertama.
Season ni memang tak dapat dinafikan tim yang paling perform adalah tim Axis Red One. Dengan kemasukan Voke nampak perubahan yang amat besar. Diorang sekarang tangga yang kedua dalam point PMGC.
Mereka ada kekuatan iaitu mereka ada satu kepala dan yang lain semua tu adalah seolah-olah follower. Jadi itu memudahkan mereka untuk membuat apa-apa strategi yang mereka rencanakan.
For this season, there are actually good new teams like Farang Legend and Yudo Alliance. But overall, the top 3 teams that we are actually looking at is actually 4 rivals, Geek Fam and Team Secret, because they are the ones on top of us in the PMGC race.
Season ni yang paling perform dan juga konsisten adalah Team Axis Red One. Sebab tengok diorang betul-betul konsisten tau. Kalau diorang ada tusun satu game pun, next round tu diorang akan comeback dengan kill yang banyak.
Tim yang agak orang cakap mengejutkan lah liga kali ni, saya rasa tim Farang Legend lah. So bila diorang masuk je, diorang lepas je PMPL, memang diorang tunjuk yang diorang ni bukan sekadar underdog tapi diorang boleh perform dengan lebih bagus.
Mungkin ini kali pertama mereka bermain di PMPL MYZ season yang keempat. Pasukan lain kekurangan data untuk gameplay ataupun corak permainan pasukan mereka membuatkan mereka ada lebih banyak kebebasan untuk melakukan apa yang mereka inginkan sebagai pendatang baru.
Pasukan yang tidak berjaya untuk melahirkan diri adalah NSP, YSX, Anti-Circle dan juga Yudo Alliance.
Saya dah usahakan YSX Esports ni hampir 2 tahun. And Alhamdulillah ini adalah kerja keras semua tim termasuk tim X yang sedang bertanding dalam peringkat PMPL Season 4 Malaysia Singapura ni. Untuk apakah semangat yang bawa mereka ke sini adalah hasil perjuangan dan latihan mereka selama 2 tahun.
Seperti yang semua tahu, memang fans untuk 79 Gang ni memang sangat-sangat besar dalam Malaysia. Walaupun mungkin mereka gagal untuk menunjukkan prestasi yang baik di minggu-minggu awal, tetapi dengan sokongan yang mereka berikan untuk menjadikan 79 Gang lebih baik ataupun lebih hebat daripada apa yang pernah mereka ada sebelum ini. Dan yang paling penting, Allah yang satu.
Obviously, based on the first week performance, it is very disappointing because we know that we could do way much better. I mean, looking back at the previous season's performance, coming to this season, I think the players, there's no confidence in them as much as there were compared to the previous season. So I think the main problem or the main factor that actually affect the first week performance is actually the players' confidence.
Jujurnya, Same 9 sekarang a bit struggle without the coach. So kita orang cuba benda-benda baru. Kita orang cuba roster tukar. Ada time saya tak main, ada time Drex tak main. Memang semua akan ditukar lah.
Dan mereka ada 4 orang player. Grenade dibalikkan di saatnya menyambung bola. Grenade kau. Satu di knock. Secara lurus saja SMD akan dijatuhkan satu player. Dignity. Wow. Dan Jenny juga. Bahkan tiga atas Breeze bergerak dengan tak bebas. Kedua kuat menembak. Kuat dapat satu.
This season, the gameplay overall is way different than the previous one. The main factor would be because of the circle shifting. Another one, a lot of teams actually now prefer in getting spots in the circle. Teams like Axis and Farang Legend, they have this mindset where if they win this 1 point in front of them, they can win the game.
Untuk season ni kita orang tak ada banyak sangat strategi yang kita orang ubah dan kita orang cuba untuk memantapkan chemistry antara player dan hopefully kita orang dapat berjaya pada peringkat yang tinggi lah.
Weekend pertama memang performance sangat-sangat tidak baik. 3.7 saja point diorang purata. And 15 game diorang kumpul 56 mata. Itu satu performance yang sangat buruk pada saya lah untuk Homeboys. Since diorang semua player berkebolehan. Tapi tak apa. Saya yakin dan pasti di minggu kedua pun diorang nampak improve and saya yakin minggu ketiga diorang akan bagi full blast lah.
Wales, RSG, Sam9, Wolf dan juga Homeboys di tempat yang terakhir dengan 8 mata saja. Satu hari yang tidak begitu baik untuk Homeboys terutamanya pada hari ini.
Dia masang grenade, dia dapat 3 orang dengan SB. SB dia mengenal. Boyka mungkin dapat satu lagi interview. Satu di knockdown.
Esports adalah pertama kali berjaya menampilkan diri ke PMPL season 4 ni. Kita orang punya experience adalah bagi kita orang pengalaman baru kita orang lah. Sebelum ni kita orang main macam tournament-tournament kecil je. Ni first time kita orang PMPL. Cabaran dia memang sangat susah sebab enemy semua keras-keras berbanding dengan tournament sebelum ni. Semua boleh dikatakan 9/10 semua aiming doang mesti kena.
Dengan adanya Bravo, Putra dan juga Dep, gameplay boleh menjadi lebih agresif. Manpara dan juga Dex dalam satu permainan yang sama membuatkan mereka boleh bermain dengan lebih kemas dan lebih berotak. Itu antara strategi lah yang boleh Sam9 Gang tunjukkan dengan adanya 5 orang pemain pada season kali ini.
Wow. Memang pengejaran yang begitu menakjubkan daripada Axis. Tempat kedua sekarang dengan 117. Sam9 akan naik sampai ke tempat ke-13 dengan 51 mata.
PMPL ni adalah sangat berbeza bagi kita orang. Enemy dia bukan calang-calang punya enemy lah. Majoritinya boleh main lah. So kalau macam itu, kita orang kena usaha dengan lebih keras untuk kekalkan kita orang punya momentum.
Disebabkan season kali ini banyak perkara yang perlu untuk diperkemaskan kembali. Target yang saya letakkan untuk pemain-pemain Sam9 Gang untuk mereka belajar dan mereka eksperimen apa benda yang mereka perlukan supaya di Grand Final dan mereka mampu untuk mendapatkan kejuaraan seterusnya slot ke SEA Championship.
Kita orang nak buat satu kejutan dalam scene PMPL bagi season 4 ni, bagi satu kejutan yang Homeboys boleh jadi champion Grand Final. Lepas tu kita orang nak ke next level, pergi ke SEA.
Circle pattern sekarang dia lain sikit. Pattern circle sekarang dia berbeza berbanding 1-2 season yang lepas. So diorang perlukan pattern yang baru, playstyle baru, meta baru. So kedua-dua tim tak boleh bermain secara macam dulu lagi. Lambat tak boleh. Kita kena cepat. Loot, kill and win.
Super Weekend ini pun satu benda yang menakjubkan. Axis berada di atas, kemudian diikuti SMG, kemudian Farang top 3.
Pertukaran chicken dinner yang berlaku berkali-kali menyebabkan kebanyakan mata yang sepatutnya ada pada tim nombor 1 diberikan pada tim-tim yang di bawah.
Untuk Hagu, saya sebenarnya dah kenal dia lama. Pada 2018 sampai sekarang memang terasa kehilangan sebab merupakan coach kita orang yang beri kita orang moral support untuk kita orang berjaya.
I would like to apologize to the family members of Hagus. I am very sorry that I am kind of late in trying to fight the COVID with him. Personally, knowing him as a teammate, as a friend, he's a fierce person, but he's not mean. He is very disciplined person, but at the same time, he won't bring people down.
Dia memang sangat-sangat hardworking, dia memang sangat-sangat committed untuk memastikan bahawa pemain-pemain ini bersatu padu dan juga bermain sebagai satu pasukan, bermain sebagai satu unit. Itu adalah kelebihan yang arwah ada.
This year punya raya, dia datang ke rumah saya untuk makan-makan pada raya pertama. So tu adalah momen terakhir saya dengan Agus. Masa tu memang kita orang borak lama, kita orang selalu borak pasal in-game and real life punya situation.
Agus tu salah seorang coach yang kita paling respect sebab kita tahu dia banyak bagi kita ilmu. Dia tak kena coach tau. Dia selain coach untuk tim dia bagi ilmu dia dekat orang ramai juga. So kehilangan dia memang bagi impact jugalah dekat semua pro player.
Macam korang tahu, arwah Agus bukan sebahagian daripada tim kita orang, tapi kita orang rasa kehilangan seorang yang penting dalam bidang e-sport. Pemergian dia, kita orang semua terasa sedih sebab dia orang kuat dalam bidang e-sport ni kan. So marilah kita beramai-ramai doakan Al-Fatihah atas arwah tersebut.
And cuma saya nak pesan satu je lah dekat komuniti Mana yang belum pernah pergi vaksin lagi, belum ambil first dose tu, ambil lah. At least kita boleh kurangkan sikit efek kalau kena COVID kalau dah ambil vaksin. So pergi vaksin lah, itu lebih baik.
Saya sebenarnya even tak ada kaitan pun dengan Agus, tapi saya still rasa macam satu impak yang besar. rasa sedih. Saya dulu tak hati main PUBG. So apa-apa ilmu yang Agus kongsikan apa semua saya belajar je. So saya rasa macam benda tu berharga lah bagi saya. So bilanya seorang orang cakap apa guru kan dah tiada lagi dalamnya untuk mengajar kita. So rasa kehilangan tu terasa lah bagi saya.
Kita orang decide untuk tukar nama Haha di depan sebab kita orang cuba untuk membawa semangat yang dia bawa.
Di mana arwah Agus memang dah menjaga mereka sejak daripada season yang pertama. Jadinya bukan mudah untuk mereka move on secara langsung. Dan saya rasa itu sebenarnya membantu jugalah kepada mereka bermain ataupun kekal bersemangat walaupun dalam keadaan kesedihan.
Sebab dia selalu sebelum ni memang even apa pun berlaku dia nak tengok teammate dia berjaya lah.
Say hello. Budak baik.
Clean. Amazing.
Rasa bersyukur sebab kita orang dapat fight untuk dapatkan slot C.
Okey sebab form kita orang kat Liga agak memuaskan hati. Tapi grand final tu agak menyedihkan lah sebab apa yang kita orang target tak sama dengan apa yang kita orang dapat.
Rating 10.
Kalau rating dulu kita orang boleh bagi 5/10 lah. Tapi untuk yang season kali ni kita orang bagi 8/10.
4. Form kita orang kat grand final teruk sangat. Momentum kita orang tak dapat lagi.
Bagi saya kurang memuaskan lah. Sebab saya tak dapat bantai orang dekat grand final kan. So dekat C nanti saya akan bantai semua orang.
Kena banyak lagi training and kaji gameplay kat Miramar sebab mostly map Miramar kita orang paling tak perform lah antara semua map yang ada.
Untuk season ni kita orang lagi banyak improve lah daripada season lepas sebab kita orang dah main 2 season. So ada mistake kecil je lah season ni menyebabkan kita orang tak dapat good game.
Dari segi taktikal lah, dari cara kami ambil tag fight, tiny mistakes yang kita orang buat nak diorang perkuatkan basic dalam game.
Dari segi Liga dengan Grand Final, rasanya kita orang tak ada banyak improve sangat sebab orang yang sama juga kita jumpa, enemy yang sama. So kita orang main macam biasa.
Kita tak ada ubah apa-apa gameplay pun. Cuma yang bezakan macam apa yang kita plan semua tak jadi. Mungkin dekat Grand Final juga, tim lain pun semakin padu. Diorang pun dah lagi kuat daripada dalam Liga. And diorang pun ada yang dah boleh baca gameplay kita orang.
Comms kita orang dekat final memang smooth and clean. Saya sukalah comms kita orang kat final.
Player mentality lah sebab waktu dah atlet kita orang dapat pressure yang kau-kau. Bila dah game final tu kita orang dah reset, dah team talk apa semua dan semua dah okey lah. Week 3 day 1 weekday. Waktu dah final saya dapat 11 kill and ya itu happy lah 11 kill.
For me, of course, game final day 1, match 1. Saya frag 8 kill.
Momen yang paling happy bagi kita orang rasanya back to back chicken. Kita orang dapat chicken kat Ranger 10 kill dengan Sunhawk 7 kill tak silap. Itu yang paling happy lah.
Momen yang paling saya suka dekat Liga, solo squad dekat Map Ranger yang saya kelas 1v4 dengan West tu. Sebab saya rasa easy sangat lah West tu. Saya bantai lah.
Weekend ketiga, first map kita orang dapat chicken dinner. And then lepas dapat chicken tu, kita orang dapat boostkan balik momentum kita orang. Terus dapat nombor 1 and kekalkan sampailah dapat champion Liga.
Dekat League, map Sunhawk, kita berempat naik satu bot. Kita orang dah banyak item healing. Plan kita orang sebenarnya nak masuk zone. Lepas tu kalau dah tak boleh masuk zone, kita orang akan main heal. Tapi waktu tengah bot tu,
ada 1-2 bullet
con.
Betul.
Itu yang ni lah. Dia macam funny dengan mengecewakan lah.
Macam kita orang dapat circle yang kecil, tak silap circle ke-6 ke-7 tak ingat. Tapi kita orang kalah defend. So itu momen kalau kita orang dapat chicken, kemungkinan kita orang layak ke PMGC.
Waktu di Sunhawk, time tu saya ada pegang lebih kurang berapa banyak first seat, 30 lebih macam tu kalau saya tak silap. And then saya menyorok dalam satu rumah ni, ada enemy kat depan saya. Sebenarnya sepatutnya saya boleh je tembak enemy tu, tapi sebab saya terlalu pressure and nervous cause saya pegang banyak sangat first aid, sebab first aid ni penting kan untuk placement kami di Sunhawk. Akhirnya kami di clash dan dimati dengan Homeboys time tu. Homeboys ambil first aid saya yang banyak tu. So dari situ saya rasa agak kecewa dan sedih lah sebab first aid yang banyak kan.
Kita bincang balik, kita reset balik, tengok game, kaji game, macam mana diorang main, and kita orang tetapkan dekat diri kita orang, jangan letak pressure dekat diri sendiri.
Bila kita orang tusun ke ataupun game tu kurang jadi, kita orang akan berkumpul di luar, berbincang semula apa yang patut kena buat, reset balik biar next game semula tu tak kacau lagi.
Aim kami sepatutnya untuk dapatkan slot ke PMGC. Tapi kita orang tengok grand final yang terakhir, point macam makin lama makin jauh. So kita orang decide untuk dapatkan slot C untuk kita orang dapatkan comeback dekat C nanti, dapatkan slot PMGC.
Kita orang dah boleh agak sebab performance kita taklah terus sangat, taklah bagus sangat, dia average lah.
Kita orang akan make sure yang every season kita orang akan dapatkan untuk pergi ke C-League.
Perasaan kita orang happy sebab dapat pergi ke C buat kali kedua.
Cuba dapatkan top 3 untuk dapatkan slot ke PMGC.
Perasaan saya happy sangat dapat bermain di C bersama.
Kita orang akan prepare dari segi our mentality, tactical, berdasarkan yang kita orang akan watch ada team punya gameplay, belajar dari ni lah macam mana kita orang nak rotate.
We going to change our drop spot. As always, defend.
Sekarang kita orang tengah discuss lagi macam mana nak improve lagi gameplay kita orang dekat Miramar, sebab korang tahu di mana map Miramar ni map yang kita orang paling kurang perform.
Kita orang training macam biasa. Okey, sebabkan C ni tak macam season 3 lah, main terus final. Kali ni kemungkinan liga panjang, kita orang boleh study dekat time dekat C nanti.
Si final kali ni kita orang akan bagi lebih bagus daripada season 3. Kita orang rasa kita orang dah comfort dengan apa yang kita orang ada right now, just need to improve more, which is aggressive gameplay bila depending on the situation lah.
Kita orang tak dapat study banyak sebab season 3 kita orang main 3 hari je untuk 15 game. So kali ni season 4 kita orang main liga panjang, so banyak benda yang kita orang boleh belajar, yang kita orang boleh
So So kita orang ada masa untuk tengok balik cara rotation ni semua dengan gameplay diorang.
Infin. Diorang adalah champion C and dekat Thailand pun diorang perform kau-kau lah.
Memang very strong team. They have a good strong firepower.
Consistent and power.
Infinity punya gameplay memang ganas. Diorang memang kejar orang. Dia kuat split tapi diorang pandai lock enemy. Infinity memang top rival kita orang.
Kalau boleh dia orang pertama kita orang padam.
Kalau
tak bagi kita padam.
So we'll make a new, maybe kind of something like similar or some part of it yang lain. Our rotation and strategies. Yeah.
Rasanya kita orang dah adapt balik lah season, sebab season 3 tu kita orang tahu first time main, so jadi bot lah. Mungkin season ni bukan.
Okay, so pengalaman tu nanti kita orang akan bawa ke next season and then kita akan buat yang terbaik.
Try untuk konsisten untuk setiap round. Tak kisahlah dapat chicken ke atau tidak. Yang penting kita orang kena ada point yang banyak.
Okay, to Malaysian team, tolong jangan kacau drop spot kita orang sebab kami dah pening cari drop spot. So jangan kacau, okay?
To all the rest, which is Thai teams and Indonesian team, Vietnam and Wildcard, beware which Malaysian team. This time si teams barbar punya team.
Forever, Team Secret and Giffen, diorang semua dah ada pengalaman bermain DC berbanding kita orang. Tapi itu bukan satu penyebab lah untuk kita orang berasa down ataupun lemah, sebab kita orang percaya dengan tim kita orang boleh lawan sesiapa je yang kita orang jumpa.
Okay, untuk tim-tim yang lepas gesi, kemungkinan kita orang tak pasti diorang akan lawan drop spot ataupun tidak. Kalau boleh, kita orang nak 4 Team Nation ni dapatkan top yang lebih better daripada season lepas.
Harap juga Aces langgar Infinity lah, itulah.
So kita orang akan try on the league, kita orang akan try top 5 above. Kita orang takkan bagi just cukup makan. And of course, for the grand final all out, nanti kita orang dapat reach top 3 untuk secure the slot to PMGC.
Tapi kita yakin and confident boleh dapat masuk ke top 3 and dapat layakkan diri ke PMGC.
Kalau untuk Liga, kita orang akan lepaskan untuk ke Grand Final and then Grand Final kita orang akan dapatkan top 3 lah untuk dapatkan slot ke PMGC. Sebab ni je peluang kali kedua kita orang dapat.
Saya nak cakap W1 Malaysia, kalau boleh janganlah kita gaduh drop spot sebab we are representing Malaysia. So harap Malaysia and Malaysia is gang-gang. No gaduh-gaduh drop spot.
Okay, so untuk Malaysia team, kalau boleh korang jangan rotate jumpa kita orang sebab season lepas dekat C banyak kali kita orang jumpa team Malaysia. So kalau boleh drop squad ke ataupun rotation ke, minta korang jumpa team lain dulu sebelum kita orang. Kita jumpa last second.
Okay, walaupun kita orang first time bermain C, but we always ready to fight siapa je yang kita orang jumpa. Dulu kacau, lu mati.
Kalau korang ingat C season lepas, kita orang dinamakan Malaysian Team Slayer. So careful lah, korang punya rotasi tu dalam poket kita orang je. Kita orang baca macam buku teks, rotation korang tu, so careful je lah.
Okay, so kami challenge untuk Team Malaysia, pastikan korang dapatkan page pertama untuk lepas ke slot Grand Final C. Jangan memalukan Team Malaysia.
I will challenge them to who's going to be the best Malaysian team in C. Kita saksikan siapa akan lebih mantap, lebih garang dari C. So yeah.
Saya nak challenge Aces lah sebab dia paling barbar dekat PMPL MYSG. Challenge dia untuk langgar Infinity lah.
Harap kita boleh sama-sama dekat first page. So saya nak cabar korang, jom dengan kita orang.
Saya nak challenge Team Malaysia untuk berada di top 2. Kenapa top 2? Sebab top 1 tu kita orang. So saya nak satu lagi Team Malaysia yang berada di bawah kita orang. Mana?
Axis ini kerana Axis semuanya rapat-rapat duduk di tepi. Sis, entah dari mana mereka menembak. Mika Opi berjaya mendapatkan VSF. Tidak dapatnya pertukaran sebenarnya.
Axis Red One mungkin chicken dinner mereka yang pertama akan on the way. Mama ini, hey noob. Kau tak noob sebenarnya sebab kau akan dapatkan winner chicken dinner yang pertama.
Sedangkan tadi mereka hanya berbeza 1 poin, sekarang ini dinaikkan sebanyak 21 poin dan Evolve bukannya bermain mereka tak tusun pun, mereka masih lagi mendapatkan sekurang-kurangnya 5 mata tadi, tetapi
kalau di depan tu ada enemy, kita orang commit. Kalau kita tak ada circle, kita orang commit juga untuk lawan. Siapa decision semua kepada IJL saya okey. Itu yang kita orang commit untuk lawan. Kalau sebab okey dia percaya firepower kita orang. So kalau langgar tu memang langgar sekali ya. Paling busuk pun seorang je kena. Yang satu tim tu semua rata. Kebanyakan semua tu menjadi lah. So advantage-nya ialah kalau kita nampak seorang dua tim dia jauh, kita boleh ambil point free lah. Lepas tu kita rasa teammate dia mesti takkan backup je sebab dia jauh kan. So kita orang anggap dia macam buat online je lah.
Sejak saya masuk tim ni banyaklah benda yang saya boleh belajar, macam segi cara nak masuk zone, cara nak fight. So berbeza lah dengan tim-tim yang sebelum saya join. Rasa kita orang akan boleh kekalkan lah placement kita orang top 1. Sebab kita orang akan cuba dengan macam-macam skill lah untuk dapatkan first place. Tentang tim Farang, kita orang tak ada rasa takut apa lah, sebab kita orang bagi kita orang semua tim semua boleh makan, semua sama je.
Meninggalkan hanya satu sahaja player untuk Axis Red One dan mereka akan masuk ke depan. Adakah ini pengakhiran kata susu dalam nyawa-nyawa terakhir? Adil Luke masuk begitu garang dan mungkin sekali winner chicken dinner untuk Farang Legend percaya dirampas daripada tangan pasukan Axis Red One.
Kami amat berpuas hati dengan result kita orang di Super Weekend yang pertama. Gameplay kita orang juga tidak terlalu agresif. Tapi jika komponen itu kita orang perlukan, kita orang akan cuba knock one dan take over tempat itu. Kita orang tak sangka dapat perform macam tu kerana kita orang lawan tu bukan tim yang biasa-biasa. Diorang juga dah banyak berpengalaman. Tetapi semua itu semangat kita orang takkan patah dan kita orang akan mencuba untuk menjadi top contender untuk PMPL season 4 kali ini. Target kita orang untuk season kali ini hanya untuk mendapatkan champion dan slot ke C.
Untuk weekend, hari pertama, hari kedua tu kami main seperti biasa. So, masuk pada hari yang ketiga tu, sebenarnya IJL kata nak main barbar, nak main langgar. So, meta tu tak menjadi. Itu yang hari yang ketiga tu kami agak sedikit lost lah. Kami memang fokus untuk dapatkan slot PMGC. So, kami memang cuba sebaik mungkin lah untuk kami punya target, which is point tu kami kalau boleh tak nak gap jauh sangat dengan number 1 and number 2. So kami harap kami dapat pergi ke PMGC.
Kamdau Mika, 8 kill dapat untuk Axis. Red One Game merusukkan apa? Tindakan knockdown. 2 telah pun jatuh untuk demi satu pemain di perempatan SMG berjaya pun tidak akan suka dekat sini. Smoke sudah pun dibuka berikutnya. Dia akan dapatkan
Hari yang pertama tu kita buat yang agresif lah. Cari placement, kill. Macam hari kedua tu kita dah boleh santai lah. So, kita orang main tanpa pressure lah. kita orang cuba benda baru lah sebab placement pun dah sedap, boleh 10 weekend pun dah lepas masa tu.
Tempoh telah pun diketahui kantang susu ada 5 kill dalam poket beliau. Mampukah dia dapatkan chicken dinner ataupun tidak? Put. Dia akan bangun. Dia akan push ke depan. Tembakan berbalas tembakan. Winner chicken dinner untuk pasukan Axis Red One.
Kami untuk weekend yang kedua ni adalah untuk kekalkan di nombor 1 dengan menjarakkan lagi point antara kami dengan tim-tim lain.
Look at this dude.
Actually kita orang main cara slow lah. Bila circle to shift, kita orang akan jadi lebih agresif lah sebab kita orang fight untuk masuk zone.
Farag Legend, do or die untuk mereka. Jatuh ke macam mana? Ada lu.
Kalau dia jatuh, dia akan bagi kill dekat 4 rifle yang itulah dia. Bye-bye. Janganlah turun ramai-ramai weh. La ilaha illallah, itu perkara yang sangat-sangat bahaya. Bayangkan Pubg pun turun dan akhirnya mereka berjaya juga. Itulah dia pengakhiran game kita, penutup game yang sangat-sangat menarik.
1v2 dekat sini Snappy akan pegang. Zinbi, Stewart naikkan Bang Mamba, Mika akan bangun. Mika dapat satu lawan satu. Sekarang Snappy nyawa dia rendah dengan DP 28.
Saya tunggu timing yang betul lah untuk nak ambil take fight tu. So saya tengok dia tengah angkat revive member dia, so saya tembak dia.
Game yang mereka nanti-nantikan untuk melayakkan diri ke Super Weekend dan Zizok akan dapatkan kill beliau. Yang kelima dalam poket 3v1.
Bagi saya tak ada tim yang bagi masalah kecuali kalau tim tu tiba-tiba tukar diorang punya pattern lah. Sebab kita orang dah buat research and kita orang dah tahu apa pattern-pattern tim ni buat. So kita orang just ikut based on information and adaptation. So dapatlah chicken ni.
Mencari chicken dinner mereka di match yang keempat pada hari ini dan Noob hanya menanti saja lawan kawasan zon biru dan winner chicken dinner untuk tim SMG dengan jumlah kill sebanyak 10.
PUBG is a game of 101 ways of factors, you know. Maybe there's one day you have that 5% or maybe 10% of luck of the circle keep them shifting on you. So you may have a good game. I just tell them what needs to be happen inside the game, but I need to give credit to my players. They are all 4 incredible players in terms of decision making, in terms of what needs to be done inside the game, how to rotate, how to play against the enemy. It's all on them.
Mungkin situasi akan menjadi lebih mudah sebab 1 lawan 2 saja, tapi Fredo akan ditengah oleh playzone, pemburu akan nampak ke depan.
What I just tell them, I just give the general idea on what is happening inside the game, and from there on, they already know what needs to be done. So I need to give the credit to my players.
3 pemain select yang berbaki untuk pasukan No Boys. Farang Legend, mereka ada 9 dan adakah ketika ini mereka akan melakukan satu gerakan agresif ke hadapan? Mereka ada circle, mereka tak perlu pun untuk melakukan tindakan yang terlampau agresif ke hadapan.
Masuk Super Weekend 2, kita orang try main secara agresif lah. Kita orang try fight tim lain tu. Dan kita orang buat strategi lain lah.
Rapat dengan circle yang seterusnya untuk pasukan Farang Legend. Adakah ini akan menjadi comeback untuk pasukan mereka sebab mereka boleh dikatakan King of Comeback ni. Diorang selalu macam tusun.
Dan pemain yang terakhir adalah Kacang Susu.
Kacang Susu. Ini dia yang begitu mantap sekali dijaga oleh beliau dan macam biasalah dihabiskan, ditamatkan dengan sorakan kegirangan dekat sini sebab saya rasa dia tahu bahawa pasukan yang terakhir tu ada full squad plus pun dia tak ada nak masuk pun. Take over kawasan lereng ini dan mungkin mereka adalah pasukan yang ada probability terbesar untuk mendapatkan winner chicken dinner.
Tu sebenarnya game 1 to 4 kita orang tak ada point sangat, point sikit. Jadi I told them to maksimumkan point the last game. Time tu saya cakap kalau rasa tak boleh masuk zone, anything in front you guys, sapu je.
Match tu memang match yang intense lah sebab kita orang nak masuk zone memang post fight punya, semua zone post fight. So memang game tu game yang best lah untuk main sebab game-game sebelumnya kalau nak chicken dapat zone dah tunggu kat zone, lepas tu nanti chicken. Game ni tak ada different, yang ni kita orang kena fight untuk dapatkan zone.
Okay, dia memang tak takut siapa pun depan dia. Dia memang kering hati. Langgar seorang pun dia still berani lah. Macam split semua tu memang dia yang buat. Secure circle pun dia ambil awal. So dia memang berani lah.
Let's go! Let's go!
Okay, actually sebenarnya bukan saya yang buat call, saya as a support. Saya sebab kita orang tukar-tukar strategi dan Putra yang buatkan call untuk fight rumah tu, and then disupport oleh Deb apa semua. Dan memang persetujuan ramai lah kita orang push rumah tu sebab memang kita orang dapat info yang rumah tu tengah fight, and then kita orang menang lah fight tu.
Tidak duit-duit, chicken dinner berjaya tu diambil oleh pasukan Sam Lightning. Akhirnya menang tetap menang. Tak kisahlah tipis mana mereka langsung tidak akan kehilangan sesiapa. Ya, sekarang ini ada kedudukan yang terbaik. Salah seorang pemain telah pun terjatuh iaitu si Mato, tapi chicken dinner akan ada untuk tim Secret bagi pusingan kita yang ketiga. Winner chicken dinner telah pun dimenangi oleh pasukan sebagai tim Secret. Alamak, Axis akan mula berjumpa dengan R2K.
Dengan satu M249 dan sudah nampak dekat situ kan, dan mula dijatuhkan. Pasukan Axis Red One dihantar di tempat yang ke-12.
Ini adalah posisi yang sebenarnya akan memakan diri untuk Ivan dan P sendiri.
Even my players after the tournament, after they finish the tournament or somewhere around 10, 11 o'clock, after that they still playing the game. They still play scrims, midnight scrims and everything. So that is their daily basis. In the short term, basically, they really can play a long period of time playing this game. So they didn't get tired.
Game kita untuk weekdays, Wairi masih lagi merangkak-rangkak menunggu Cik untuk memegang diri beliau 5 penyingkiran untuk Ija di match kita yang terakhir sekarang ini.
Ija berpaskan tembakan, 9 penyingkiran.
Perasaan saya, biasa je. Hari tu takut. Ni dah tak takut dah nak buat apa. Nak pergi depan ke, nak pergi push ke, nak lawan ke. Dah, bantai je.
Okay, prepare for the week 3. My teams actually, how I see my players is, they take some time to get used to the lobby. I mean, the super weekend lobby.
Apa yang kita orang akan buat, kita orang akan banyak lagi study rotation and gameplay yang diorang tunjuk, and kita orang akan try harder untuk dari segi mentality and dari segi firepower kita orang sebab banyak mistake yang kita orang dah buat.
So usually they have this kind of habits or a pattern that I see in them. If it's a new thing, it will take some time. Once they are getting used to it, knowing what the enemy is going to do, knowing how the enemy is going to play, from there on they can just take the advantage of it and just play their game.
Weekday rankings kita, Farah akan berada di atas, Esports di nombor 2, For Rivals di nombor yang ketiga.
Tim-tim yang ni mestinya nak tahu tim mana yang confirm secara official untuk tak dapat pergi ke weekend yang ketiga. Itulah dia, Anti-Circle, NSP, YSX dan juga Team Bosku. Hanya berjarak 2 mata sahaja dan benchmark itu direndahkan sampai 32 mata sahaja. Sayang sekali kita katakan.
Selamat datang semula ke PUBG Mobile Pro League MYSG season yang keempat, dan ini adalah minggu terakhir untuk kita untuk Liga PMPL.
Kemungkinan mereka akan bermain baik, tapi ada tim melanggar Iboz sekarang ini. Tapi Iboz sudah memposisi terlebih dahulu. Tidak menjadi dekat situ.
Aku tak ada semua. Ya, pasti ambil di balik. Satu lagi kamu terbakar dekat situ. Dan micro Uzi nak pakai.
So, kalau kita crash Evoz, Yudo nak keluar pun susah sebab surrounding dia ada ramai orang. So, kita decide untuk lawan Evoz dulu, baru kita lawan Yudo Lions.
Mungkin ini formula yang mereka perlu lakukan, tapi untuk Team Secret sememangnya mereka sedang farm. Pada waktu ini mereka nampak beberapa kelibat di bahagian kiri dan kanan mereka untuk mereka VXM juga. Jumlah yang tertinggi daripada segi elimination berkongsi dengan Team Secret sebanyak 5.
Sekarang ni lebih kepada timing. Siapa yang betul-betul dekat ujung sekali. Oh, ini lagi paling lama untuk PMPL MOSD. Satu di atas, satu di bawah. Saya rasa kita lebih awal punya tu. Matoy. Oh, down! VXM!
Target VXM kita orang target sebanyak mungkin. Lepas ni 3 map ni kita akan target chicken, ataupun lagi 10 map yang akan datang pun esok dengan lusa chicken juga semua sampai habis.
Woi, dia dapat Moki juga dekat sini, tapi Moki akan dijatuhkan semula oleh Pami yang mahu berlawan. Dan tembakan akan dilepaskan 26 bulan.
Masa Super Weekend 3, day 1, first game Erangel, kita orang ada buat mistake lah sebab tiba-tiba rotation kena roadblock dengan WSM. So dekat situ first game kita orang dah down. So next game dengan third game kita orang repair balik, and akhirnya dapat good result. Kalau diorang tahu winners kita, so kita boleh counter balik.
Simbi akan terus beri garapan dekat belakang untuk batu dekat kita tembakan lepas
Dalam kesulitan yang dihadapi oleh tim Secret.
Tak sempat untuk Fredo melepaskan tembakan pada waktu ini, tapi ice shot dengan smoke yang dibalik. Oh, letupan berlaku dekat situ. Sarko dapat satu. Putra mencari ice shot di belakang satu smoke. Dia akan nampak dia sebentar saja lagi. Tembakan yang lepaskan ice shot akan keluar. Imo Boys dengan tinggal. Begitu saja.
SMG yang tadi mengalami kesukaran dengan Evos.
Kill kelima juga akan diambil oleh Sunline Gang pada waktu ini. Mereka akan gerak sebab mereka tidak ada circle yang terbaik untuk dua player mereka. Sedikit demi sedikit, tetapi kalau Sunline Gang dia boleh continue macam ni all the way. Dia boleh cabar nombor 1 liga sebenarnya. Double chicken sudah. Dan game ini dia ada 11 kill. Tinggal satu orang saja.
Actually memang kita orang dah kira-kira buat kira-kira. Memang susah, agak mustahil lah untuk kejar nombor 1 tu. Tapi still kita orang akan cuba sedaya upaya untuk kumpulkan point sebanyak yang boleh. Kita orang cuba mendapatkan momentum sebelum grand final. So kita orang just cuba and then just give everything we can sampailah kita orang berjaya.
Pasukan yang tidak gentar walaupun dua ini adalah pasukan yang pernah bermain global, tapi tidak takut langsung. Begitu juga berkesan lagi akan melakukan negosiasi pada waktu ini. 3-19 rata maka
Sunline Gang tidak ada circle, perlu masuk.
Okey, ada orang dekat sini. Lagi-lagi dengan smoke ini, tapi berapa prima dan
Tapi ada look yang akan cukup ramai sedikit. Terakhir untuk mereka tembakan yang lepaskan rata. Jika tidak on the way, triple chicken untuk Sunline Gang.
Sunline Gang, triple chicken in a row. Wow.
Sebelum ni kita orang agak struggle, memang struggle pun, tapi kita orang cuba improve dari hari ke hari dan keep training insyaAllah untuk jadi yang terbaik.
So sebab kita orang dapat 3 chicken dinner dalam satu hari tu, sebab memang kita orang sebelum start game kita orang memang ada target yang kita orang nak dapatkan 200 point untuk minggu tu. So kita orang akan cuba sedaya upaya untuk mendapatkan chicken dinner dengan semangat yang kita orang ada. And then kita orang berjaya mendapatkan 3 chicken dinner straight pada game ketiga, keempat dan kelima. Yes.
Sam9 Gang pada hari ini saja mereka menambahkan 8 dekat depan dekat nombor 200 kan. Sebelum ni mereka hanya ada 109 ke berapa je.
Untuk Sam9 Gang dia jangan terpedaya tau. Dia 77 tu untuk 15 game, 83 tu bukan 15 game tau. Itu untuk 5 game.
Ya, itulah dia. Ya, forever peluang yang sangat tinggi untuk mereka. Hit jatuh oleh AP. Memang premium dibayar dengan emas. Kali ini mereka akan mendayar dengan cara Evos VIP dijatuhkan. Dua player yang sangat garang. Chen akan pergi ke depan untuk memberikan informasi, tapi informasi terlalu lama sampai.
I don't think everyone is consistent, honestly speaking. And as for my team, as always, they did the hard work. They always play this game night and day. And I believe they can become a champion. No matter what people say, they are not consistent whatsoever. I still believe in my players because I know them pretty well since I've been staying with them a lot.
Kalau kita lihatkan daripada circle yang berada dekat sini, tapi saya dengan Gang juga telah dengan 2 orang bergaduh terlebih dahulu malamnya untuk Matoy.
Mereka akan cuba untuk menembus 4 kill sekarang ini untuk Sunline Gang. Sama diberikan kepada Aman dan juga Drax, dan dia mungkin akan jumpa. Yap, dia akan jumpa winner chicken dinner.
Sedangkan gameplay tadi, sebenarnya kita orang sebenarnya memang tak tahu orang buat apa tadi. Tiba-tiba Mak dapat idea, jom kita langgar untuk aku nak jadi rusher, nak kill lagi ni. Kita orang pun terus keluarkan meta baru, langgar je. Dia kita orang langgar je kat Rozok tu, mati-mati lah. Gitu.
Selamat datang semua ke PUBGMOBILE Pro League MY season yang keempat. Dan hari ini special sedikit kerana ini adalah hari terakhir untuk weekend. 8 tim saja berbaki, tapi banyak gila player pada waktu ini yang sudah pun masuk dalam kawasan air. Tembakan akan dilepaskan oleh Mika. Saputra yang akan jatuh dulu akan menjadi persoalan. M249 grenade tangan cuba dimasuk oleh Mika, cuba untuk dibaling.
Topi boleh nampak barang-barang. Yes, dia akan nampak dan dia akan ditembak. Sudah Sam9 Gang berjaya naik ke atas SMG dan juga Evos. So 3 harimau berbaris.
Sekarang ni tim yang pertama memecahkan 400 mata, 418 mata untuk satu mata yang besar jugalah untuk mereka kejar.
Tadi tu kita orang main PC lah. Anggap tu ikut circle lah. Kalau tak ada luck circle tu, tu kita orang buat yang terbaik lah kalau ada circle tu. So kita hold biasa lah. Kita orang excited gila-gila lah. Kita orang memang nak GC lah. Nak champion Liga ni.
Jadi kita akan masuk map Erangel.
Untuk Sam Gang, mereka confirm boleh kejar untuk kedudukan pertama dalam Super Weekend.
Satu dikit berjaya mendapatkan satu pemburu berjaya knock. Tapi Drax keluarkan light machine gun beliau tembakan lepas tapi Drax di knock down. Satu jatuh, Matoy menjadi knock down dekat situ. Dev mencari Matoy.
Jadi ini merupakan fair fight dan Man dan Kid memberikan informasi kepada dua player ini. Siapa yang akan menang?
Dia dapat! Dia dapat! Apa dia yang berlaku?
Untuk masa situation tu sebenarnya situation 1 versus 3. Dev dapat clutch 1 versus 3 tu. Dia mula-mula dapat first guy and then dapat kit dekat atas bukit tu and then 1v1 dengan ice shot. Masa 1v1 dengan ice shot tu dia ambil keputusan untuk baling pen tu untuk mengganggu bunyi lah, macam bila pen jatuh dia akan ada satu bunyi macam boleh kacau dia punya step punya sound and then dia cuba nak push tetapi bila dia baling tu ice shot keluar and then macam tu lah. Orang kata lucky shot tapi still we got a kill and winner chicken dinner.
Tapi kat sini berjaya jatuhkan satu orang. Nika OP, satu lagi akan lompat Batman kat sini. Macam tak ada cukup peluru. Oh, tapi mana bagus. Alamak, malam. Depannya adalah Team Whale. Cukup gerak ke depan sini. Kenapa tak untuk ditembak? Dia akan approach tapi dia akan jatuh. 4 ke 9 dengan 2 kill ke 2 second. Dua berlari, dilihat di belakang batu. Tapi satu distraction play yang cantik lah. Tapi dua-dua dah keluar dah.
Daripada ketika ini, DXM akan dijatuhkan bertubi-tubi Axis Esports.
Dia pakai dia berdiri tembak. Dia dapat. Tapi kena lari, kena masuk.
Untuk Team Secret, satu lagi berduratakan winner chicken dinner untuk Team Secret. Tetapi one game too late untuk mereka. Ini cukup untuk meletakkan mereka di tempat kedua mungkin tetapi bukan tempat pertama. Kita akan dedahkan terlebih dahulu sampai ke champion kita, Axis Red 1 untuk PMPL season keempat Malaysia Singapura.
Happy.
Walaupun first time main game.
Happy.
Lepas tu terima kasih dekat fans. And then terima kasih dekat teammate saya, Kacang, Faris, Ika. Ni muka lah.
Dia joget-joget je. Hello.
Kita orang akan buat yang lebih baik lah untuk C sebab banyak lagi kena belajar. Saya pun first time jadi IGL, Ika pun first time masuk PMPL. So dia orang banyak lagi.
Okay, bye-bye.
Rasa macam terkejut sebab squad baru buat kan. Line up pun bertukar daripada season lepas. And of course lah happy dapat secure slot C. So grand final kita orang tak ada pressure sangat. Just fokus dapat top 3.
Dari segi performance diorang dah western. Kalau yang mana yang dapat secure dia dapat good game kan. Kita orang just belajar daripada mistake kita orang. So kita orang akan perbaiki untuk kita orang target champion lah sebab kita orang tak dapat piala season lepas.
Perasaan kita orang sekarang bersyukur sebab ni first appearance kita orang dekat PMPL my SG and kita orang dapat top 3. Kita orang sangat happy dan bersyukur tapi still masing-masing ada perasaan tak puas hati sebab kita orang boleh kejar gelaran champion tak jauh pun but kita orang tak dapat kan.
Grand final kita orang ada satu lagi player ke-6 Aziz Lex. So dalam masa 2 minggu rehat ni kita orang akan bawa dia masuk scrim and akan bagi dia main untuk grand final nanti. Saya harap dia orang boleh lepas ke PMGC sebab itu impian dia orang untuk main untuk dapat experience dekat global.
Actually sebenarnya selain DD banyak tolong dalam mental kita orang sebab kita orang perlukan seseorang untuk bagi kita orang semangat. So selain DD ni macam dia sebenarnya dia kawan rapat untuk Agus. So dia berniat baik untuk tolong kita orang untuk menaikkan semangat kita orang. Disebabkan dia pun tak ada buat apa-apa so dia just datang gaming house, dia tolong kita orang. Sambil-sambil tu Lepas tu kita orang jadi bersemangat sikit lah macam tu. So dia bertolong, dia tolong tanpa minta balas macam tu lah.
And we're back in the PUBG Mobile Professional League Southeast Asia Championship Season 4, brought to you by PUBG Corporation, Tencent Games, as well as Lightspeed and Quantum Studios. And we'd like to thank our official smartphone partner, Xiaomi, with the Redmi Note 10 series. Challenge your boundaries. And we also like to thank our official media partner, Esports Fight Club. Watch and earn exclusively with Esports Fight Club. And of course, our official media partner, WeTV. Watch Asia's best content for free on WeTV. Download WeTV now on the Google Play Store and Apple App Store. And of course, this tournament is also co-organized by VSPN. And we are still here with you. My name is Sir Cloud. Of course, I'm here with Choo Choo. And we'll be jumping into game number 3 shortly.
Yep, I know it's been a long pause because still shocked the fact the last grenade just now kind of took away 2 lives at the same time, and that's why we need to recover for a bit. But yep, that just happened. But we're down to finally game number 3 in Erangel, which is gonna start hopefully very soon because we cannot wait to see what the game and the players have to offer. But down to game number 3 here, we've seen a lot of spectacular moments, even though it's just 2 games in the first day of PMPL Southeast Asia League. We have to keep our eyes on, especially MSC. MSC, one of the teams that's not really up there, not the ones that are really popular with the viewers and whatsoever. They have been proven that they are really thirsty for the entire league here.
Yeah, definitely. MS Chonburi, they have managed to get 2 second places so far, and that's not a bad thing. That just shows that they're consistent with the 2 rounds. And of course, the last time we saw them in round number 2, they got a lot of elimination points.
No,
so they took home the most points.
Not just the second round, the first round as well. They got themselves quite a hectic number of the elimination points. But for you guys who just joined us, we are playing at match number 3 in Erangel, which is going to be A, B, C, and E. MSC just now, which group they were in again? We have no clue about that at all, don't we?
Oh yeah, we'll be guided again later on. But let's jump into game number 3 first. And of course, this will be in Erangel again. Will be the second time that we see Erangel. It's just that this time, Group
D is not playing.
will be taking a break.
Yep, and that's a good start for some of the teams that they are just playing the first game just now, which is going to be the E group with the Infinity. And also, mind you, that just a little bit of extra info. Here comes the grouping. So the teams that's not playing is going to be DX, Gig Fam, APGS, and last but not least, which team was it again? I'm so sorry about that.
That's Bigatron Red Aliens.
There you go. So they'll be resting. It's not a good sign for Bigatron Red Aliens because they are actually at the bottom of the second page. But speaking of MNC, MS Chonburi is actually the 4th in-country final for the Thailand regional. So that's surprising, the fact that they're actually 4th, but they bring us so much onto the table today.
Yeah, I know, right? And even like the previous world champions, Bigatron Red Aliens, 2 rounds not working out for them, so I guess they'll be happy to take this break at this time.
Yep, that's definitely true. Maybe for the teams that are actually resting right now, they're not really resting. I have to say they are doing a bit of revision, maybe to reassess all the drop spots, and especially Bigatron Aliens having such a tough start for today. They need to come back in the next couple of games. We still have 3 more to go. It's going to be Erangel Mirama all the way. But here comes match number 3 in Erangel. We are going live.
Yes, and the Fight Club, I believe it's going to come from their base down south all the way to the top. But what's going to be important is definitely going to be the circle, and here it is cutting across Pachinki up the way to Severny. So let's go to see. Let's see military base.
It's actually very hard to see a flight path that this vertical, straight cutting from south to north straight away, but it's not really equally split into two. But at this point, all the players can drop to wherever they fancy, so it's not really a tough spot for them to drop anywhere, and unless if they want to drop by Lipovka or Military Power. Question is, where will the circle be? It doesn't matter where you drop, because what's more important is where will the circle, because we've seen so many teams, example here, Gig Fam, they have been playing alongside the edge of the circle, and for some teams like FaZe Clan, they like to be center of it. So if the circle is on the northern side, example, it's going to be a long ride and a long journey for most of them, but it's going to be the Gatka Mountains, maybe, possibly.
Yep, that's still possible. My eyes are on military base because there's 3 teams in the military base island. You don't see that very often, so it's going to be interesting to see what's going to happen. Plus here, Porsche landed in the same compound with another, with Lord.
YG, yeah.
From Yangon Galactico. So it's going to be a 2-1 scenario. Lord, he needs help for sure.
And the thing is, Lord is alone here with just a pistol, so there's going to be a problem. I'm not sure where are the rest of the teammates for YG, but they are nearby, one of them at least. So hopefully AK can distract a bit of attention from VGM to just making sure that Lord can retreat, exit out anyway, but it's a bit too far for Lord, isn't it? I think Lord have to play this very quietly, but VGM, I think they have already an idea that there's one person that's not their teammates dropping by. So here comes the first, will it be the first blood or the first elimination points taken by VGM or the other way around? Oh, this is interesting. Too fast. Right in the face.
Oh, there's one more person though, so what's he going to do? So Lord with 50% of health, he doesn't have any items to recover himself just yet. But Porsche will pick up. The buggy is here. Samuel coming in to back up, but the shotgun taking down 2, and it's V Gaming actually losing this fight.
That's a big shotgun right in the face. It's going to be 1v2 at first, and that shotgun movement is really where he highlights it more for Lord. So it's a big win for YG for now, taking straight to elimination points right off the bat. But we have another team sharing compound. We have NFT Esports versus BN United next.
So it's going to be maybe the second clash. Okay, so this is in Novo, I believe. And yeah, this is one of the 2 teams, one of the 3 teams, the 2 of the 3 teams that actually drop here, plus Infinity. Infinity is a meter base. So Novo will be shared for now, but it doesn't seem to be... Doesn't seem that they're happy to share.
Now, I think they are more respectful towards the territory. It's kind of marked in between. There's an invisible line in between them. So you're going to go that side and we're going to go this side for NFT. I don't think they want to engage that early on. Do you think Infinity will drop by here someday soon? Because if they had a couple of shots been open here, might be chances are, we've seen how Infinity plays. They never bow out from any fight at all.
Yeah, but considering that the circle is not in here, it's 2,000 meters away from the center of the circle, so from the side of the circle, so I guess Infinity might want to focus on rotation, and plus they are on the military base island. They want to get back into the main island, so I guess Infinity might just do what Infinity does.
Well, in case you guys kind of missed the overall ranking and already forgetting the overall ranking due to the long break just now, MSC and FaZe at number 1 and 2nd spot here, but look at the gap in between the 1st and 2nd spot. It's quite a lot. MSC, no chicken, no problem for them, but they got quite a number of elimination points, plus has been consistently stuck at 2nd place every single game so far, 1st and 2nd round. Will they get the same fate at the 3rd round? That's the bigger question, because if they do, let's speak of something else.
Yeah, it's 23 points after a gap after 2 rounds because of how MS Chonburi, how consistent they have been. And just look at the total damage as well. So when it comes to MS Chonburi, we got 2 of their players up on top there. We got Pop as well as Jasper, both of them with 4 digits of total damage. And then it comes down to Lamborghini from DX. The gap is like 400 difference. So just look at the dominant so far from us. In fact, there's a third member on the fifth place as well. So it's like at least 3 of them. Majority of them is on the top 5 damage dealers.
What's left is just Ponza and the last person to be squeezed in the last minute. TG13 even squeezed at the top 5 there as well. Now, Evo's Reborn, we talk about how Microboy can actually be a very important asset for the teams, because it seems to me after they switch over to Evo's Reborn, especially Microboy, he kind of gets the idea how Bigatron, Rig Aliens rotate and kind of put a stopper to them as well, because that's why they are not performing that well. But right now, Bigatron Aliens are not playing, so we're down to 4 rivals. 4 rivals ended up at top 4, top 3 just now. So that's a very good start for some of the Malaysian team who got themselves a first chicken dinner for today for Gig Fam. But Gig Fam, how do they rotate later on? Because in the second Miramar map, we saw how they kind of stuck in between teams where their timing was a bit off. So that's a bit of a gamble for them. They need to get the timing right, that's it.
Yeah, so in this case, I think they will use the same method whereby they might come in from the northern side. They kind of like to do that as compared to going in from the southern side. It's a bit easier for them to access. Before this, they like to drop into Jogopo. So this kind of circle is going to be okay for them. The next checkpoint is always the Gatka Mountain. So that's pretty standard SOP for them. But now that they've changed their drop point, so I'm not too sure how they're going to do it. But I guess it's still going to come in from the north.
Oh, I'm kind of missing bridge camping. We haven't seen it quite some time. Since there's so many people dropping around to North Scar Military Base, it would be fun to watch a couple of bridge camping here and there, but that's not going to be based on the circle itself, which quite a long journey for this in the southern side part of the map. So question is, who got themselves that Gatka Mountain first? Because it's really crucial to have that mountain. First of all, it's because you can just pin down anybody to climb up that mountain. That's one thing. That's going to rack up a whole lot of elimination points. Problem is, you have a bit of problem to reloot and reassess your economy state for the team, because there's nothing to get from on top of that mountain. There's no compound whatsoever, no buildings.
Yeah, so no opportunity to loot, definitely. So when you go up, you got to be ready. Just like how Voki is ready here to take those shots onto RRQ Rio, but it's just too far for them, so it's more like warning shots. And I think this is on somewhere on the outside of Pachinki, I think.
Oh, this kind of reminds me, do you remember where Mort from RRQ got dragged the whole way with that vehicle just now? I think it was the first or second game. I think it was the first game. He got dragged along the way by his own teammates. Yeah, maybe we should watch a bit of highlight later on today. But here comes Eagle Esports. So many players of each team, sending only one person to scout over things here. And most of them are going solo at certain part of the map.
Yeah, I know, right? So maybe that sometimes they set up like that, like, okay, if anything happens to you, we still got 3 others who can survive and can still hang on for positioning points and can still do something with 3 team members, instead of like, oh, okay, maybe all 4 goes to somewhere and then they get caught out and then they lose majority and then they end up with 1 person that you can't do much.
Oh man, look at that circle, still a lot of water in it, and it's gonna be only for around, what, 80% of it is gonna be land. And some of the circle can go as well as it needs to be, but I still gonna end up in the mainland, not far off towards the beach side. But so many teams try to hog around the Gatka Mountains, while some others are dropping around quarry area. And we're looking at some of them even want to tank a bit of the blue, and it's gonna be BN United as well, which is gonna take a longer distance of rotations here. So they want to play this very slow, as they know the circle does not favor them since the start of the game.
Okay, so we got some northern rotations happening and coming in through Jogopo. We got Team Secret coming in from the northern side. MS Chonburi as well is going to use the northern side, the shooting range. A late rotation coming in from one of those teams as well. So now, you want a bridge cam, you got a bridge cam.
Oh, Infinity, definitely one of the teams that really love to camp in the bridge area, but now they're not getting anything connected yet. NFT Esports want to pass by, but they are put into a blockade or at halt now. Mela trying to toss out it. Can he actually toss that far? I don't think so.
Nah, he ended into the fishes, so nope, not gonna reach there. But he's still gonna tap on the way to the vehicle onto the other side, so that's gonna puncture the vehicle and definitely going to be a handicap for their opponent.
At the same time, timing is not their friend right now. There goes the drift and FL, there's no way out from there. But, sorry, Vavel managed to knock one on down on Newsy instead of his being pinned down. That's incredible plays. NFC trying to come back, but they are being forced to jump down now. Where the rest of the Infinity trying to get on NFT heads, it's going to be a bit of a problem as the blue closing in, and none of these teams is actually inside of the circle yet.
Yeah, and the best part is that Infinity, they know that they are not in the circle, but they still take this risk of being on the outside. And now we can see Logan, wow, with a long range coming in, getting one knockdown for Infinity. Infinity, though, they lose one team member while NFT loses two, and they're still tanking out the zone.
Fair trade for Infinity, but here comes Lippy opening fire, trying to pin down. Oh, he got one.
Wow.
It's connecting. He made two trades for two. Nice trade come out from NFT, even though being pressured at first. But now they have to figure things out. Is he going on foot? Because this is not working right, and it's a long way to run now. Lippy, he's taking too much time to fight against Infinity. I think both teams will bow down quite early if it's keep on going on like this.
Yeah, I'm starting to wonder, is this a good thing to do for Infinity, especially that they bridge camp outside of the circle. Like, this is what happens. You end up fighting at the circle, the blue comes in and
oh, no,
everyone
Lippy.
loses.
Don't slip now. It's going to be a long hike. Well, he's going to live for another day. Hopefully he got enough med kits because, the rest of Infinity is not done with them yet.
Okay.
They're not done. Oh, it slips.
Okay,
No.
so no. Hey, hang on a second.
I don't think
so. This is definitely going to be the end for Loopy. Unfortunately, Loopy can change
Slippy.
it. Yeah, I can change it to Slippy, unfortunately.
Yeah, yep. Slippy is Slippy and he's gone Loopy now. Then back to Team Secret. Taking on Chonburi, one of the highest contenders in this tournament for now. Kid making sure he can finish off the deal straight away, getting one elimination points. And the rest of MC Chonburi is not that happy about it. They want to get another trade, but Kid, he's still thinking whether to shoot for another round or not. Jasper putting up the smoke quite a lot. Just gonna fuel up his vehicle and taking his own time with his patrol. Pops. I think Pop is one of the key players for MS. You know, he's always making the call. And the fact most of the team's roles are actually just frag all the way. If you look at the team list for MS Chonburi, they don't have really scouter that much, but most of them are frag except for Jasper is the scout. So I guess the IGL kind of turns between the players. But back to Team Secret, they're happy they got one, but they want for more.
Oh yeah, this team wants a little bit more as well. But Axis Red One scouts out maybe EVOS Reborn and decides not to go ahead with it. And they're not a team that likes to take early fights, but Onyx could be one of them that takes early fights and putting pressure onto Axis Red One. Axis Red One, not too sure where they're going to go, but Hainob is going to go up against a team member from Onyx.
The thing is, the rest of the other Onyx are repositioning themselves quite far from their teammate here. So he's putting up the pressure on Axis Red One, Hainob. He's trying to go for this engagement. Onyx, on the other hand, they reposition, get themselves on the flank side.
Ouch.
Oh, this is straight head up front for Sky, and Sky trying to finish off Noob straight away. That's a fuel can right in front of him, if I'm not mistaken. Extra careful yet. Noob trying to just juke it around. Oh, hoping and crawling, but so many shots, hits, a bullet flying on him. Onyx getting repositioned is just right. They're getting themselves 3 elimination points here. Where are the rest of Axis Red One?
I know, right? They left it out to dry. And Voki as well, he's down and out in the open. And for Micah and Kachang Susu to actually pick him up, it's going to be almost impossible at this moment. For Haino, yeah, you've been pinned down, but it's better to try and fight rather than just waiting behind the tree and just give yourself up?
At this point, I don't think they are sure about what the positions and their decision making is, but I'm definitely sure Voki is screaming for help right now. His teammate is going to help him up as he is the IGL, but it's not worth it. Sky getting one more. It's going to be YG 1 second taking on Micah. B and Silence taking on another opponent on the other side. It's going to be the Infinity who've been fighting such a long time against NFT. That's what we talked about this before. They are tanking W way too much, and those actually high up on the mountains climb down their horses. They need to go down in the open field, and because that's the circle will be Logan. How can he clutch this alone? It's going to be a whole team right in front of him. And Lippy taking one more on BN. Interesting, but he got knocked down the back as well.
And Logan is just going to play for positioning points. Definitely, there's nothing much that he can do. And this is what we mentioned about Infinity. Just look at this. Now they're down to only one team member left. They're having difficulty trying to get into the circle. So it's a lose-lose situation if you try to fight outside the zone and try to gatekeeping. I think that's cool. But if you have the circle, that's fine. But if you don't, that's what happens.
It's too long. They're taking the first few fights way too long and invested way too much in that fight, and it cost them quite a lot in their life. For Team Secret, there's too much courage coming up from Marta in the open street. FaZe MR5, he did a huge clutch previously, and now he's getting one with a side alongside with YG. Tamio taking a lot of fights on MSC as well. Tamio, MSC, YG, FaZe on Team Secret. There goes the toss of a nade. Can it drop a Kobe? Now, Kit, this is a lot to take in. He's going in solo. That's really courage coming up from him.
Oh yeah, that is really something. But let's see if we can get something out of his courage.
He did.
But yes, he did. So MR5, the one being knocked down. So MR5, the Starman from round number 2. Now he's down. But Tony K and Cole will need to save him. Still 50% of health left. Kid will recover himself. While Aisha is waiting on the left side. Matoy will be knocked down somewhere else. Infinity, they are the first team. Oh no, they're still in this. But NFT as well as MS Chonburi, they are both out.
Matcha supposed to be the eyes for Team Secret being wiped out because Vampires coming up from behind, out of nowhere, just passing by. They found Matcha along the way, and Matcha cannot be the eyes anymore. Being pushed out straight into the lobby for Team Secret, placed themselves at 15 or 14 spot. Now we're down to 13 teams. Most of them did not anticipate this kind of circle. We shifted quite hard towards the southern side. But here comes RQ Rio, might bump to YG. Now YG, Young Galacticos, we've seen them perform quite right. Sometimes they are on their high, sometimes they are on their lows, and now they are way up on the pickaxes. Has been waiting. It's going to be RQ. Have to fight two ways now.
Oh, it's Kacang Susu all alone there against Mort. The nade will not land onto Mort. Kacang Susu goes down. Oh, Kacang Susu actually gets Mort. And now with the pickup coming in, looks like they need to move in, but where the shots coming from? Coming from Onyx, from the high ground. Lord now putting it onto Onyx. So they're like, I see you see me. It's like 4-5 ways.
Yeah, now X is finished off at 13. It's going to be hard to fight against that Marikri Uzi, but Arikiri still survived so far. But for how much longer? We have Onyx on the top of the hill. The other one's going to be YG on the other side. You know, they are stuck in between, sandwiched between these two teams. Onyx scouting out around Arikiri, but YG scouting on Onyx. Onyx have no clue about YG for now. But the circle is not getting any easier for the players.
The circle feels like the same. It's just like it's on the left side this time. And now there's only like, what, 2 teams, 3 teams inside the circle, or 2.5 teams. So let's see what's going to happen here. April will be knocked down by Stone somewhere else. So 4 rivals, they need to pick up April. But RRQ Real, how are they going to get out of this? Everything is being tossed down to them and there's no more time. 20 more seconds and the zone will close in.
Now back to YG. Oh, another team out. Is it going to be FaZe Clan? Well, we are not surprised based on how stuck they are in between, but YG, will this be their game? Seems to me they know what they're doing, but for Vampires, they are pinning it down on 4 rivals. They have 4, 5, 6, 7 walls, I don't care. But the moment they don't have that much space to work with, it's going to be a problem for them, especially so many teams are passing by here.
And Shrap now, they're just tossing nades onto each other. April will be knocked down by Shrap. That could be their opening for the Vampires, especially to go in and take them out. And now they're moving in. Apul is right in the forefront. It's going to be hard to pick him up, but Apul will be taken down completely. And that's an opening for Vampires.
They are gonna go for the rush, but look at the sky, how blue it is. Back to Vampire, 4 rivals is down. And is it done? I think the dates has been done. 11 teams to go. EVOS Reborn now running away from Onyx. While we have YG tailing them very closely behind. VGM is across them, just across that river. Onyx, Jeff C randomly shoots, hoping the smoke to dissipate soon and can clear his vision what's on the outside. But they need to move. They are not in the circle yet.
Not yet, so they need to move right now because there's no more time. The zone is closing in though. EVOS Reborn keeping them out of the zone. But at the same time, let's look at the other side. The Vampires now going up against V Gaming with 2 ones. Looks like it's going to be a 1v1 here. And sure, can he actually finish him off? Yes, he will. And V Gaming, they'll be out in this round.
VGM stuck between the Vampires and also another team across them. While EVOS running away, they are gatekeeping against Onyx and RQ as well. Can they got themselves one loophole to squeeze in? Microboy straight towards flatten himself in the ground and he's gonna drown himself there. Heaps of bullets showering on him. Microboy hoping to be safe will that grenade.
What a nade there onto KF, so KF will be down. Sambe can finish KF off, but at the same time, he must consider that the zone is here. He only has 1 first aid. He will drive the buggy onto the other side. Is he in the zone yet? Yes, he is, but now he's not. No. Now you see, now you don't.
Oh, now we see nothing as everybody's hiding. It's going to be a lot of bushy playing, but oh no, that's really close. Sembe is really praying for his life. Now EVOS Reborn can sniff it out. But that turns quite not as we expected it to be. EVOS Reborn playing around the swamp area while none of these teams actually still in the circle. We've seen how this actually wage for some of the players. They don't want to be late into the party. They need to move now.
Yeah, they need to move. 15 more seconds on the clock now. Only 2 teams fully in the circle at this moment. Silence! It's going to silence the Chopper. Chopper will be knocked down, but the counter fire coming in. That headshot. Can you hear the headshot? Silence is now down. BN United will move in. And Nashin managed to take one down. What a nice shot coming in from Nashin. And Nashin will secure that elimination point.
BN United, what were they thinking, rushing in like that without second thought? And now back to us, Onyx versus EVOS. And there's going to be Sembe finally bowing down as EVOS Reborn will try to pick his mate up. Maybe Red Face. Yeah, there you go. Liza will be revived while YG still fighting over the compound. They need to. 4 rival Pemburu, is he the last member surviving? I have a feeling he is the last one to survive yet. Maybe one of the first few to bow down. 1 second. 1 second before he explodes. 1 second before he bows down. And that's going to be Tamyo, the other one who's actually going away.
Oh, 1 sec. Only 1 more second and he'll be taken now. Such a lucky move there. But now let's see. GIDS is going to move in here. But let's move on to Pemburu. The Nate will finish him off. Red Face will secure that elimination point.
I can imagine his face is really red right now as the blue closing in and shrinking even furthermore. It's going to hurt him quite a lot. He got only 1 med kit. He needs to move. He needs to hop on the buggy because this one is going to be the 6th phase of a circle. It shrinks and it hurts and it's in pain. Well, on the side of GD, I think we're looking at them having a couple of members quite spread out. Look at them. They play themselves quite a formation.
Oh yeah, that's really good because right now we can see the circle is 50-50. It could go left, it could go right, and the road right in between them. So for them to split out like this, that's really good. They managed the circle later on, but let's see right now who is going to get into the circle first. Now there's 1 player out there. Yeah, that's Red Face. So he's gone. EVOS Reborn will be at 4th place, 4 elimination points, and now it's down to 3v4.
GD seems very good, but they are the team that actually in between, so they might attract way too much attention between Eagle, Esports and Vampire. They start the fight against Eagle Esports, fighting Vampire Esports. Wait, what? They are choosing the wrong opponents. The ones that they're not giving attention is the team with the most members, which is going to be GD, who's currently taking the domination around this compound. They are dominating it quite hard and capitalizing at their maximum.
Oh, but GD doesn't know that Vampire is behind them. That's the risk. That's the risk there. The nade coming in. Nicely done.
It's not this is a different Parajin, there you go. Vampire. They are really close to being knocked down. Namshin trying to find the members that's almost being knocked down. Vampire trying to bite wherever they can, but they're biting. Then they can chew, and now can he be picked up? Where are the rest of the team? Stone is way too far. Eagles trying to just shut it down for GD, but GD is moving forward, and they are quite separated. We have one set of eyes, and behind. And I think Eagle Eyes have no clue who's watching over them.
Yeah, I guess so. There's a loophole there somewhere. But the circle does favor onto the Eagles at this moment. And Stone, the last man here, been taken down. And there you have it, ladies and gentlemen. Stone is out. That means they are down to the top two teams. It's going to be a 3v4 scenario with GD, GIDS, 4v3. It's going to be a good opportunity for them, but they need to pick up one of their team members first. But that's going to be a 3v3 scenario. The Eagles still have eyes. And look at the opening for Eagles. They have the high ground, they have the mid ground, they have the low ground, they have everything nicely covered.
Sneasel now coming in a bit too late now with Eagles getting a very golden grenade, hitting two at the same time. Now it's down to only Sneasel. He cannot clutch it. They got it, but he came in way too late for Sneasel. If only he came just a bit earlier. But congratulations to Eagle Esports. They fought themselves all the way. They were grinding with so many teams with 14 elimination points. That's a huge number. GD, I have to say, I'm a bit disappointed with Genesis Dogma GIDS just now. They got it, but they were a bit too stunned about where to move.
Yeah, and partly it's also because they had the vampires behind them. So I'm sure they wish they had some holy water there, but unfortunately, the vampires just had to be the kingmaker, I guess, in that fight. They put a lot of attention onto Eagles, but when vampires show up and bit them from behind, and that's where they...
So we have Eagles.
We have Eagles.
Genesis Dogma GIDS, and now we have the Bats.
Yeah.
So Eagle can win over Bats as well.
Yeah, so that is the fact now. And aliens, unfortunately.
And aliens are not even in there.
Yeah, not even in
Even
there.
the shark is losing towards the Bats and Eagles, so I guess.
And I know that Eagle is superior.
Too superior. I have no clue how big the Eagle is, but definitely big enough to get himself so much for the elimination points. That's 14. One more point to get themselves the same amount as Chicken Dinner. So that's going to be them chasing as Chonburi for their positions next.
Yeah, definitely. So let's see what's going to happen, because later on definitely we will see the charts. So it's something that we want to pay attention to. Well, I'm not too sure if they are going to be at the top. Maybe not.
The thing is, where were they before? So GD wasn't like at the top 4 or 5 previously.
Yeah.
But I don't think they can topple off the amount of MSC's overall ranking just yet, but they are very close. As this round only they got themselves secure 29 points, while we still have MS Chonburi still at 42 points if I'm not mistaken. So they need an extra round to make sure they can topple that off.
True, that makes sense as well. Let's get a confirmation later on, but we'll introduce to you the Eagles. Yeah, here we have it. So we have Parajin. So it's a different Para this time. And we have Namshin, we have Datcon together with Chopper. So it's Parajin coming in with 665 damage, 5 eliminations, Namshin 661. It's a nice shot just now, earlier on. And here are their favorite weapons.
UMP all the way we go, because you know what? Because they are the Eagle Eyes. You know, we've talked about this before. I think even the Malaycast has been talking about this in a different channel, that you know a pro player based on how they pose, you know. So the pose of the Eagle Eyes, none of them having the boring esport pose, so that's why they've been winning this round. But we're looking back into the highlights. This is where there's such a huge mistake. We've talked about this before. NFT Esport and Infinity, they've been invested way too long where they did not need to be.
Yeah, it's not worth it at all. If the lighthouse area still has the circle, then that's fine. but it's clear that when the second circle is already moved up.
I mean, like, even if it's not in the circle, at least it's nearby. It's not even nearby to start with.
Yeah, exactly. So I'm not too sure what they're thinking of, and both of them actually lose out.
Getting too eager, angry, sometimes it's not, too much of something, sometimes it's not that great. And the fact that they are taking that too slow, and with so many teams already waiting around the side of Gakka Mountains, kind of shows. Now, Onyx, YG, I have to say this fight is one of the most confusing ones if you're actually the player, because there's so many teams around you. Look at how many dots of colors. Every single person is not your teammate when they are surrounding you at that point. None of them are actually, the one team. It's like literally 6 or 7 teams in the same compound.
Yeah, so oh yeah, I'm distracted by the skin. I'm sorry. Because the DP skin
right?
is just so cool.
I imagine if it's a pizza, like it would be so great. And if you like shoot and the pizza being bitten off bit by bit.
Wow.
I mean, that's going to be a lot of animation, but that would be really cool. And if this pizza is almost like finished, you do know that you need a bit of a reload. You don't have to actually see the numbers below. You just look at your pizza right in front of you.
And that's the PUBG Mobile version of the pizza party, right?
Yep.
Yeah, I'm just saying.
I would love that. I mean,
Who doesn't like pizza? Right? I want pizza. So yeah, so maybe we can get pizza tomorrow for dinner. I don't know. I'm just saying that, ladies and gentlemen. But here we have it. So it's the Eagles coming in with the chicken dinner. So congratulations to the Eagles. Definitely, they are from Vietnam. So we already got one chicken dinner from Malaysia, and we got one from Thailand and Vietnam. Indonesia, we're waiting for you.
Oh, well, they have been very quiet for the Indonesian team, seeing you saw some of the wildcard teams. So maybe they started a bit slow. It's okay to start a bit slow when you're sprinting at the end of it. But if you're sprinting in the first few matches or first few days, you kind of lost the momentum. That's where the bigger problem is.
Yeah, definitely. It doesn't matter what position you are at the start, right? It matters what position you are at the end. So that's kind of like the theory behind it. But yeah, not to mention as well, not forgetting as well for Yangon Galacticos and also APG, Cambodia, Myanmar, looking at you guys as well to get your chicken dinner for the pride of the country, of course.
It's always about the pride and also the prize pool, which is large amount of prize pool this time. Well, speaking of which, right now we're looking at teams that kind of questionable. I mean, like, if you were Infinity and FT, would you have fought that long? For me, it's not worth it at all. None of the teams actually make it out for the last top 5.
Yep.
And the fact the circle shifted so hard that the player is kind of stunned by it, because we saw how some of the teams are quite hesitant to make a rotation just to stay, there forever. Like example here, GD, they got it going. You saw how their formation were. They were kind of, you be the eyes and we be the fragger, we'll be the shield for you. But I think it was Sissel, was it the last person? I think it was Sissel, the last person just now. He kind of Sneasel was too late to the party. I don't know why it took him so long to be at the back line, that he's too far off. He's not even at the center of the circle, he's kind of at the edge of it. And the moment he came in, both of his teammates already knocked down by one single grenade. And that grenade, you have to give it, that's a huge one.
Yeah, that's definitely a good grenade there coming in. So, but yeah, getting that spot that they have, I think that was a good spot. It's just that they had to deal with Vampire Esports just behind them.
But the thing, if you saw how things going on for Vampire, they were picking a fight over Eagle Esports. They didn't even pick a fight against GD. So GD were being left alone in the middle.
They were right behind GD, no?
They were, but Vampire is being pinned down by Eagle Eyes. Eagle Eyes being pinning them down with a lot of heaps of bullets that Eagle Eyes didn't even see GD in the first place. They didn't even start to pick a fight here. But here comes the MVP coming up from Eagle Eyes. It's going to be Nam Shin or Eagle Esports. They got themselves 3v4 moment. It was 3v4, but they still managed to clutch till the end.
I think this is the second time we see Namshin on the screen, right? So it's going to be 6 elimination points for him, 661 damage, 36.2 team contribution, and well, not the longest elimination distance, but as long as you get it, why not, right? 96, and of course the maximum survival time, and of course the non-esports pools.
Here comes the matches ranking for match number 3 out of 5 here in week 1, day 1 PMPL South Asia Championship. The Vampires know what to buy, but when it comes to GD, didn't get that much elimination points. They've been very quiet. They got that idea in their head, but they just cannot execute it.
Yeah, I know, right? Because they had a good formation. They had a good
They
start.
had it, but that's what disappoints me. It's like they are not confident enough within themselves to actually move forward.
Yeah, I agree with you. I think that they should have been more confident. They possibly could have gotten that chicken dinner.
It was theirs to start with.
Yeah, but I guess they're happy with number 2 though. I mean, it's number 2, it's the C, so you gotta be okay.
But the thing hurts most is going to be as Chomburi. They got themselves 0 point just now. Here comes a head-to-head between 2 players. 700 over damage. So far, this is one of the highest damage we've seen in day 1 only. The average usually 600 over, but it's going to be 752 and 745 between Young Galacticos player Lord and also Vampire Esports, which is going to be Stone. I remember the first game or the second game, he actually accidentally kind of grenade himself, but he redeemed it in this round.
Oh yeah, this is redemption here for Stone and also the rest of Vampire Esports. So coming in with a chicken dinner, this puts them in a good position to move on to the Super Weekend. Let's not forget the objective is just to be on the top 16. But here are our elimination and damage stats. So we have a good tower here for Eagle Esports. Vampire coming in second with 9 elimination points, and it goes down to Yangon Galacticos with 7, and we have Onyx with 6, and it goes all the way down.
Yep, that's why they are soaring and flying high up in the sky for Eagle Esports, having themselves claim the highest tower. But if you look at Vampire Esports damage output, they have it more than Eagle Esports. So the bats have been doing a lot of damage, but being taken and stolen by most of the other teams, even Eagle Esports. It's gonna hurt them.
Yeah, but what's not gonna hurt is them. Here, Stone going to come on with the most damage, 752. And we have Namshin with his post with 6 elimination points. And we have the most knockouts at Parajin. Again, like what you said, right? Like this. They know how to pose.
Yeah, this is like if your hands are not folded in, which means that you're a pro player. You're enough to have that experience as a pro player to pose it a bit more with a lot of dynamics. Yep, there you go. But you know what? Well, YG, they had it going. They've been a lot in the bot this time, but they're still having a hard time to land themselves that chicken dinner. While we're having Namshin, not just in one bot, it's all 3 bot across.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah. No wonder he's the MVP for the
same goes for Parajin. I think the name Para means something. It gives you a different vibe now.
Yeah, you mean like a dance move?
Maybe.
Yeah, that could be as well. So it's going to be Parajin as well, coming up with in all 3 categories as we can see here on screen. So so far so good. So who else that we can see here?
I think it's pretty much only 2 players that kind of start in all 3 for damage, elimination and knockouts. It's going to be Namshin and also Parajin. At this point, Stone is kind of just one more knockout is not there for his name, but so for damage and also the others, he's there. Here comes the overall ranking. Catching up is gonna be Eagle Esports, just 1 point away. MS Chonburi, they cannot sit quietly now. They are really close tailed by Eagle Esports.
Right, and of course we have the Vampires as well, flying in at 3rd spot with 38 points, 4 rivals, 26 points, 4th place. 5th place goes to Kick Fam, 24 points. They didn't play that round, so they can catch up. 6th place, Face Clan, 23 points. 7th place, GIDS with 22 points. And 8th place, Team Secret, 19. EVOS as well as another team from Vietnam with the same bottom 2 in page 1.
Beyond United was it? It's going to be Onyx on 11th place, swapping places with some teams. YG at 12. We have the Infinity push down at 13. So prediction did them harm, nevertheless. BGM 14, DX 15, RQ at 16, Bigatron Red Alien 17, 18 APG, Axis Red 1 stuck at 19, NFT still stuck at the 20th place. The problem with we're looking at over right now, the Indonesian team seems to be having a hard time time for a breather in day number 1. But it's still day number 1, but they need to wake up now because we're already halfway throughout the day number 1 of weekdays. And they have won how many games? 7 games to go before the super weekend of the first week.
And of course, Bigatron Red Aliens will be playing in the next round. So after their break, maybe they kind of talk about what they want to do, and maybe we might see Yuhai coming in because I do think that they need a change.
I think everybody's still like, where's Yuhai? Where's Yuhai? But maybe Yuhai is his secret weapon. If they maybe they're trying to do something first because they can, because they still have another day to go. But what we want to know more is going to be Tasha taking over the interview. Take it away, girl.
Hi, with me I have the coach actually for the team YG. Why don't you introduce yourself and how is it so far for the tournament for you?
My name is Didi. I'm like a coach, like mental coach for YG.
Mental coach?
Yes, like therapist,
Therapist? Well, why therapist? Like, what's going on here?
As I am a doctor, I support their mental health because the case really need mental issue for them. So, like motivation.
Good. So how is it so
Yes.
far being a doctor? Like, is it like a lot of like them raging at you or?
You're raging. Yes, they like burn out,
Burnout. Okay.
When they wake out early, they burn out. Yes.
I think that sounds really good.
Stress. Yes.
Yeah, I think that's really good. Mental health, I think, is one thing that we should be talking about more in esports. But let's get down to business. Let's talk about last game. So YG, very interesting match for you guys. You guys had like one of, especially Lord in the beginning. You guys had 2 takedowns with a shotgun straight to the face by Lord, and then his teammate came. I think maybe his teammate didn't even need to come get him. He was fine of his own. So what happened there? Why was he there alone?
I don't actually know the situation. Cause I heard the Lord take down take 2 versus 1, and we got 2K at the early game. I heard about it, but I didn't watch the match really.
I see. Okay, understand. Okay, so let's just talk about something more general. So in general, right now, like for day 1 and day 2, I know it's gonna be like one of your hardest days because you're not too sure how the players in Southeast Asia is gonna play. Do you guys already have a strat in your mind, or are you guys just kind of like winging it and trying to just figure out as you go?
As you know, our group has 2 teams, which is Team Secrets and Face. They are very good, and also Onyx is really doing well. So it is a tough group for us. But YG is not. According to me, YG is like a dark horse. They will do the best. So
I don't doubt it.
I believe in my players.
I mean, right now they currently have, I mean, like, you guys have what, 16 points total with 11 elims so far. Not exactly like the best for day 1, but the thing is, you guys have one of the highest damage outputs, and I think it's more of like unluckiness because your kills are just stolen or just the kills just get away. So right now, what are you guys planning on doing to make sure that this gets rectified?
You mean for the second day?
Yeah, for tomorrow. Like, what are you guys planning on for tomorrow? Like, what are you guys planning on fixing? What are the weaknesses so far?
Today we have a technical issue at the game 1, so the game is not going well. After the last game, we will discuss the internal meeting, and we'll plan our move for tomorrow, and we will prepare well. So sometimes PUBG is like PUBG is depend on luck, the zone. So must be on our side. We will prepare after the game fall.
I see. So when you mentioned technical issues, was it like a Wi-Fi issue or was it like just internal gameplay?
there's a ping issue.
Ping issue.
2-player ping was high, but it's okay.
I see.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, I hope you guys do rectify that because I'm really excited to see what YG can bring to the table, and I hope you guys are doing way better tomorrow. So thank you so much, Didi, for having this interview with me. So after this, guys, we are gonna wrap this up. Thank you. Bye-bye, Didi.
Bye-bye.
Okay, so now let's talk a little bit about that game. Just now, I have so many things. I feel like as time goes by and as the games go, it just gets more and more intense. Let's start from the beginning. From the beginning of that match, from second number 1, we already saw some really fast-paced, intense matches especially. But let's talk about the circle first. The flight path was interesting, straight down from Sosnovka military base all the way up to Severny, which is like basically in the middle of the map. But the circle, though, it was more of like a gamble. It's like, do I want to be on the west side of the island? Do I want to go on the east side of the island? I don't think the players did know where. And if you looked at where 2E dropped, it was actually toward the west side. So they did have quite a ways away to travel all the way, to the east side all the way to the west side. So it was quite a long rotation they had to go through over here. And if you see over there, they actually chose to go right to the side of the water there. They chose to gamble there because if you think about it, it makes total sense because they only have to worry about enemies coming from the top, bottom, and the right side. They don't have to worry about anyone coming from the beach side. I mean, there might be a few people here and there, but the chances of a lot of people, very, very unlikely. So their gamble actually worked out, and you saw that the circle just kept going straight on left all the way to this side. And as Chuchu said, it's a circle with a lot of water. With a circle with a lot of water means there's just not a lot of places for a lot of the players to go. So going back to the first match just now, I noticed that YG, what you mentioned earlier, YG managed to get a 2K there with just a shotgun so early, which I found was very interesting. But 2E though, out of nowhere, their gunfight was just very, very interesting, and we'll actually talk about that a little bit later. So you can see here where the circle is at. It actually went back toward the mainland, which I'm very happy about. Nobody likes a water circle. Nobody likes to go swimming, and nobody likes being shot at in the water like fishies. But if you can see where the circle is, a lot of teams were having so much trouble getting into the circle. A lot of teams were actually just struggling. There was a lot of gatekeeping. And we actually saw a fight between NFT and Infinity as well, which didn't need to happen in my opinion. It costed them their whole team, all their resources. So, we love bridge camping, but not like that. Not like that. But going back to the game, if you saw who was already in the circle, Infinity Logan actually made it inside. But the thing is, because his teammates already wiped, he didn't have a lot of resources. That was the reason why he wasn't able to sustain until the end. So, I think that if, say, Team Infinity did not take that fight at the bridge, maybe they would have had a better chance. But I think the reason why Logan survived was because he just legged it out of there. He didn't want to stay there, which is why that he managed I think he was just trying to survive for as long as he can for that placement points. But going back to the rest though, you can see where Team GD was going. GD has a very interesting rotation, I believe. They were quite separated, but they did meet back toward the end. So toward the final circle though, it was very interesting. There was a 3-way circle. Everyone was very, very fair inside of the circle, I believe. But the thing is, while 2E did take the fight to Vampire, or was it Vampire took it to 2E? I guess Chuchu did say that they should have been focusing on the team with the most players. And GD's first mistake was trying to flank from the back and having no idea that the other that Vampire knew that he was in the back there. So that costed them 1 player already as it is. And the thing is, because of that beautiful golden nade from the side of 2E, they were really fast. They saw there was a knock, took that golden opportunity, pushed in, and they just finished the work. They didn't let the team recover. They didn't let the team do anything to kind of pick up the teams. They were just really fast about it, ended the game as much as they can. As much as I want to say it's always good to respect the enemy and play it real slow, but there are also moments where I feel like it's good to be aggressive, it's good to be pushing in, and that's exactly what 2E did. And it's just congrats to them because there was just a very, very clean played game. But as for the side of GD, I really thought they had it in the bag, especially because they were a bit more further away from the other team. But I think Vampire was also behind them as well. So it's a little bit hard because it's a three-way sort of fight. But for now, guys, that is the end of match 3's recap. We're gonna go back to match number 4, where we'll be heading over to Miramar. So we're gonna pass the mic over to our awesome legendary casters, Choo Choo and Sir Cloud.
Thank you so much, gorgeous analysts we have, which is going to be Tasha or Tash Bunny. There you go. She did quite a lot of recap just now in a very fast-paced forward. I have to say she did wrap it up quite fast. But speaking of which, just now, one thing I noticed about it was Vampire Esports. If you see how they rotated along the way, it's kind of a tough one. They have to fight so many teams on the northern side. Well, I still say I'm a bit disappointed with GD, the fact that they got it in the bag, but let it slip away in the very last minute due to their not really confident of a call. You know, they had it, but they lose it, let it slip, and it's just gone like that. And they don't have enough elimination points to top it up for their mistake. But we're gonna drop into Miramar next, which is gonna be B, C, D, E group, where A group will be resting this time.
Yeah, so A will be resting. I hope Infinity does better because I was sort of disappointed with what they did. And considering that they're Infinity, right? Considering they come with the reputation of like,
I feel like they
everyone.
punch us in the face for actually predicting them. It was like, you guys, why did you do this to us? And they just punch you in the face.
Caster's curse is real, ladies and gentlemen. Just saying.
It's just yours. It's just yours.
Hey, you took the same one, okay? So you're not getting away from it.
You started first, so it's not my fault. It's never gonna be my fault.
Okay, if only we have behind the scenes footage, right, of who took it.
We don't have any.
Well, yeah. Mr. Producer may pull that out one of these days.
I don't think
Better be
there's
careful
recording
of
and help with that. Okay, we're gonna jump to Miramar next, which the second game was being won by FaZe, and the fact that the team coming up from, I think it was YG, because coach, I'm loving the fact they have mental coach.
I know, right?
For YG,
And he's a doctor.
Yeah, anybody need want to hire me for but RQ, Real VGM Vampire Esports will be resting this time. So we're looking at B, C, D, E. But the fact they got themselves a mental coach is really crucial actually for most of the team, especially young players.
Oh yeah, definitely, totally agree. Because in this game, everyone can shoot. They are at the level that you give them anything, they can shoot. You give them an ant on the road, they can shoot. Yeah, I know. I just have to give that big comparison. But what differentiates them is the mental strength, and I believe in that. Yeah, so I think young good Galacticos having a specific mental coach, and he happens to be a doctor. Perfect combination. I look forward to seeing their performance.
Yeah, that's what they really need. Like you said, technicality issues or even individual skills, these guys are all of them are up to par. What's differentiating them with the others and the winners or the champions is going to be just their mental strength. So they need to keep it going, get themselves together, because we're going to go live on our 4th match here. Not wasting any more time here. Rama up from the southern side of the map down to its Impala, but where will the circle be? Will this be Impala? Please, let it be Impala circle, please.
Let it be, let it be. Let it be Impala circle, please.
There's a different song of Let It Be, Let It Be.
Oh yeah, there is. Okay, yeah. I'm not
of all the Let It Be songs, that's the most famous one, and you have to sing a different version of it. Well, like, why?
I'm not the one showing my age, okay? Anyway, we're gonna get the first blood here if this continues on. And talking about younger Galacticos, we want to see them in action, right? So they are showing it to us. 50% more health on the other side. I believe that's NFT Esports.
Yeah, they are not happy that the shot did connect for a bit, but not too much until the players are being knocked down. They dropping straight from the plane the moment it just flew over on the northern side. West-north, I say, just on the outskirts of Kratos Field, but they didn't get anybody. So YG, I have to say, they are sometimes surprises us quite a lot. Damage output-wise, it's not the most, but they are getting there.
Yeah, I know, right? So, but it was explained by the coach that they had a technical issue on their side.
And that's the downside of having it online, though.
I know, right?
It's quite far.
I know. So imagine that if they have their full potential. Like, no, ooh, ouch! I feel the pain there. But imagine if they have their full potential, no technical issues. They'll probably be up there.
I want to see that happen.
Yeah.
Hopefully, it will be happening very soon. Maybe, hopefully, the next season, because the current season already undergoing. So we have to wait and see. But it's not really a good day for Bigatron at all. He couldn't find himself anything to work with. I think that was Zuxi, who's running over the compound, have nothing on him at all. While D Xavier and BN United sharing a bit of a same compound. But will they clash around El Pozo? Not really. It's going to be Los Leones Circle. But we'll still have Impala in the fray. Might just hard shift just like the previous map. Hard shift all the way towards one direction. But it's going to be, not really that high of a chance. But who knows?
Yeah, you never know. You never know. Just like JIDS. Looks like they have another team here in the same compound though. Let's see who's that. So it's from NFT. I see. What are these? Why these early catches? Just look at El Pozo, just on the top left there. They're like what, 3-4 teams close by each other.
Oh well, this is more a solo show right now. Most of the players are dropping quite far from each other. Oh, Vavel.
I like it.
He got himself quite an arsenal to work with. He got him down. He finished it off straight away. Not even a moment to back up. There you go, the first blood taken by NFT Esports. It's going to be a minor victory, but huge enough to boost their morale throughout the entire round this time.
Fun fact, so NFT Esports, they were PMNC champions in Indonesia. So they're actually living the dream right now. Like they go stage after stage and now they're in C and are doing fairly okay. So I'd say, yeah, these guys, first time in the professional league and now coming into this level, these guys are just... Sorry?
Beginner's luck? I'm not sure. Yeah, luck does play a lot in this role, but I don't think they play like beginners anymore. They look like me, like real veterans, which definitely a professional player to up to this stage. And we haven't got a lot of their highlights so far, so it's a good thing that we got themselves getting that first blood, but they are chasing BN United next. The thing about this game, PUBG Mobile, you cannot get too eager. You get too much focus on what's in front. You have to wrap your head around about what's around you as well.
Yeah.
That's what happened to Infinity and also NFT in the first place in the last in the last round. That's what happened to them. So they were too focused on that bridge fight. Nobody wins.
Yeah, nobody wins. Okay, it wasn't really NFT's fault.
Oh, sorry.
It's more of Infinity's fault because they could just go and everyone has a happily ever after ending, but everyone just loses. But at least this time the good news is that the circle is fairly kind, so...
is it really kind though? Those dropping around El Pozo are going to have a long run in this.
Yeah,
there's so many teams dropping in El Pozo, by the way, around 5 to 6 teams. There's going to be Los Leones all down there. And there's so many teams in between as well.
True enough. So I guess it just so happened, right? Like, just look at the amount of like first encounters. Like we have only one first blood, but the amount of first encounters is like so much.
And definitely true. That's why the first week and the first day is so important for these guys. They need to make a statement about their territory. Their drop spots is theirs to dominate. They need to capitalize where they are most comfortable with. If they're being forced to push out from that compound, they need to find a new home to work with, which they're not very familiar, and it might just snowball down there towards the entire 3 weeks.
Yeah, so that's where they need to be careful there. You don't want to bring the bad juju to like the following rounds. Right? It's like that's why they have a mental coach.
The thing is, I do want to be a mental coach of some teams.
Yep.
I'm open for hire.
All right, there you go. You know how to contact Choo Choo Gaming now.
Okay, the thing is, sometimes it's not so bad for the teams to be in an uncomfortable position where that might motivate them more, give them a bit more on the edge, kind of give a bit of more towards cautiously playing, having more alerts. So making sure that they're not making any more mistakes because they are not comfortable in the first place. You know, it's kind of a double-edged sword. How to will it's up to you.
Yeah. Agree. So sometimes there's no right way to do things.
There's nothing wrong and right in life anyway, guys. Life is like that.
I know, right? Life
Deal
is
with
just
it.
that complicated.
Yep.
Yeah, just gotta deal with it. But at least NFT they dealt with it right because they got the first blood. So that's a good move. I have to say the way that they took that fight earlier on, how he crouched, like he has like this small little opening with the wall, and he crouched right at the wall and he evaded those shots. That was pretty good. That's like down to really individual skill, and I'm sure he practiced that like a million times.
Yeah, definitely you cannot be a scaredy cat to play the competition. You have to have that composure all the way around and be calm to make every decision. And because ultimately that decision will cost the whole team to live or not, it's all up to you. Because GD, previous game really hit them quite hard. I think they kind of thought they had in the bag as well. I'm feeling their disappointment. If we are the ones watching this, feel a bit disappointed. Imagine in their shoes, they'll be double that. Down to Onyx, like we mentioned before, YG in the interview, is it Onyx, Vampire, and also who else was in their group again? Is it those teams are one of the hardest to fight against, FaZe Clan. So they're not happy with their grouping, but they have confidence in themselves too.
Well, I mean, the group draw is also based on kind of like luck, right? So,
Everything is down to
I know,
luck.
right?
It's like your life is a gamble to start with. It's so sad.
Well, yeah, I know, right? But
Why my mom and dad is like not a billionaire, something like that? Why I'm not born a billionaire?
Yeah, why am I not born a billionaire? Why am I not born a pro player?
Do you have somebody to be born as pro player? I don't think so.
Born as a pro player?
It's like you built into a pro player. You don't get born,
but you have talent though. So talent is something that I think it's given.
Talent is given, but it's useless if you're not working hard enough for it. If you're not willing to learn and improvise on whatever that's needs to be fixing upon, because so many people are with talent, they're kind of, how do I say it, not appreciating it enough to actually put an extra effort on it.
I guess that's why I'm still standing here talking about the game instead of playing the game. I'm pretty sure I'm good at the game. I have a lot of talent.
I hate to break it out to you, Cloud. I don't think you have that talent. You're not born with that talent. I'm sorry. You have different talent, but not that.
But
Daddy jokes, you have that talent. You're superb at it. You're brilliant at it.
Must I remind you about our Livic game?
I do want to remind you, FaZe is jumping into Eagle Eyes or Eagle Esports Eyes here. So it's going to be Eagles. They want Lost Lunas Mountain's highest peak of the position.
Oh, wait,
Namjoon,
what?
they're so close, but still getting it. Tony K did the job right.
What? How did he survive that nade? But Tony K did one job right, but the second job, nope, he'll be taken down. And now we got Ventoris moving in to get rid of Kopai. We need to finish up the job first. He'll take advantage of this, and he gets the second knockdown. Tony K will be picked up. Ventoris will need to be picked up as well, but just look at this, the Eagles. Now down to Parajin. He'll need to clutch this against two team members from FaZe Clan.
Come on, MR5, one more miracle nade, but Parajin do the job well done. He's taking down on FaZe members, trying to save the day. Can he clutch this? All three members are going around, just going away like flies. FaZe too much to handle. They got three men standing. It's 3v1. The first one to bat out, it's gonna be the one that got himself a last chicken dinner, Eagle Esports.
That's what they say, what goes up must come down.
But the thing is, kind of a cursing thing to do, like, sorry, not cursing, like a curse, sorry.
Okay.
It's like jinx for the players. A previous game, we saw, but it was MSC. MSC did get chicken, but they got themselves eliminated out quite fast in the last round. So you cannot get in the number one spot.
Yeah, like if you look at Geek Fam, right? Like game 1 and then game 2 was like for them. Like they got the chicken there and then the next game was like
So don't even, when it was during the weekdays, it's best not to, try to get the number one spot. So as long as the top 5 is okay.
Well, that's what MS Chonburi is doing.
Yeah, but they got eliminated quite early in the last round. So same case for Eagles Esports. They are bowing down this quite early. I'm seeing one of our colleague on the other side, Keith, but I'm looking at Infinity here as well. Newsy taking it down on NFT. The moment we say good stuff about certain teams that got wiped out straight early on.
Not we, it's you. So, but here we have it. NFT, they'll take one more down. The only we that we have is what, you know?
No, I don't want to have a wee moment with you.
No, it's wee TV. Come on, man. And here we have let's shout out to our sponsors, definitely. Do we get extra for that segue?
Yeah, maybe. But Infinity still almost won that one. It was a good trade between these two teams, but you know what? They don't want to fight it anymore for NFT. The thing is, why does it have to be Infinity versus NFT again, where the fight don't really matter? They are right in the blue again.
I know, right? Again. I mean, yeah, this one, it just happened. Like, the bridge camp, it was intentional. And this one
was it
like,
really? I don't think so. Was it? Would you intentionally trying to being wiped out by the blue and also the enemy's teams? I don't think so.
Yeah, all right. So it's unexplainable at the end of the day.
I think they're just greedy.
Yeah, it's one of those days. Yeah.
It's just one of those deadly sins, you know, greedy.
Wow.
Wow.
Okay.
So deep.
One of the 7? Was it 7?
It was
Did I get it right?
7.
7?
It was 7.
Okay, I'll need to check.
Maybe when
again.
you
Fact check that.
Well, maybe daily jokes will make it additional 8 to it,
No.
where Cloud will be the head of those scenes.
No, because I'm a nice guy. That's why I don't bother whether it's 7 or not. I don't make any of those.
Okay, guys, we're
Right.
looking back. Hey, PG Esports might just pick one of their members up. We're gonna just brush that one aside, ignore it entirely. But so far, they're doing okay. So they didn't lose any members. A bit of a casualty, but not that serious yet. Gig Fam, on the other hand, tailing Bigatron Red Aliens. Now, the aliens, there's Liquid there. Are we making a joke again? It's Impala!
And it's Impala!
Oh my god!
Our dreams come true!
No, I don't want to have
what?
our and we moment. We know unless it's going to be WeTV or Wismore.
Wow, that's a good segue there. You're getting a raise next. Yeah.
But wait for it, this is one of the greatest sniper in our century for Luxy, but can he do this? It's really quiet for Bigatron Red Aliens, Mini 14. But they're quite in a ditch. Ryzen going for the higher grounds. Gig is on their toes as well. La Bandita right at the edge of the circle. That's how the Gig fan plays it. Love hugging the edge of the circle. They don't want to trouble themselves way too much about too many directions. But both teams, we can feel the tension right now. Will they go in? Will they bow out?
Yeah, so it's going to be a Gig Fam against Bigatron Red Aliens. It reminds me of that movie, you know, whereby...
What kind of movie do you
Whereby
watch?
water burns the aliens. There's this one movie, I forgot the title.
What kind of movie is that?
Yeah, there
water
is.
that burn aliens? You were just saying aliens need liquid for water. What's wrong with you, Cloud?
No, okay, there's this one movie where it features aliens and their weakness is water.
So you say liquid is still in the race?
I didn't say that. I didn't say that.
That's not coming out from me, so you have to answer that other stuff.
Yeah, but what's coming out here is going to be Luxy. Now, with the long range coming in onto Gig Fam, but it will not land onto Gig Fam. And Gig Fam is still on the outside of the circle, though.
And they outside of the compound, but not for Miracle. Just hop into one of the biggest compound buildings there. Well, the twins will have to reposition themselves to get a wider view to work with. Now, Gig Fam, they have to be very careful about this because one misstep, the whole team will go down as the blue encloses in and shrink. They have to cut across, and Zaxi and Luxy making sure nobody coming up from behind to backstab them. While Liquid and Ryzen taking up the front line. Now, this is risky for Gig Fam as well.
Yeah, Miracle is tanking out the blue though, and the nade will be cooked up by Liquid. He knows exactly where Miracle... Oh, wait, is there a counter nade coming? Oh, it's a molly, so Liquid will feel the burn.
You're Liquid or not, it will not splash the fire just now. It's going to be a Molotov burning him, barbecuing, but Miracle knocked down at the back line, so they are trading 0-1. It's going to be Bigatron winning, but I'm not sure if Bigatron the only team here because we heard gunfires being shot and couple of members from Bigatron being shot from behind. So it's going to be one more team on the other side that's scouting over this area as well.
And too bad for Bigatron Aliens. Miracle went down to the zone, but Ryzen with M249 will come in from the left side. There's 3 right in front of it. It's going to be a 4v3 scenario. Kilby goes in. Kilby gets one. Kilby with a Micro Uzi. Micro Uzi will finish off and they'll get one elimination point, but Kilby will go down as well.
1-1 trade, still none winning. It's going to be blue winning, maybe, possibly. Ryzen has been taking quite a lot. They don't have a lot of med kits, but it's going to be Gig Fam, wipe out, wipe clean, decimated by Bigatron. Ray Alien Zaxi! He got finished off by the blue, and Ryzen, he needs to get out from there. It's kind of hurt at 4th phase. Well, the other teams already start to move. Rotations has been done. It's going to be the Great Migration has been commenced.
Yeah, and here we have it. Definitely the Great Migration. Just look at the number of teams that Logan trying to get away with 10% of health. He managed to reach his destination, but still outside the zone. AK now keeps eyes on the Logan. Logan on the low ground. And Younger Galacticos, they are playing gatekeepers to infinity.
Now, this is the mental game. We're talking about Cerebral PUBG. Look at that clean execution coming out from the Infinity just now, or YG. Or they are stealing from each other's side. I'm not sure, but it's going to be YG taking out Infinity next. Well, Onyx taking a fight against 4 rivals. Exploded and gone.
So it looks like it's not Sky only, but he also knows how to shoot on the ground. And he managed to get the 1 elimination point for himself with his team. And now we have 4 rivals here coming in onto the other. But they are on the outside of the circle. They need to make that move quickly because the zone is closing in. Onyx with the high ground. Apple on the high ground as well. But the nade will come out of Pamburu and it will not land. Pamburu is still alive.
Oh, they actually flush out Pamburu right from his hiding spot. It's a nice mental game coming up from Onyx, but coming up from the side, the flanks, Apple pinning them back down. It's going to be trade. Almost, he didn't knock him down just yet. Really close, playing around the terrain. Now he's chasing tails. Getting 1-1 trade, and the whole team wiped out by 4 rivals.
And 4 rivals still maintain 2 their team members. And now we move over to BN United against Evo's Reborn. KF is down, and Liza will be knocked down as well. And Evo's Reborn, how many is left? Only 1 more. Redface, the last man standing, and the zone will come in onto them. Redface is now taking out the zone, 50% of health left. Redface, what can he do? And we have Capone right in front of him, but unfortunately, there's not much that he can do. He'll be taken out. That means Evo's Reborn is out. 3 elimination points for them.
So many teams being crushed out quite fast in a rapid succession. We're talking about APG trying to meet the eyes of 2 teams here. It's going to be BN United and Xavier across them. But they cannot stay there way too long because the circle is not in their favor. We have only 1 team and 1 team only holding the circle. Axis Red 1. Can they hold this fort for themselves? It's not even a fort. It's just an open field of small hills and a couple of vegetations in between. Good luck with that. But this Xavier, goodbye.
Okay, riding off to the sunset, and they'll be safe for now. They'll find a way into the zone. 3 team members from DX, not too sure where 1 more is at, but at least 2 of them is inside right now. They will hang on into the hut, and now they will recover themselves, reset, wait for the next fight. But could the next fight be coming in onto them from APJ? But the long range coming from Lamborghini. Managed to get one. What a nice shot there, but no! Where did the nade come from? Was it for the high ground? Yes, it was! And they are the Younger Galacticos is in the house!
Oh my goodness, who have thought so many teams just dropping by and say hello with a random toss of grenade. Now YG will try to pick themselves up. God, this is too open. This is too risky. We're talking about 4 rivals just from in. Wait, what? He didn't even think twice, just jumping in like that. And now 4 rivals Rift kind of far off from the rest of the team. We have 1 more team might just join the fray. It's going to be BN United.
Oh, but it's not going to be a problem for Younger Galacticos to recover themselves. They still have all 4 team members still intact, but we can see the elimination feed. Now, Team Secret is still in there. He's managed to get 1 knockdown. Rift, the last man standing for 4 rivals. He's in the circle, so that's good news for him. But it's bad news for BN United. They're still on the outside.
Such a mess for most of the teams. They are unsure about the net circle, but the ones that they really sure about for BN United, taking down on the Axis Red 1 player. player. There you go, finish off Voki, the IGL for the team itself. Well, Playzone finish off so many players outside who's been taking some time to get into the safe zone. The rest of them are still clawing themselves into getting that center of a circle. Now that's a huge mountain for them to play with, and seems to me might be at the center of a circle, but if the circle shift and you are on top of a mountain, good luck getting down.
Yeah, good luck. But if the circle favors you and you're on top of the mountain, it's going to be a good chicken dinner. And talking about another good one, it's going to be Micah taking out White Cat, and it's Axis Red One right now with prime position. But let's wait for the next circle. The sixth circle will show itself soon, and it does favor Axis Red One.
Now it's going to be 3 teams outside. Axis Red 1, they got themselves a circle at the edge of it. But so many teams will be such a hindrance. Can they actually get the chicken in the back? YG is cutting over Team Secret. How can Team Secret get into here without anybody harmed? Now it's going to be impossible, isn't it? And Jumper straight making the call first, getting into Forever's eyes, YG, and they move at the same time unanimously. And now Jumper going in unison as Kid on the other side as well. But Riff getting him down. It's going to be him going away. Jumper saying goodbye.
Yeah, Jumper goes down. Team Secret with only 3 more left. Riff now looks onto the left side where Young Galacticos is there. He's closest to the zone, so the zone will close in right now. Riff will need to make that move. If not, Riff will be taken out by the zone. Riff will need to decide how he's going to do this. At the same time, we can see that Team Secret, they're well spread out right now. iShot behind, Kid right in front. iShot is behind together with Matoy. Matoy is going to move in, but on the right side, there's Newsy there waiting.
Oh, he's going to bump into him very soon, but wait. Kid get himself quite a place. Yeah, he got himself a vantage point, and he's in the shadows as well. It got him quite well, but so far we're down to 40. Infinity Newsy is alone in the hut, but that's going to be a huge one for Kacang Susu as Axis still have 3 members left. Team Secret still 3, but they managed to make it their way into the center of the circle.
And with this circle, there's a big possibility that we'll see Axis Red One taking home this chicken dinner. But let's get that confirmation first. What Team Secret is going to do? The nade from Faris will not land. Tamio is down and out. And Lord, there's nothing much that he can do for Tamio, but Tamio will move in to give information to Lord. Team Secret now popping out the smoke. They will need to move because the zone is not in their favor.
But what's more is the next phase of a circle because burning baby burn. Lord is praying. Is it enough? It's not enough. It's going to be iShot finish off with the grenade just now. Well, Team Secret slowly creeping in, lurking around the corners and around the foot of the mountain. We have also Matoy figuring things out. How do I get out from this blue without being noticed? There's so many smokes bridges being built for Team Secret players, so they're going to be fine. It's going to be Axis versus Team Secret, but don't forget about Infinity. News is still playing around the corner inside this hut. If the circle favors him, chances he might just clutch this.
He might, because there's so much open space right in front of him, right? And the airdrop, well, sometimes it's a clue, and the airdrop is towards the mountain, but let's wait and see what's going to happen. Sometimes the circle goes to where there's least people. It could go to Newsy, though, so can't wait to see. Oh, it does favor Newsy a little bit more, Choo-Choo.
But for how much longer? Now, Team Secret need to cut across Axis Red One. They are right next to each other, just around the corner. Matoy and iShot playing this very quietly. Kid tried to figure out where the position exactly where is Faris and the Kacang Susu for Axis Red One. While we have Newsy on the other side, he might just get this in the back because these 2 teams are too busy fighting each other. And now the battle commences. They start to move. It's going to be kicked, getting Kacang Susu right in front of his face. But might just cost him life.
Yeah, so Kacang Susu will get that one knocked down. 10 more seconds, really, and the zone will close in. So Newsy, he'll just be snoozing there, just waiting for the right moment. But now Kacang Susu gets that right angle on top of Team Secret. He doesn't have a nade. If he has a nade, he can take them all out. But Kacang Susu, he can't get that right angle. But yes, Micah coming in from the other side. Mato will take it out by Micah. Team Secret now only 1 more active member left.
Oh no, it's really low. Make it 2. Kid will manage to actually reassess the situation, but knocked down again. iShot got himself in the smoke. The moment the smoke dissipated, I saw a grenade just now. This is going to be a huge one if it hits. It's really close. Heaps of bullets. Axis detonated the whole Team Secret, but can they clutch this? is Newsy winning this for Infinity because he was alone all the way. And now Newsy swap over to M416, but there's 3 players. He needs to focus on 3 direction. Will it be too much for him to handle alone here?
Okay, let's see what's going to happen. He did pop out small on the right side, so he's going to cover on the right side, so he can focus on the left side. But then again, Kachasusu, where's he going to go? On the left or on the right? My guy's going to throw out the nade. It's going to be Newsy 1v3, and the nade will come in. And that is your answer, ladies and gentlemen. Access, red ones, no circle, no problem. They will finish up the job, and they will also get 8 elimination points in the process.
There's a lot of elimination points in this round only, and the circle was really pretty insane if you ask me. We didn't expect it to be Impala, we hope it will be, and wishes are granted here. Infinity, on the other hand, they really have a tough run here. Since the start of the game, they lost quite a lot of number of men, the same goes for previous game, Logan in the same shoes as Newsy were, and they just don't have enough men. Team Secret, on the other hand, what could have been so wrong? That is such a hard time for them to climb over where Exis were. They try to get that spot, but at the same time, it's just having it too much. Exis got there first. It's just because of their timing, it's a bit too late.
Yeah, it's the timing, it's the terrain, so it's the best that Team Secret could have done. Like, they couldn't do anything better than that. And for Access, I think that it's a good thing that they still maintain 3. If they maintain 2, it might be a bit difficult. If it's 1, then Newsy might have the advantage because he has a circle, he has that little shack. So
he's been snoozing there.
Yeah, he's been snoozing there. But nevertheless, still a second place finish.
Do you think if he just butts in the last minute, like peek it over when they were fighting each other, can he at least has a better chance to winning for Infinity and Newsy just now? If only he picks and just be the third party, just a little movement, maybe something will change.
Maybe, that kind of makes sense as well. Like, while they're fighting and he becomes that long-range third party, yeah, there'll be something. But here we have it.
16 damage and 1 elimination point, man.
What? Okay, you've been naughty
He
there.
managed to still win for the last minute, there you go.
I know, right? And he still get 1 elimination point. He's been a naughty boy. He's been kill stealing someone.
Okay, the lowest we've seen, the record was 5 damage over 1 elimination point.
Oh yeah, I remember that in season 2. Yeah.
That's the record holder for now. It was PBG, was it?
Yeah, one of
so
them.
that was the record holder. So he's close to getting there for Voki. But congratulations again to Axis Red One. It was well deserving. Chicken Dinner, they have been holding their ground for such a long time. Especially, I think it was Micah who actually really made it out for the team. He got himself the crucial position where the team needs him to be in the shadows in the mountain rocks. Just
Yeah, and it was like, it wasn't like really on top of Team Secret, like he had a nice angle to shoot from the side, so it was a good position.
Shoot everyone, actually.
Shoot everyone, yeah. Including, I think, a lot of the ladies' heart out there as well.
Wow.
So, yeah, I know, right? And and besides that as well, of course, his team is Faris did a lot of work as well. 311 damage with 1 elimination point, and we have Kachang Susu, 432 damage. They did a lot of work generally, right? 2 elimination points for them, and Boki is just like, you know, I just steal one of those.
He did a lot of work. Definitely with us.
Yeah.
It's not easy to get that much amount of damage.
Oh yeah, I'm sure.
To get that 1 elimination point, but here comes a lot of UMP for this season, but still M416 always the all-time favorite.
Yeah, UMP is the meta though, like...
last season it was Micro Uzi.
Correct. Now we don't see as many Micro Uzis.
Nobody uses Micro Uzi unless it's CQC.
Yeah.
Or you are desperate enough, you don't have any other weapons. So.
I think we saw just now QB getting 1 elimination point with the Micro Uzi, and that's about it. But when it comes to UMP, it's back in the meta. It's been lost for many seasons now, and
hey, it's still there.
Welcome back.
Yeah, it's still there. It's still there, UMP for the mark.
Yep.
But here comes the highlight. In case you guys missed so much of the actions going on. Okay, we have to recap so many teams. Like, there's so many unnecessary fights happening as well. So, Eagle Esports. If they build that one, that's not really a necessary fight for them.
Is it like the chicken dinner curse?
Possibly, maybe.
like it's been a pattern, right? Like once you get the chicken, then the next game you kind of like eh.
No, you're not really in. You get all the way to the bottom. They were the first team to out just now. They outed themselves at 16th place.
I'm being nice here, but
That was the truth. That was a fact just now. And NFT, they had a good run. If you look at these guys, every single team are really having that high individual score, but that was one of the longest shots. We have to see what's the furthest distance in this map this time.
oh yeah, we got it. But that wasn't an elimination. That was a knock. So I don't think it counts. But I'd like to see whether it comes into the stats later on. And what's interesting about like because of one of the latest updates, if you got a headshot, you'll hear that. Ting, that sound. So
That
you
kind
know
of
that.
that kind of a metal helmet sound, right?
Yeah. So it's like a satisfaction when you hit it as a player. You go like, ooh. Yeah, that's like bragging rights.
Oh yes. And then Team Secret on the other hand, they shut down quite a lot of team. You're looking over 4 rivals and also YG stopped down. But they are looking at the wrong direction then. They were looking at the wrong direction. And Micah, I have to say, this angle, he held it up for such a long time. Nobody actually spotted him out at all in the entire game in the last few minutes. And finally, how did they figure out there's Newsy there? There wasn't an open field, and then like, there's one hut there, definitely there. There's no trees, no vegetation, no structures, definitely there.
Yeah, unless you dug a hole and you like went inside and. But other than that, it's definitely.
That would be like super cool if anybody can find a spade. They can actually dug themselves like a hole. They can dig themselves a hole and just. It's like that, but it has to be a bit fair. Like there's a timer that you can put yourself in the hole for some time. Like maybe not more than 1 minute.
Yeah, I think that'll be okay.
That'd be pretty cool.
That'll be
It'll
okay.
give you a brilliant, really brilliant ideas for you now.
And a new shovel skin.
Yeah, shovel.
So,
there you go.
So that's going to be a lot more skins to
Imagine
collect.
shovel can actually help you throughout the game. I think every single player that actually want to play a healing game maybe will dig themselves in the last minute. It'll be super cool.
And imagine just to pull them out, you need to dig that same hole. Like someone on top, like you need to dig that same hole. Like,
Yeah, it's
just to
like
cover
certain
themselves.
location, only specific location can actually,
Yeah.
shovel yourself a hole.
Yeah, like you can't dig inside
It's
Oasis,
literally
right?
making
So-
your own graveyard, so that's gonna be
I know, right?
irony. So
Right.
congratulations again, Axis Esports. Sorry for our rambling and sidetracks all the way, but we're down to the last match, which is gonna be back to Erangel, but this time C Group will be resting for a bit after this. But before we go and jump into the last game of the day, we have to recap. We have to do a bit of analytical. I can't remember the word now. Analytical part of the show as well. We have Tasha with you guys later with the interview. We need to know what really happened that game because just now it was a bit too fast.
Yeah, that was kind of exciting.
That was a bit messy, honestly.
Yeah, to be honest, it was because from the start, like we did point out, right on the top right side, there was a lot happening just now, and
I'll be surprised if it's Voki as the MVP, so likely it wasn't him.
okay, now I'm gonna make you unsee this. Cannot unsee this. Micah looks like Voki. Voki looks like Micah.
If he smiles, maybe. But based on the charts here alone, it's not the highest damage. So far, we've seen 700 over,
Yeah.
but the damage has been the highest so far. But look at his team contribution towards his own team. The percentage is 40.6, one of the highest with 4 eliminations. So you can say Micah OP is really one of the team player that you want to have in your team. He won't abandon you. He's not the type of person that will neglect you along the way of the process. So he really gets back to his team, making sure they can be revived or need any extra backup. He will be there.
Yeah, and fun fact as well for Micah, he is when he joined the Pro League. Before that he was playing with other teams, and it's a non-pro team. That non-pro team didn't even make it into PMNC finals. And he was like transferred straight from that team into this team.
He's the gem that needs to be discovered.
Exactly, right. He's one of those new generation that people always talk about. Oh, will we see like new blood? And Micah is actually one of them.
I think we needed that more. You know, sometimes the gems needs to be discovered by the right people, the right moment, the team that's scouting over. Because we do know when it's off season, it's always a lot of roasters being swapping in and out for the players. And sometimes, you know, being known is great, but being the best player is the best. And being unknown and you are supposed to be one of the greatest player there is, that's like the best feeling in the world. Because you might be the ones watching right now, you are an undiscovered gem. So make sure you guys always stay tuned to the social media of PUBG Mobile everywhere, YouTube, Facebook, everywhere else, because when the next season will be open, you need to register yourself, because like we mentioned about Micah, he was a nobody before. He was literally not in a professional team. But once you sub in a different player into the whole professional of team, the dynamic changes entirely.
Yep, and that is from your future mentor coach, ladies and gentlemen. So that's a little bit of a sample what she can do. Just saying, I'm just putting it out there.
You get mental if you have a mental coach like me. So no.
You mean like me? I get mental all the time just sitting here.
I'll get mental because he's been sitting here the whole time telling wee jokes I don't even know, but wee TV is always more for you guys, by the way. So we're down to the last game here, ABDE. We're next to Erangel. We've seen Gig Fam. Okay, I have to mention this. We do know the Indonesian region themselves is one of the most fierce when it comes to PUBG Mobile, but so far they haven't shown us any clue or any hint they are really warming up here, because we've seen Gig Fam from Malaysia, Axis Esports, Axis W1D1 Esports from Malaysia, getting themselves 2 chickens for today.
Yep.
FaZe Clan coming out from the Thais, and Eagle Eyes, I don't know why I like to call them Eagle Eyes, Eagle Esports from Vietnam coming up to the front. All that's left is down to the Indonesian, and also the wildcard is still playing it very quiet.
Okay, yeah. They almost got the chicken dinner with GD, but then again,
Let it slip.
We'll let that slip by. I mean, there's one more game to go, but nevertheless, here it is. Axis won 8 elimination points, and when it comes to the total points collected, this is how it's ranked here on the screen. We have Team Secret because they got 6 elimination points as compared to Infinity. 3 elimination points at number 3 overall, and Younger Galacticos with 3 elimination points for themselves. Infinity, a little bit underwhelming. I mean, considering that they come with this big reputation, it's been a sort of day for them. Yeah,
You can't have a word now. It's just all the way.
I can't describe. It's just 2D Infinity and beyond.
Okay, the thing is, I do notice that Team Secret kind of got themselves that consistency so far. They got themselves top 5 multiple games here, multiple rounds here today. But the ones that's losing right now, 4 Rivals, the same games for Team Secret, they are maintaining. But the thing is, can they maintain till the end of the league? Because sometimes some teams are performing and got themselves that juju, we called it, in the first week, and then they lost it the following few weeks, and it's like it's so hard to maintain the consistency.
Yeah, I mean, we've seen that in like the country PMPLs as well, right? Like you start off so good and there was a lot of hype around you, and then it's like you lose juju. But this is the thing about leagues, right? Like it's very tiring. Yeah,
It's
plus
very challenging, yes.
this format is different than last season's country
Because
league
it's less
format.
weekdays.
Correct. So you don't have time to recover, and by the time it's like, oh, it's the Super Weekend. Super Weekend matters the most because you want to be the league champions.
Oh, but wait, look at this. There's an average this time. Everybody gets something out of this round. At least 1 point for Eagle Esports, even though they got themselves, like we mentioned, Jinx from the previous match of Chicken Dinner. They place themselves the last, but still not empty-handed. So nobody goes with a 0 point this time. While the damage output coming out from Team Secret is quite a lot. Some goes for APG Esports, but sadly, there've been a lot of stolen elimination points in between of what's happening in the process.
But okay. So here's our match summary. Shamari. And we have Kid here with the highest damage, 672, and we have Riff from 4 Rivals with 4 eliminations. Actually, they're all 4, but then again, because
because it's Riff.
Because
so
it's Riff and it's 4 Rivals. You have to give tribute to 4, right? So and of
And the
course,
funny part is none of them actually Axis players here for the match summary. Then they got themselves that chicken dinner just now.
I know,
First
right?
level.
I know, right? That's interesting though. So they I guess they picked the next highest one that they could get. But here's our overall stats: 57 total eliminations, 5,527 total healing, 47 total knockouts, 190 throws used. We scored 300-ish early on, and that's like 3 airdrops.
That's the bar.
Yeah, that's definitely the bar. 9 total, just 7 people asking for forgiveness, and Bigatron Red Aliens at least coming up with something this time.
Yep, at least with the longest elimination distance, but not the longest or not the furthest yet, because we've seen 300 over before. It was 312 if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah.
And that's going to be the record to beat for these guys. But 57 total eliminations, a lot of them being chucked down by the blue, I guess, because of the Impala circle that we called it out. So you're welcome.
Yeah, Castless Curse is real, ladies and gentlemen. So, well, next maybe we can ask if it's a Miramar map. We can ask for the Southern Island.
So demanding.
Of course, I mean.
No wonder you're still low.
I know, right? Yeah, it takes a while for me to like realize that sometimes. But thank you so much.
But yeah, we're gonna head over to Erangel for the next one. The thing is, we've seen so many teams struggling in Miramar because of the terrain itself, open field. But Erangel, it's very different when even though both of them still have a lot of team fight, but sometimes Erangel is very quiet in the first few minutes. Sometimes way too quiet. But here comes the #1 ranking, which is Thai. Eagle Esports make it up to the first spot, while MC Chonburi, they cannot sit quietly anymore, but they'll be playing in the next one if I'm not mistaken. So they might try to change here and there.
Yeah, so it's going to be Vampires at 3rd place with 38 points, 4 rivals at 4th place, 36 points, 5th place goes to Team Secret, 35 points, 6th place, The Infinity, 28 points, 27 points for Face Clan, as well as Yangu Galactico, 7 and 8, Axis Red 1, Gig Fam, both 26 points as well, 9 and 10. Again, to remind everyone that what matters is being in the top 16.
Yep, and one more thing, we're back to the second page where nobody wants to be in. BN United 11, 12, GD 13, EVOS Reborn, Onyx at 14, DX or the Xavier stuck in 15, 16, BGM, Bigatron Red Alien 17, stuck in the rut with RQ, APG and NFT. Now, none of the Indonesian teams are actually in the page 1 yet. And if you notice just now, the only team at the top 5 with the chicken dinner is just one, Eagle Esports. The rest of them are actually at the bottom 8. Even though you got yourself that chicken dinner, it doesn't mean it's everything.
Yeah, so you still need a decent amount of points. If I'm not mistaken, I did the rough calculations.
It's not just the points. The problem with the teams that got themselves that chicken today just will kind of being the first one to be out for the next round. That's the only problem. They didn't keep their consistency at top 4.
Yeah, that's quite true as well. So, but we might need some help to break this down for us with the picture-by-picture play later on, and of course some interviews, because it's quite interesting, the interviews today. We get to know like some of the interesting backgrounds of the players. But yeah, so we'll be checking out the interview from, again, Tash Bunny. So Tash Bunny, on to you.
Hello everyone, and today we have again with me Y2K. I was asking him earlier if he's getting sick of me because from Malaysia all the way to here he's stuck with me. He said nah, never. So I'm gonna be roasting him, not roasting, but I'm gonna be grilling him as much as I can. So for now though, Team Secret has been very impressive. You guys have been consistent so far. No chicken dinners yet, but a lot of top 5s. Any comments about that?
Right now it's not the way we wanted to play yet, but getting top 5 is it's quite good enough for us, and we hope to do better coming each day.
Yeah, I mean, in terms of just now, we had a talk about points as well. You guys are not far behind #1, and I'm sure you guys are really happy because of your consistent plays, consistent eliminations. You guys are still getting points despite not having the chicken dinners. So what are your comments about the performance of the Malaysian team so far? Because right now, the only team that's close to you is 4 rivals.
Well, for me, I think that it's actually how you adjust to the gameplay in C, the difference between C, I mean globally and also internally in Malaysia as well. So right now, most of our players have experience playing overseas, so I think it wouldn't be a matter of rotation for them. So I think just a matter of team fights, and then we will do better. Yeah, I would say it that way.
Okay, so speaking of that, are you guys starting to see a pattern yet in all those matches? Are you starting to see the secret sauce to the success yet from all the matches you've seen today?
Of course, like I said earlier, the way we rotate and stuff is actually pretty good. Some questionable actions were taken, but we've discussed it, and yeah, we will just have to do better on our team fights. That's the biggest thing overall. Yeah.
Okay, so now speaking of that, this is my final question to you. For that match just now, obviously, I don't think you guys could have played it any different because of the positioning and where the circle was. But do you think that if Team Infinity actually bothered you guys or bothered the team just during that match, do you think the outcome would have been different?
Of course, but because they lost one player earlier to NFT, so I think him being below, him being passive is actually a good move for him. But for us, I think if we had 4 players earlier, one of us would probably stand at where Infinity will stand. Yeah, then probably will get top 2. Yeah, that's the difference between Infinity and without Infinity.
That absolutely makes sense. Okay, thank you so much for the interview, and I'm really looking forward to what Team Secret has in store for tomorrow. So Y2K, good night, and I hope you guys are gonna come back stronger tomorrow. Bye-bye.
All right, thank you. Bye-bye.
Alright guys, so just now's match was something else, honestly. It gave me a little bit of nostalgia for one match during the Malaysia-Singapore match. I think it was Team Wales versus I think it was Sem9. It was a very similar sort of circle over there. I'm not sure if that was that particular area, but it was this same terrain. So for now, let's have a look at the flight path. So going back to that, it was a very interesting flight path from the northwest all the way southeast. I think it was Trailer Park all the way toward Impala. And Choo Choo, your caster's curse, please do not speak anymore. Girl, you just scare me. So for now though, if you saw where they went to, the winning team started at La Cobreria on the south side, and you see the way they came through was actually pretty far, coming from the north side all the way from the top side of the circle all the way down to the junkyard, I think. So if you can see over there, like where they headed to was, I don't think they could really predict the circle. I'm gonna be real here. It's just one of those days today where the circle has just been very unforgiving. I think out of four matches today, 2 or 3 have been not great circles. I would be pretty angry if I were those teams. It's just one of those uninstall moments. So speaking of that, where the team went for Team Axis Red 1 was very interesting as well, because usually, we know that Team Axis Red 1 over in the Malaysia-Singapore countryside have been more on the aggressive side, but this time around though, they were very passive. I don't think they were passive, but they tried to avoid unnecessary fights for as long as they can. And I think they were actually one of the teams that got to the circle hella early. And because of that early rotation, because they went to the circle early, they were able to capitalize and get the prime real estate area over there, which is the terrain, the mountain. And as Choo Choo mentioned earlier, what's great about terrain? Yes, high ground, perfect, chef's kiss. But if say the circle does not favor you, well, good luck. You're gonna have to jump down and break your knees, whatever you need to do basically. But the thing is, because of that advantage though, it actually put a lot of other teams at a disadvantage. A lot of teams like Team Secret, despite their stellar performance, they had a lot of team members still up and healthy. They can't do anything because they can't position themselves anywhere, especially as the circle was like partially the terrain and partially that little hut. So as you can see here, because this Impala circle was like this, see how many teams were coming down from the south side. And again, I like to highlight this one team fight though, Infinity and NFT. I don't know what beef y'all have with you guys, but y'all need to stop. It's in the blue zone again. And if that fight didn't happen, I think Team Infinity would be able to come up on top, would be able to rotate better, would be able to take team fights better, because and maybe even get more kills. Honestly, very underwhelming from the side of Infinity, I believe, because they only managed to finish that match with only three kills despite getting that placement points. So I wouldn't say it's not a great look. I think it's great enough that they did get the points, but as a prestigious team, it does make you want to question how they decide to choose to play the game. So right now, again, another thing that I want to talk about is the really slow early game. It was very different to the first 3 matches. It's understandable though, because I believe Group C will be taking a break for tonight, and I think Group C wanted to play, I think because of that, not passiveness, say, but more calculated moves from Group C, it actually just resulted in a more slow-paced match. But it wasn't really slow-paced though. We saw Lord early just shooting someone from the sky. I'm a bit disappointed it wasn't a kill. It would have been cool to see a body just drop from the sky. I don't know, maybe I'm just, looking for blood here, but it would have been really cool. It would have been really cool. But yeah, as I said before, the rivalry between NFT and Infinity is definitely something that I hope will not be happening on the blue zone. It's actually really fun, but yeah. But this is the final match just now. You saw on the circle there, Axis Red 1 had a huge part of the circle already covered, from the top side of the terrain all the way to the back side over there. And where Team Secret came through, where Infinity came through, was all toward one side. So they were sandwiched between so many teams, and they had to take the fight. They had to fight their way through. It wasn't like Axis Red 1. They were already happy there. They were perfectly safe. They had high ground advantage, and this is the part where Team Secret, not only was the circle just sandwiching them between them and the terrain, they were just pushed toward the terrain, and then they were just shot from above. And after that, it was just so easy. There was nothing that Snoozy can do. I mean, the casters did talk about him clutching, but I think Rax's Red 1 was really smart about this, because they didn't allow him to isolate them or take down any of them. And it was a very, very clean kill from his side. And honestly, well done from Axis Red 1. Great rotations, but I want to give big props to Team Secret though, because their consistency has put them up on the top 5, and yeah, that's always a great thing to see. So for now, I'm gonna be ending this recap here. Thank you guys so much for listening, and we're gonna pass the mic over to our legendary casters Choo Choo and Sir Cloud for our final match of the night. Take it away, guys.
I'm glad that me and Tash Bunny, we share something in common, is that we are both evil, we like evil circles, and we both agree that Choo Choo has a curse. Welcome back to the PUBG Mobile Professional League Southeast Asia Championship Season 4, brought to you by PUBG Corporation, Tencent Games, as well as Lightspeed and Quantum Studios. Let's take a minute to thank our sponsors. So we have our official smartphone partner, Xiaomi, Redmi Note 10 series, challenge your boundaries. Here we go. And we have our official media partner, Esports Fight Club. Watch and earn exclusively with Esports Fight Club, and our official media partner, WeTV. Watch Asia's best content for free on WeTV. Download the WeTV now on the Google Play Store, Apple App Store, and of course, this tournament is co-organized by VSPN, and Choo Choo is agreeing with us. Wow, I can see that, I can sense that.
Might as well not say anything now, huh? Just... There you go. I'm glad we have Esport Fight Club. I have a reason to join in now. It sounds right for me.
This is the moment where I wish Tash Bunny was right here with us.
I mean, of all the people, he said the same thing, but why me? Why did you pick me? Whatever. Do you have... Okay, you mentioned Tash. You're watching this, right? NFT have beef against Infinity. Are we having the same beef here now, huh?
No, you
what
probably
kind
have
of
chicken.
beef? Yeah, we were talking about chicken. You know what? You're really a party pooper here, Cloud. Like, honestly, that jokes, I can't even... My goodness.
You know what, Chu? This dust that you can see on screen is big enough to have one more person. So imagine if Tash Bunny is here, they'll be perfect.
I'm glad she's not here right now, because I'm more glad to have Big Candy, Runic Power, Survive Till Dawn, Payload 2.0, and also Infection Mode starting on October 8th, already ongoing for Big Candy. For those of you, especially our colleague here, Contra, might miss Big Candy the most. Well, we have Contra there. Get me? That's so lame. But Infection Mode is one of the most favorite mode that is, I want to see so bad for show match Infection Mode, which I hope it will be happening one day. But what's more important here right now, where at the interview before of Team Secret, just now, they mentioned that if they had 4 men, one person will go towards where Newsy was. And that person was Matmoy. He was on the way there. That's how he got shot down straight onto his knees and straight being wiped out. And you saw how he just tried to make a big U-turn the moment he tried to go towards the heart. And then there's so many bullets just shooting towards him. And just, that's done. The thing is, Infinity and also Infinity Newsy specifically, and also Axis got themselves where they need to be at the right time. Just Team Secret having a bit too late. If only they've been there a bit earlier than Axis, it's going to be the reverse.
Yeah, then it's probably going to be a Team Secret chicken dinner.
And maybe not, because, you know, they might be doing very different stuff.
Yeah, maybe. But let's see if the cards reverse later on.
Should I not say anything now? I might jinx some tips.
No, we want you to say more, you know.
I don't want. Don't
No.
stop putting this responsibility on me. It's not my fault. And by the way, we were speaking about talents just before, right? We were talking about talents.
Yeah.
So, Tash, you mentioned about, I need to highlight this. Tash, you mentioned about the fact that even the players did not actually participate, the fact that it's uninstalled in their brain for the circle to be an Impala. So are we in a different level of players now? We can actually see the circle might end up in Impala.
Wow.
It's not really a jinx because it's a talent. See, I got a different talent.
Wow. Okay, that's how you turn it around. That's good.
Yeah.
That's good.
That's just how life is.
I'm sure you've been watching a lot of
Squeeze the lemon.
VTV.
Yeah.
Yep.
Always more.
Always
more than everything.
Oh, I like that. I like that. And of course,
I watch too much VTV.
yeah, that's a lot of that's a good segue there. But I'm sure you also watch it on your Xiaomi, right?
Yeah, I'm loving it because I challenge my boundaries to think about something outside the box. It's gonna be Impala Circle. Trust me. When I say it's gonna be done and dusted there.
All right. So what circle is it going to be next in your right?
It's gonna be Erangel Circle.
That's a really smart answer.
Yeah, that's the right one.
I like
Definitely
that.
true. Because I'm the best. I'm the Oracle in this tournament.
Wow.
I'm the Miss Oracle. Just put the throne on me. Come on.
But I have a sense that it's going to be a Mirama circle next.
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
Might as well say it like Sunhawk Circle, bro.
I was about to say Vikendi, but since you said Sandhouse.
Maybe a new map with a different name. What kind of name is it? We haven't figured that one out.
Yeah, we're going to come back with that.
So you guys have ideas about new names? You guys can actually suggest. You know, maybe some of the eyes are watching, but your suggestion in the comment section as well. It might spark some new interest and new ideas in the future.
Hey, really? Who knows, right? Like maybe the
like
developers.
the pizza gun skin stuff.
Yeah, that's something. I also get it. Yeah, and maybe like the map as well. Like you can mention it now on stream, and then you print screen it, and when it comes out, you're like, hey, done claim, like I did it.
You did something. You did something from the community towards the community we go. But we're down to the final match of today. It's gonna be Erangel ABDE. So just now we saw a different kind of gameplay, and I think Tash mentioned as well. She's our analyst. The fact that the previous game is a bit slow. So is it safe to say that it's actually a group that making games a bit more aggressive because they were not playing in the last match?
Ooh. That's interesting though. That's a good thought there. So it could be. But let's go through this round and we'll know for kind of like a show which match or which set of groups is like the most aggressive one, like practically. Because we kind of like expected that a little bit more from Infinity, but the way that they're playing is
I have to say, yeah, possibly true, because just now we didn't see MSC playing. The vampires are not biting people in the necks. So maybe these two teams who actually got themselves quite consistent in top 8 or top 5, that actually make the games a bit more aggressive than it is used to be. They love to pick the fights more. They like to be in conflict all the time, just to make sure they got themselves a huge number of elimination points.
I mean, just like our analysts, like trying to pick fights.
Yeah, we'll discuss that over tomorrow. I think.
Yeah, we'll discuss that.
I think we'll have a big discussion tomorrow.
Yeah, maybe we'll discuss that as part of the Esports Fight Club.
Yeah. We definitely will be in the Esports Fight Club.
But what we will all be right now is that we're going to jump into Erangel the last game for today.
And it's live. It's flight path is hovering over from the northern side, if I'm not mistaken. It's gonna be the northwest down to Sanovska military base. So quite interesting, and I think this kind of splits the map into almost equally too. So anybody can drop tools whenever they need to be, except those who love on the eastern, for this eastern part of the map, it's going to be a bit of a problem. But well, it's always the circle that matters. So it doesn't matter if you don't get your drop, as long as it's nearby that you can loot something on. You know, so the circle just, you know, make sure your fights are necessary.
Oh yeah, so quick one. Circle, where we?
I'm not gonna say it's gonna be an Erangel. I know it's gonna be a Erangel.
Okay, come on.
Or maybe I'm hoping around Yasnaya.
Yasnaya.
Yeah.
Okay. So Yasnaya, ladies and gentlemen.
he told me to say that. If it's right, it's coming out from me.
Okay, let's see. I'm waiting for Yasnaya.
Do you have problem with me, Cloud? You can say it out loud now.
No, I don't.
Come on. What's your problem?
I'm just helping Tash because I'm pretty sure she's having the same question. But yeah, so it's gonna be a god cut. So
Oh, it's the same circle just now.
it's almost the same circle. Yeah.
Look at how it comprises around 40% of water now. This is bad news. But will it be ended up same just how it was before? But I think it will shift towards the right side a bit more than previously. It was way on the left all the way just now. So this time maybe towards more on the right side, maybe.
Or if you want an evil circle, then maybe it goes up north, like the
like
northern jungle.
fishies?
A fishy circle?
The mermaids, the mermans.
Oh,
yeah.
why not, right? Like everyone takes a dip. Like the weather's been a
I
bit
think
hot.
it'd be cool if one day, or like if the player jumps into the water just for a swim, the skin suddenly change into mermaid tails.
Wow.
Yeah, no, right? It's like so fancy and like so demanding from us. We wish
What,
so.
wait. What do you mean us?
Oh, you were more demanding than I am.
Hello.
The fact that you're single kind of says everything.
No.
No, so yeah.
No. I'm easy. It's just that people don't come by. But
Wow, you're easy? That's not a good word for yourself, bro.
What?
Come on, Cloud. Not that easy, right?
Well, try me and you know. Like,
He's a friendly guy, so you just say hi whenever you see Cloud.
Yeah.
In the clouds or in the streets, wherever you guys can find him. That sounds...
I know, right? Like, what? Okay.
That sounds so...
But talking about what, at least now, Bigatron Red Aliens, Ryzen gets the first knockdown and there will be a first blood.
Oh, wait, what? Eagle Esports?
So it's 2 elimination points. So Ryzen actually clutched 1v2.
That's a huge clutch coming up from Bigatron Ryzen.
Wow.
And he almost shredded his helmet, but he replaced it immediately with the openings. But he saw another one now. Very close. Loxy trying to actually get and corner them around. But a bit too far, innit? I think he needs to stay where he was at. Trying to get at the back line of a compound. They're scouting over for the information for the teams. But right now, he needs to make it a bit quiet. I say he needs to be a bit low profile to scout things over for the rest of his team. This is a good start for Bigatron Red Aliens. So this is the thing that we mentioned before. Some teams are playing it very quiet in the first day. But you also mentioned the fact that it's only 2 days of weekdays to play.
Yeah. And Luxy definitely is not doing quiet activities there. I mean, with a buggy, like asking him to be quiet with a buggy is like asking me to wear RGB suit. Oh, that could probably work, but yeah. Yeah.
Why would you wear an RGB suit?
Well,
what's the purpose of it?
Well, at first I thought, yeah, I wouldn't wear it, but a second thought, yeah, I would wear something like that.
What? Why?
Well,
you like blinksy stuff, like bling bling all the way.
Yeah, it's been a while.
But wait, we got a bit of a replay. How it happened? Oh, this is how they got it. The motorcycle, the motorbike just now ran right. Oh, but that was a nice clutch coming from Ryzen. You have to give props to him for that. That's really a good clutch.
Yeah, I'm giving props to Ryzen. Yep, definitely. He is rising up to the occasion.
No. Don't
come
do
on.
that. Stop
Come
it.
on.
Stop.
I'm giving props to him. Come on.
No.
No.
Not like that.
Never mind. It's going to be the not like that as well for one of the team members for BN United being knocked down. So it's not good news for them. Capone is going to be right at the forefront, and I'm not too sure they can get away from this. The good news is that this place, well, it's not the good news. This place is not in the zone.
That's one thing. Another thing is every single game NFT always conflict themselves with another team. And I'm not sure is that intentional or not. But it doesn't work right for them yet. They haven't found their own secret recipe, or they might be just experimenting on certain stuff here. Valve and also, who is the other team? All three of them are still here. They lost Lippy, who is actually one of the main fragger for the team. But this is a maze that have to work against BN United. So I'm not sure if they want to linger around this area way too long. Lurking around the place where it's one of the furthest away from the circle will actually make them, both of them, lose. We've seen this before. It's always NFT losing on the losing part.
Yeah, no one wins at the other day. But, okay, let's see here. So what is Datcon doing here all alone?
He was being chased by Victorian aliens before.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, so he's staying it low, make sure he can survive, but he might just get himself too eager now. He might expose himself the moment he opens his shot. VSS. They baiting him. Don't take the bait now. Datcon, that's a bait. Don't take the bait.
No, he's not going to do it. So, is it Datcon or Discon?
Well,
Okay. Datcon.
Yeah, Datcon.
Okay, never mind that. But Victorian aliens, they didn't know he's there. But oh no,
He
made his
knows.
move, and that corn now becomes this corn. This
Well-
corn neck.
Actually, yeah.
So he's disconnecting from the game now.
Okay.
Yeah, never mind.
Yeah.
I'm trying.
Yeah, too hard.
I know. Thank you. I am.
Well, it's a good start for Victorian aliens, but it's not finished and done yet for the side of Eagle Esports, as they still have one remaining member alive. BN United, they are going into the safe zone hopefully very soon because they've been tanking the blue quite a lot. They are taking the fight against NFT way too long, trying to find their way around the maze, and now they're being punished for it, and I don't think they have enough utilities to actually survive long enough. If they are going at this rate. They need to stop by a certain compound to actually make sure they got extra, utilities just to make sure they can survive a bit longer. Even band-aids works.
Yeah, anything works for them at this moment because they're like, what, 2,000 meters away from the zone, and considering that the zone will continue to shrink.
The map is like, what, 8 by 8 kilometers, and 2,000 meters is like, what?
It's like...
Oh yeah, it's 2 kilometers, not 2. I'm
Yeah,
sorry for that.
It's 2 kilometers.
Yeah,
So
my math sucks. Yeah, I'm sorry for that.
it's okay. That's why I'm not doing the calculations here. But yeah,
I'm gonna keep myself quiet now. So yeah.
it's okay. Our host will bring it up again. It's fine. Yeah, I'm pretty sure about that.
You evil thing. NFT, 3-person in one particular vehicle. Now, this is not a great turnout of event. Interesting wheeling and handling of the vehicle. Now, that's a big question mark there because they are tanking the blue. They are alongside the shoreline, and they might drown themselves. They might get pinned down because this might be the same circle as before.
Yeah, I know it's been the movement control order in some countries, and it's been a while that people drive and people are encouraged to stay home, but I don't think you would forget your driving skills that much.
I didn't get confused with driving skills. Like, is this? Never mind. I can't do daddy jokes like you do. You did it best.
It's okay, I know.
Yeah.
Someone drives the car for you.
Definitely
Yeah,
true. Why would I drive?
I know perks of having a driver. Just saying.
Thanks
Yeah.
for that. Yeah.
You're welcome. Well, at least we can see here Frankie as well as Doug. They drive steadier.
The thing is, nobody's trying to park themselves on top of that Mount Gatka, so that's kind of a bummer because it will be a huge advantage point for teams that actually try to get 4 more elimination points to wrap up the day number 1 here. On side of Axis, they are very inconsistent. I have to say it out loud because one moment, the first few matches, they are very, very slow, but when it comes to the last few matches, they pump up a bit. And I'm really gonna smack you in Esports Fight Club. Stop it. Just stop.
No, I'm laughing at Miracle. You know he's getting a dance off. You know, like they're having fun, like just like how we're having fun as well.
Too much fun.
Yeah, and the driver has arrived. Oh, sorry, no. The drive-in is happening right now, so they're going to go in for the siege on the 4 rivals. Is this a 2v4 scenario? Are they going to do this? But backup's on the way.
I think they knocked one down just now. That's why I'm making them to decide into the rush in APG. Try to flush it out. Can they make a successful flush? 4 rivals clutch so you see better. And it's going to man-to-man, head-to-head. 1 trading to 1 as a knockdown for both teams has commenced. They're having heavy casualty. Both teams are losing more men than they can count with their fingers. And Appy will just build this on the way. Goodbye. See you guys in the next one. Because he's just going to build the ship. And see you guys tomorrow.
So the captain will be the last man standing, and Appy surely ain't happy with that fight.
I'm not gonna say anything for that.
No,
so,
you will. So that's
we have
confirmation.
Shroud.
I know.
Finish off from APG.
Well, why am I not surprised? He just finished off the Hunter from Buru.
Yep, that's true. It's true. Now, Appy just have to keep it low around the Mouton, and NFT still moving as a 3. Sardines, canned sardines in a vehicle. I still think that they need to have extra vehicles for that as well. MSC, we mentioned about Group A before, they're not playing, so it's been a bit quiet. Can you feel the tempo? It's a bit different in the start of the game once Group A is switching in here again.
Yep, that's a good point there. So far the tempo is a little bit different. If we see that Group A is in, we see a lot of fights, but you want to fight, you get in a fight, but this is because it's going to be a 2v1. Appy, but okay, he could clutch this. Okay, come on, Appy, 1v3. Prove to everyone that you can do it. Prove to everyone that you can clutch this out. 1v3. Jasper will toss a nade onto the second floor. Jasper cooks up in the nade. Will want to toss out to the second floor as well. Appy now recovering himself. He's now down to 40% health. The nade will not land. Appy is still waiting for his health to go up.
Appy is sad right now. I have to say, he's really not calm. He's really panicking. He needs to find his way out and exit. He needs to jump down or whatever because all 3 of them are going on the second and third story. There you go, finish up 4 rivals. So unfortunate. Running away from APG. Another shot coming in. It's going to be the MS Chonburi.
Yeah. I mean, there was nothing much that he can do, right, Appy?
It's so sad for 4 rivals.
I know, right? Like one move in, one rush in, and that's it.
I mean, like they've been battled by another team APG before, and then he tries to run, and then there's one more team waiting to bite them in the back. It's gonna hurt the RQ Ryu for the next one. Oh, what a fast reaction!
Oh, that is super fast. So Mort now gets one, but at the same time we can see that Napeko gets the second one. 2 more from DX on the high ground. They have the stone to help them, but Lamborghini will be finished off by Mort, and now it's gonna be 2v4. RQ Ryu can finish it off, but DX, they have the vehicle, they will abandon the ship.
Now back to GD, they need to step up the game now. VGM are being called into one compound. Nice grenade, booms, boom it away with a huge grenade call there. All they need to do is just rush in now. GD, this is their time to shine. They got the call, they got 2 knockdowns. Why are they so hesitant about this?
They just need to go. And whoa! Where did that come from? And GD will finish off the entire V Gaming. 15th place, and that vehicle just stole the highlight.
Flying with my buggy. There's a new song coming out very soon in PUBG Mobile. But back to us. MS Chonburi, they got themselves 1 elimination point to wipe out the whole entire team. 2 teams out. VGM and 4 rivals, the first few teams to be out with 0 points. Not going to be a good day. Eagle Esports having a tough start. Still maintaining 1 person till the end of it. Hopefully he can maintain there because it might hurt him in the overall standings. He's still number 1 for now.
Yeah, he's still okay for now. Let's see how long he can last. So, well, you wanted action, you just got action. So that's like what, 2 teams been eliminated and we're not in the 4th circle yet.
Well, that's the power of group stage, the grouping of A group. So I think that kind of speaks out quite a lot for the group A itself. Very different compared the last matches for today. NFT, this time they learned their mistake. They're not going to play and tank the blue. They learn it and trying to improvise and trying to learn about their surroundings here. Bigatron Red Aliens on the other side. Is it still Liquid playing? I hope so.
Yeah,
because it seems like they start to get in their tempo here. APG step up to their games, trying to take down RQ Ryu. Just now a very long distance snipe shot. But the circle this time is gonna be hard for the players because there's nothing in between them.
Yeah, so it's going to be a circle just below hospital, and this is an open area circle. So definitely what they need is vehicles. They need vehicles to build barricades towards the later stages of the game. So they need to be prepared with that. Those teams without proper vehicles or even small vehicles, it's going to be a disadvantage for them.
What else do they need?
They need you.
No. That's too cheesy.
Oh, no? Okay, I'm trying.
It's too cheesy. Oh, yes, APG knocked down there. My God, the moment we switch over for a different topic, they start shooting. These guys don't know how to stop. DX, the Xavier, they don't have enough men. 2 men is more than enough, but they need that survivability last longer. APG, whoa, look at it sliding down, looking very sleek, and he goes away unharmed for now. There goes the shots being fired. That's going to be him going down. And duck. Oh, that's the tap. Very beautiful taps coming out with the help of the blue zone. Easy peasy, lemon squeezy.
Yeah, some lemons being squeezed here, so unfortunately that just happened. But GD, now, I know, right? So there's lemons. Lemons are innocent in this game, but nevertheless, here we can see that GD will lose one team member. Daybot trying to take that long range shot, but it will not be a big impact because he's all alone, and unfortunately GD will lose booms.
But wait, we're not done. BN United, they came in like a mafia. If you ask me, they're circling around with a vehicle just now, making some stunts, but they might just being pulled off from the neck from behind, because right now we have Eagle Esports coming in as well. GD, they cannot be very passive anymore. They need to take a step up in their game. They need to start to being aggressive if they want to win this tournament. Well, we have Chonburi start to fight against APG. It's going to be popping again. Eliminated. It's going to be APG next with 4 elimination points. At least they didn't go empty-handed. But GD is not done here yet.
Yeah.
Oh no! What was that? Was that a nade?
That was a nade. Okay, so it's Silence on the outside. So it's Chopper against Silence. But now Chopper has Wildcat together with him. So it's going to be a 2v1. But is it going to be a 3v1? Someone seems to be behind, but nevertheless, it's going to be 2v1 at least. And now the smoke being popped out, and Chopper, is he going to try to... Nope, he's not going to try to suicide himself. But they are still trying to get Chopper, and it's not going to be easy. Chopper is still fending off.
But wait, I thought I saw a grenade being tossed in. But it was maybe a different story. Back towards Chopper, Eagle Esports, they only have him left. If he bows down quite early here, I don't see him having an exit out at all. But if he wants, he might just pop a couple of smokes, get out of there, and just going on the back, exit out. No other way around. Because if they bow down quite early, they might hurt quite a lot in the overall rankings because they're having 0 points. But goodbye, Chopper. It's nice to meet you.
Yeah, nice to meet you, Chopper. See you tomorrow again. And there you have it, another team being eliminated. Now let's put focus onto the circle. Will it go up or will it go down? Or will it go left? I think it will go left.
It will go up. No, so you don't have the crown for the Oracle talk, so no.
Yeah, in other words, I don't have the casters, so yeah,
I see Oracle talking, okay? I'm a gem. I'm a jammer, I have that talent, it's not a curse. Back to us, because Ronry Aliens, now they start to fight. They are warming up for now and going more aggressive than before. Evil's Reborn is joining in the fray right now. The Indonesians stepping up their game. They need to push themselves in the first day here because it's going to be less and less game to play tomorrow. Evil's Reborn trying to cook up the name in a very open field. Now, we have NFT on the top of the mountain, saying it's Infinity on the other side. Infinity have been very quiet the entire game now. They have been waiting for the right time, but Gig Fam, wow, that's too close for QB to stand alongside his vehicle.
Yeah, and Steins will move in though, but Pop will put pressure on the Gig Fam. from the long range, and Pub is still on the outside though. So Pub managed to get a knockdown to Snipes. There could be an opening for them to move in, and could this be their moment? But back up here from Gigfam and his other teammates, MS Chonburi, they are still playing somewhat by the edge of the circle. Some of them are still on the outside, so they still need to find a way to move in.
Chonburi did show us a stellar performance earlier today. All they need to do is just maintain the top 4 spot, and they can get back the #1 spot in the overall ranking. RRQ Ryu, all the Indonesian teams are rising up in the last few games here. We're talking about MSC trying to shut down RRQ rampaging mode, but look at the vehicles. Wait, EVOS Reborn, what were they thinking?
What was that? Okay, so EVOS Reborn, how are you guys doing? Let's see, that's only Microboy left, and Liza as well as KF, they're down, but it's going to be Microboy against RRQ Real. Only one team member, Asa is the only one left, so it's going to be a 1v1, but can he actually do it? Asa now popping the smoke on the right side and on his front. Asa now with 3 elimination points for himself. He will pick up his teammates first. Liza is too far away from Microboy. Microboy, I think he's still on the outside.
Oh, Liza, hoping he can pick it up. But in the meantime, do they have enough time? They are really at the edge of a circle. Microboy running around and really clipped a lot by the blue. And Exis Vogue start to make a corner. Exis is still 4 men here. 10th place. It's going to be EVOS Reborn out right now. We're down to 9 teams only with Infinity Logan as a grenade eliminator. Exis start to make the move now. Infinity being pinned down by Exis. They got themselves really, again, one of the best positions so far inside the circle. But Vampires is still there somewhere.
Oh, they're like the king of the hill right now for Axis Red One. But Vampires, they're out in the open. So we'll see the next circle really, really soon. The 6th circle will be shown to us. At the same time, we can see that Vavel will be knocked down. Jasper will be knocked down as well by Napeko. And the circle continues to move up north.
Everybody's in a pickle right now because the circle is not really in anybody's land. It's pretty much in no man's land at all. And only the Vampires are close by, so the others have to run for it. Exis Micah getting one on RRQ Rio. No, RRQ, they don't have enough men to actually survive so many teams in between. 2 of them knocked down, they still can be picked up. Gigfam on the other side is in the open field as well. Exis Voki is right in front, tanking for every single person, but they need to move their butts here because they really have to get themselves the position. But Infinity making it such a hindrance for them, making it hard for the rest of Exis Esports.
Infinity now showing why they are one of those teams that they need to be given attention. But RRQ Real, 4-man, 1 vehicle. Okay, that's a risk that they're going to take, that they're going to move in. 4-man, 1 vehicle, can they actually make it into the circle? But now Peko will go down. Asa will go down, so it looks like it's falling apart for RRQ Real.
Oh, that 4-man vehicle didn't work out for them, and it will never be working out for any of the teams. Look at Snipes trying to toss up the net. He's calculating, but it seems a bit short for me. But right on top, another one dropped by, and it's going to be boom, Voldemort. Oh no, there's no Harry Potter to save the day. They don't even need one. And Gig Snipes MVP, look at that. Gig Fam, oh my god, Infinity, that's brutal.
Oh, brutal indeed. Faris now will go down, but Micah from the long range coming in, and Micah takes that one for himself, and Mela goes down, and now GD as well out at 6th place, 7 elimination points. We're now down to the top 5, 17 more players left.
But I have to say, GD, they played quite brilliantly this time. They got themselves quite a number of elimination points, not as passive as before, so that's a huge step up for them. Now back towards Infinity, they got themselves 3 men, 1 knockdown. Can they pick their man up? While the other teams having 4, is going to be Vampires. The Vampires is nowhere to be seen. They've been staying very quiet. They don't want to be part of this yet because MS Chonburi is right across them. While Gig Fam getting 1 more for Exis and take a pick on Infinity. That's a really greedy coming from Exis.
Oh, and Damroot as well being so rude, taking 2 down for Infinity. At the same time, then MS Chonburi, 2 players is down right now. Damroot is not done yet, and Damroot still being the thorn onto Infinity. Infinity now, they need to recover themselves. 1 revive after another, but can they do it in time? Because Damroot is getting closer and closer.
Oh, seems like to me Vampires might have this one in the bag. Nobody's touching any hair on them at all. And now 1 more Shucks has been down. It's going to be MSC. Wiped out another one, follow pursuit. It's going to be the Infinity. Now, will be Vampires game? Maybe, possibly, because they have been very quiet. And these 2 teams have been fighting each other and cutting their own throat right in front of each other as well. They're too busy occupying with GigFam versus Axis. They forgot this one whole team of 4-man squad still well and alive.
I know, right? And just look at their spread now. It's going to be 2 on top, 2 on the bottom. So they have a huge coverage here for the Vampires. And Vampires now have a good advantage, not only because of they have 4 team members, but because how they spread out on the map. And they're moving into the circle at the same time. And now Stone will pop out the smoke. He'll find a way into the circle. Talking about the circle will close in about 5 more seconds. Volky will be one of the first ones to feel the wrath of the circle.
It's gonna hurt this time. Voki, whether you stand and shoot, then that's it. That's possibly the only way for him to survive, because Stone is right across him. But luckily, he's been covered by smokes for now, so he can't see through the smoke. But Voki crawling is not fast enough for him to actually. He might bomb into Damroot. It's gonna be him fighting, going down whilst he's fighting, or he just accidentally bombed and unfortunate events happen between these two teams. We can just wait. Oh, he fights. He gets one before he goes down. He's a fighter. Voki this time, he's not going down with 16 damage. He still wants to get for the fight, but Damroot. He's taking one more. Schweppes, gone and dusted.
And Damroot, just too much for him to handle, and definitely as expected. Looks like it will be the Vampires taking home our final chicken dinner for today with 10 elimination points, and GigFam, Axis, number 2, number 3, and Axis. They are still doing well though, Juju. No winner's curse for them this round.
Oh, I'm glad that happened. So you guys have to take your word back. But for GigFam, they maintain a bit of consistency. They got themselves first chicken of the day, almost got themselves a second chicken dinner, but they don't have enough men just now. GigFam got themselves 11 elimination points. That's a good wrapping up from these teams. But the Vampires has risen and they've been awake in the day. So can they actually get themselves at top 3? Possibly. They are already in the top 3, but can they topple up the chart at number 1? Because just now we saw how Eagle Esports been bowing out with 0 elimination points, 0 points in overall in the last match. Same goes for the MSC, MS Chonburi also kind of not really early bowing out, but they still managed to get a couple of elimination points here and there.
Yeah, they did pretty okay just now. So again, the objective is to be in the top 6, right? So whether you
this is so cool! I'm liking their banners. Look at how they look like bats here.
Oh yeah!
Oh, the Vampires. Yeah. Look at their ears. The fake ears, I mean.
Yeah.
This is how vampires look like.
Now I can't
in
see
real
it.
life.
You're saying the one in front or the one?
Which one is Dracula?
Dracula.
They don't have any Dracula. The coach is Dracula.
Yeah, I think the coach. There has to be like either the coach or the manager is Dracula, and these are like the little baby bats.
The baby Draculas.
The baby Draculas, yeah.
So that's why their ears are huge for them.
Yeah, so maybe
they're not matured enough to have smaller ears.
Not yet. Yeah, but maybe the manager or the coach is like, oh, I come with a cape, like a full on blown.
That'd be so cool if they have a small cape behind their jerseys. But that's gonna be really inconvenient for the players.
Well, if it's an offline, imagine if it's an offline event and they get introduced, they walk on the stage, right?
The mascot is gonna be a Dracula.
Yeah, that'd be cute.
I wish every team have their own mascot. But imagine MSC Chonburi with their mascot with a shark on land. But here comes the highlight in case you guys missed it. I'm liking the fact the Indonesian teams are stepping up the games this time. They are a bit more aggressive, more proactive. But I don't think it's enough to wrap it up for the first day. They need to do more tomorrow.
Yeah, because most of them, they are on the second page, the last we saw them, right? So they definitely need to step it up tomorrow, especially considering that the bottom 4 doesn't see the light of the first Super Weekend, and that's really crucial for them to have a good start. I mean, you don't want to miss out any Super Weekend. You miss out one Super Weekend, there's always a risk that you may not see the Grand Finals.
Yep, why put the chances like that?
Yeah.
Why would you want to gamble your future? Well, you might have one, but this is the flying Pubg moment where I'm not sure who was flying before. But there's so many long shots coming up, and Xavier kind of been shot down quite a lot as well. Bigatron, they got quite a number of elimination points. I do want to see how much they fare at the end of this match. APG, they did a good run, but it kind of come up, bite them back in the back when they've been caught, being stabbed in the back as well. But so many teams are moving progressively and very proactive in this match. I have to say, Group A really stands out a lot in all these matches that very aggressive since the start.
Yeah, it kind of changes the dynamics of how other teams play as well. It's like if you have one group of 4 teams, they start to play aggressively, it's like the domino effect.
Yeah, it's like a ripple effect where it gets bigger at the end of the sea itself. It just turns into a huge tidal wave.
Yeah, so we can see that. So I'd like to see more of that theory tomorrow, right? So we're going to keep our eyes on the Group A, definitely. This group is able to bring the wave onto our tournament. So that's going to be super interesting on how this is going to pan out tomorrow. So far, now that we're done with 5 games, right? Our wildcard haven't got their chicken dinner yet, and Indonesia, none yet. So these 2 categories, they need the chicken dinner.
So we have 2 Malaysian teams, 2 Thais and 1 Vietnamese team getting themselves a chicken and making a debut for themselves today. No teams actually repeating themselves 2 consecutive chickens yet.
Yep.
But I'm starting to feel that I'm a fan of Vampire Esports just because I want to see the bad is, that's it. When they're winning, that's it.
Okay, if we have a wish list, right? Like our wish list right now is just to see them being interviewed. Like one of them, the manager or the coach or whoever it is, to be interviewed. Like if they show up with a coat or
if they even
cloak,
put like a white makeup just to be Dracula, I'm more than happy enough to see that. I'm like, come on, pull that out, please. Like if the manager's doing the interview, call himself Count Dracula. That's it.
Wow, I know, right? Like the lower third comes out like
yeah, I know, right?
Count Dracula, regardless who he is. That'd be nice.
That's pretty cool. I mean, like, imagine the airs and everything. It'll be super cool. I do want to see every team has their own mascot one day. I'm not sure how Team Secret gonna mascot themselves with an eye, but it's gonna work either way, okay? It's gonna be creepy, though.
Well, yeah.
We're so out of context, but congratulations again to Vampire Esports. They have been sniffing. They have been trying so hard since the first game to get themselves the chicken dinner. They're so close.
Yeah.
And they, aside from MSC, I have to say they are one of the teams that are quite consistent as well.
MS Chonburi. So yeah, so far so good for them. I believe that they do have the qualities to move on to the next round, despite them not getting their own chicken dinner just yet. But I think they'll do just fine. So I expect them to see them in the Super Weekend.
And the thing is, these 2 teams, Vampire Esports and also MS Chonburi, both teams are actually at 4th and 5th place in their country finals. So, wow, they really did a lot of study when it comes to the South Asia Championship here. Very different, but look at, you have to move the logo a bit upwards so it kind of matches with it is. But now he looks like he has wings. It's never wrong when he goes with that kind of logo, innit? But the damage output is not the highest, but it kind of goes with the average MVP so far, based on the graph.
You know what? It doesn't read to me. I don't see it as wings. I see it's like like Dracula. They have like their
those are
coats.
wings.
They're called,
you mean the
the
collar?
Yeah. So like that's the collar.
Oh, it works as well. Like wherever you put those logos, it's gonna work well for them.
Yeah.
Now that's really sick logo. So if you find yourself a great designer, this is how it looks like.
Yeah, now I know, right? So, yep. Someone's getting a raise after this.
Yep, definitely true. But this is like one of the MVP. We got Stone. He's been redempting him. Did a lot of redemption, but for himself today. He did a bit shaky moment in the first match where he kind of accidentally grenade himself. I cannot unsee that. I cannot forget about that.
Yeah.
But his redemption is huge coming out from it. So he needs to make mistakes first, then only he can perform better.
Or after he did that, and his coach or manager went and say, "Dude, if you're not going to perform, I'm going to bite your neck."
Wait, they're already vampires.
Well, that's true enough. Maybe for the second time.
For what?
Just because. Yeah. So maybe he got scared. Like, okay, I did it once before, and it's not a good experience. I don't want to do it now. I'll perform, and that's how you get the best out of him. I'm just saying. But nevertheless, yeah.
I don't know about vampires. I'm not the expert of it, but I'm pretty much can say stuff about the match rankings because the vampires has biting over their marks on all the other teams here, where they are ranking first with 10 elimination points, but we still have another team with a great number of elimination points. It's going to be Gig Fam, one of the teams that kind of I won't say really consistent, because in between the first game they performed stellar, they got themselves a chicken dinner, and then they kind of quiet in between, and suddenly they rise up again. Same games for Exis Esports, got themselves at third.
And not like I've bitten a lot of people, just
well,
for me to know all those questions. Those things
they
are
come
vampires,
from?
but Geek Fam, okay, so still topping it still, at least with 11 elimination points, and the Vampires with 10, and that's pretty good considering that you get the chicken dinner, so it's going to be 25 points at the back for them.
But look at the towers, so we got two teams pretty much very outstanding here. But GD, I'm loving the fact that GD is doing so great in this last match. If only they took the power they have, the energy they have in the last match, in the previous match where they almost got the chicken in the back, that's going to be very different, and their morale will be boosted all the time. It's going to be a 3 match, I think 2 or 3 match after that, they might perform way different than this. It might be stepping up the game even furthermore. Hopefully they keep the momentum as tomorrow as well. For some teams, especially the Indonesian team, they really need to step up here. I'm not sure if there's any Indonesian teams in the first page yet.
Yeah, we'll need to wait and see because it's going to come up later. But here we have it, the eliminator rankings. We have Kid, Stone, who's redempting himself, and we have Shrub, and we have Ryzen, we have Redface, both these from Indonesia, and of course Asa as well from Indonesia. So it's all 8s all around. So it's a lot of ties here coming in at these 5th to 10th place. So it's interesting to see that how the Vampires actually also as a team coming up together.
One more scary part of this is because Runway Agents, they didn't have that much elimination points previously, but within one single match, they can get so much to redeem their previous games. Now back towards the other MVPs, we have we kind of missed some elements in this graphics. I think we got it quite a bit kind of off. But here comes the this is very confusing for me.
Okay, well, all I can tell is that the MVP ranking here, we have Stone in it, we have Kid, Shrap, Daybot, Kacang Susu, as well as Micah. Most of these teams got their chicken dinner. Maybe except for Team Secret with Kid.
And GD almost got it.
GD could have gotten it, just saying.
Could have, if they step up or they get more proactive. But it's not too late to rectify what they did today. It's going to be another day tomorrow, so it's taking them to 5 more games. Where it's really important for the teams actually on the page 2 or not even the top 16, because we do know Super Weekend have 3 days and only 2 weekdays of normal matches.
Yeah, agreed. So it's now down to 4 games. Well, 5 games for us because we watch every game, but it's 4 games for the
them.
teams. Yeah, for the teams tomorrow, for them to scrape and get through to the next round. So teams right now at the bottom, I think like NFT they're at the bottom. I don't recall.
Axis was in the bottom, was it before? In the first 3 games. Now, where do they sit after this couple of games that quite consistent, getting themselves at top 5?
Oh, easily the top 5.
Easily, are you sure? Because I do want to see the gap in between 16th and 17th placement, because it's going to be a huge information for the other teams as well about how much they need to have tomorrow. And like the bare minimum to get into the Super Weekend is how much?
Yeah, we'll need to make a little bit of a calculation. I did that for the local PMPL. I remember it was like 36, but I'll need to make that calculation later on, and probably we'll come back with some of those facts tomorrow. But it should be about there to just make it. But let's see how much they've gotten themselves later on. That should come into the calculation as well. And here we have it, ladies and gentlemen. The one on top is VPE, the Vampires.
I'm sure that Count Dracula is very happy with their performance in the last few matches. Because finally a first chicken of the day for them. While MSC, the Sharks, has been stagnant at the second place with almost 10 points, 11 points apart. The only team in the top 5 without any chicken got a sniff of it, but still didn't manage to land any. Gig Fam got himself quite pushed up here. Same goes for Axis, like you mentioned, easily top 5, while Eagle Esports being pushed down at 42. So there goes the top 5 teams with 4 chickens so far. The others, where do they sit? We're gonna have to see at 16 and 17 points, not far between these two teams. The only team got themselves chicken here is gonna be FaZe.
And of course, the tensions on the bottom 4, whereby Bigatron Red Alien is actually part of the bottom 4. 14 points, and 18th place goes to V Gaming, 12 points. Also, the champion for Vietnam at the bottom 4. This is surprising as well. And then we have APG Esports at 19th place, 12 points. Same goes for NFT as well, 12 points at 20th place. So the bottom 4 definitely will be the most crucial one coming into tomorrow.
I think for me, it's pretty easy for me to make a calculation about what's the bare minimum for you to be safe to be in the Super Weekend. Usually, I just times 2 about the average of the second page. Yet, if they want to make it up for the top 16, they have to secure at least, at the end of the day, they got themselves 50 points and above. It's going to be sure enough for them to get into the Super Weekend. But the bottom 4, it's going to be a really tough ride.
But you know who's the best at calculating? It's going to be Vampire Esports. And you know why?
Why?
Because they have Count Dracula. I'm just saying. Come on. That was a good one, right? Come on.
It's so silly, but it's good at the same time.
Okay.
So I really cannot say anything for now. But what's counting? I'm counting on you, Tash, to come back here. We're gonna jump into interview with none other than our Tash Bunny.
Save me.
Alright, thank you so much to our casters. I'm sorry, Sir Cloud, I can't save you, but for now, this is the interview. Right now, I have Axis Red One's coach Lito with me right now. Lito, I'm really excited about this because I'm going to be doing a Rojak sort of interview with you because I understand that English might be a little bit hard. Is that fine? Okay, so Lito, tadi tu your performance hari ni, right guys? Korang rasa macam mana? Korang puas hati ke ataupun korang rasa perlu diperbaiki?
Memang perlu diperbaiki sebab we first time join C. So the first 2 map they quite nervous and their performance is a bit down. So
Performance is a bit down.
Yeah, after round 4
Sorry Lito, tak dengar lah. So can you lean into your mic sikit? Okay.
Listen. After
Yeah, much
Miramar, we changed the roster, so we let the Faris play and finish to get it.
Sorry, you let who play?
Faris.
Oh, Faris. Okay. So, what's the difference between your rosters? Bila Faris main tu, gameplay macam mana, and the other player tu main macam mana? Like, apa perbezaan gameplay antara korang?
Player yang Faris, saya tukar Faris dengan Noob tu, road dia sama je. Cuma
sama.
First.
Okay. Jadi
first
kira Noob and Faris dua-dua more of like aggressive lah strats for both players.
Yeah.
Okay. Speaking of that, you guys first time kali ni main dekat Southeast Asia, except for Voki dah ada experience. So how are you guys holding up? Macam mana, like is the pressure hard? Is it very different?
Yeah. Different because we first time and they very semangat and they really want to go PMG.
Right. So speaking of that, you guys daripada tadi tu korang like right at the bottom of the scoreboard, and tiba-tiba last match boom naik atas top 5 I think it was. So mesti korang betul-betul happy right now, and korang basically if guys just kena maintain tomorrow, and so long as korang top 16, you guys are pretty much happy kan? You guys are not aiming for number 1?
Yeah. We just aiming.
Okay, so final question dari Tasha. Apa yang kita boleh expect from Axis Red One tomorrow? Apa yang kita boleh nampak? Akan ada perubahan strats, or you guys akan maintain macam ni je?
Tomorrow just santai.
Sorry, tak dengar. Cakap kuat sikit, tak dengar lah. Sorry.
Hello?
Ah.
Mic rosak. Tomorrow we more relax
Mm-hmm.
and just play like usual lah.
I see. So korang will just treat it like a scrim lah, basically.
Yeah, we try.
All right. All right, very happy for you guys. Thank you so much to Lito for this awesome interview. So I hope I'll see you guys more tomorrow, and I'll see you guys soon. Bye-bye, Lito. All right, just now that was our interview with Axis Red One. We had to do it a little bit more Roja style because they're not very fluent in English, so we had to do it that way. But it's also very interesting to see how these underdog teams are playing, especially in a brand new stage. We are seeing a lot of new teams here as well, and it's always really exciting to see how they adapt and how they change their playstyle to suit the more international playstyles. But speaking of international though, today's Cursed Circles, courtesy of Choo Choo Gaming once again. Toward the left side here, lots of body. I think she mentioned was 40% water, and you know what they say, when it's a lot of water, it means like if a circle goes too left or too right, it's gonna be a lot of shifting, especially from the way the flight path was, because it was a very even distribution of players. But if you see here where the team came from, they didn't have to worry too much just now from vampires, because they dropped near Zarki, I believe. They were moving toward shooting range and like, okay, you know what, let's have a U-turn here and go toward Giorgio Paul. So because the area they were at, I think they were very confident that the circle will be coming toward them, and I think that's a really right move for them. And I think when it comes to circles and when it comes to games like PUBG Mobile, Battle Royales in general, it's a lot of guessing games. So if you see that the circle actually went southern a bit, so people there on Giorgio Paul is going to be a bit of a hassle because you're going to have to cross there. But surprisingly, we didn't see any gatekeeping this time around, so I think that was very easy for them to go through as well. But speaking of that, when you look at the game in general, we saw NFT playing very differently this time. We're not seeing a more aggressive plays from them. They're not trying to pick up those angry fights with Infinity, whatever rival it was. It has been settled, so props to them for that. For now though, the circle did go toward Gatka side. Gatka, if you remember, I remember that I think this circle was more cursed toward Cloud side, because I didn't remember him mentioning something about Gatka. But I can't remember if it was circle side or not. So it was a very interesting thing though. This was a very more fast-paced game compared to the previous game. And as Choo Choo mentioned, it was maybe because of Team C's more strats playing like that, it may be different, and Team A was more aggressive. For now though, you saw the circle going toward the field right underneath hospital, and it's a very open area. It only has some hay bales. So as you know, when you are in an open area, vehicles are very, very imperative. But we saw some teams actually get there really, really early. Axis Red One once again making it to the circle real early again. We saw GD as well, VPE as well as MSC. So Vampires though, they played it really smart this time around. I noticed that they were just playing the third party strat. As they say, third party is a strat. It's not the cleanest or most honorable strat, but it's still strat. Whatever you need to do to get that chicken, y'all do it. Y'all get that chicken, whatever way you need. And another thing is, as the circle kept shifting up north, MSC actually had the best area. It seemed like they had the top side. And the thing about MSC is that I feel like they're cursed with the make it toward the last few areas, but then just don't make it at all. It's very, very unfortunate for them, but I think but the thing is, despite them not getting the chicken, they're still getting points. So regardless of getting a chicken or not, I think they're pretty sated about that. And speaking about sated and sharks though, we did see a very, very sad thing from the side of Api from 4 rivals, chased by APG and then straight into the jaws of MSC. We saw that as well. Very, very interesting seeing how that kind of like crash happened. APG's crash was actually one of my favorite highlights because it was just so clean. It's a 2x2 kind of strat, and I think because of that, it didn't give 4 rivals a chance to recover. If I could talk about 4 rivals, I would think of them as a glass cannon. Very aggressive, but easy to take down. So for now, this was the final match. It was a very interesting match, and it was actually very interesting to see. Like, if I could interview 4 rivals, I wanted to know, like, did it feel good betraying your fellow Malaysian team and just stabbing him in the back? Because that would be really fun. So for now, if you saw that last part as well, the thing about it is because all the Malaysian teams were just scrunched up into one area. It was 3-on-4 for the side of for VPE, and there was just nothing they can do about it. They was just so unlucky in terms of positioning. VPE did the right call, just wait for everyone to kill each other, just come in, do the cleanup. And it was just that, and it was just the end for that. And what's really interesting as well is that Axis was actually still in getting the kill. They really wanted the kill. He's a fighter till the end. He wanted to make sure that he could actually get the extra point for his team. But because of that, they gave away all their positions. It was game over for all the Malaysian teams. And that was how VPE got that very, very clean chicken dinner. And I would say it's the cleanest chicken dinner we've seen thus far. And I think that we're going to be seeing a lot of shifts in terms of game style and gameplay tomorrow, which I'm really excited about, especially from the teams at the bottom side of the ladder, because they're going to be trying to go up. They want to make it to Super Weekend. They need to get at least up to top 16. So for now, I think that's all for this recap. Thank you guys so much for listening to my ramblings about the games, and I'm going to be passing the mic back to our fellow casters, Sir Cloud and Choo Choo, who are probably hating me right now.
Thank you so much, Touchbane. No way we can hate you. We love you so much. But before that, we are at the end of the day, but before we go away, we need to thank none other than PUBG Mobile, who also co-organized here. It's going to be VSPN. Without them, this won't even be happening. And also thank you for our official smartphone partner, none other than Redmi Note 10 series. Challenge your boundaries. There you go. And also we have to thank our official media partner, Esports. Fight Club. Do earn more. Watch exclusively in Esports Fight Club, where you can earn while you watch live itself here every single day, no problem. And also we have to thank none other than the Wii moment, Wii TV. It's always going to be more drama, more shows, and also more animes. If you want to watch it, it's going to be a lot of content there. Just download it in Google or Google, what we call it, Google Play. I'm so old to say this. Even the iStore apps, you guys can get it there. It's pretty much on any platform. The best part is going to be free. Yeah.
Yeah, free is always good, right?
Yeah, free is always the best.
Yeah, definitely. And what's also the best is that today we are towards we've seen a lot of action today. Especially, I think the most memorable one is going to be the game number 2, the Miramar one. Yeah, that one is definitely going to be the highlight of the day.
The grenades, not really random, because okay, the thing is
the no look.
Because I did read the comments, by the way. You guys did mention about it's not really random. You can hear the footsteps and everything from M5 of FaZe. Was it FaZe?
It was M5 from FaZe.
Yeah, there you go. And the thing is, you can't see footsteps in the matches anymore. So you have to calculate based on the sound. So that's kind of hard to do, but there's more to come tomorrow.
Yeah, there's more to come tomorrow. So ladies and gentlemen, this is just day 1. Make sure you are still with us on day number 2. It will be same time, same channels. That'll be all from us right now. My name is Sir Cloud, together with Choo Choo. We'll see you again tomorrow. Ta-ta!
Love you guys. Good night. Bye.